Welcome, dear friends, to a tranquil journey where our bedtime stories will whisk you away to magical and peaceful places. As you relax and let the soothing sounds of this video envelop you, remember that relaxation is the gateway to sweet dreams. We hope you've cherished the beauty of this spring day, and as we gently close its chapter, may the comfort of these tales bring you a restful night and a wonderful start to your day ahead. Story 1. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a curious child, forever captivated by the world around her and the mysteries it held. Her days were filled with exploration, her eyes wide with wonder as she traversed the cobblestone paths of her village, each stone telling a story of its own. The villagers knew her well, often smiling as they watched her disappear into the woods with a determined gleam in her eye. The village itself was a patchwork of quaint cottages, their roofs thatched with golden straw, and their walls painted in shades of cream and ochre. Each morning, the aroma of freshly baked bread wafted through the air, mingling with the earthy scent of morning dew. Willow loved these mornings, the world still sleepy, the village bathed in the soft glow of dawn. She would often pause to listen to the distant chimes of the village bell, its sound resonating through the crisp air, a gentle reminder of the time-honored traditions that shaped her community. One crisp autumn day, the air was rich with the scent of fallen leaves and the promise of change. Willow was wandering through the woods near her home, kicking up vibrant leaves that crunched underfoot and humming a merry tune that mingled with the rustling of the trees. The forest was a symphony of colors, the leaves a fiery tapestry of reds, oranges, and yellows. As she rounded a bend in the trail, a glint of sunlight caught an object nestled among the roots of an ancient oak tree. Drawn closer by her innate curiosity, Willow gasped in delight. It was an ordinary-looking wooden pencil, but as she reached down to pick it up, a warm tingle shot through her fingertips, like the first sip of hot cocoa on a cold day. In that moment, she knew this was no ordinary pencil. As Willow grasped the pencil firmly in her hand, the most extraordinary thing happened. The trees around her seemed to come alive, their branches swaying in an invisible breeze that whispered secrets of times long past. The fallen leaves danced across the forest floor, swirling in intricate patterns that mirrored the constellations in the night sky. Willow's eyes widened in wonder as she realized the pencil possessed a remarkable power, the ability to bring her drawings to life. With a few strokes on the ground, she sketched a whimsical butterfly, and to her amazement, it fluttered off the page, its delicate wings carrying it into the autumn sky, leaving a trail of shimmering stardust in its wake. From that day on, Willow's world was forever changed. She embarked on a journey of discovery, exploring the vast potential of her newfound magical pencil. Wherever she went, she left a trail of whimsical creations in her wake, a playful rabbit hopping across a meadow, a flock of paper birds soaring overhead, each creation an extension of her vivid imagination. One day, as Willow sat by the edge of a babbling brook, she met Oakley, the wise old tree spirit. His voice was like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze, full of wisdom and ancient tales. "Remember, dear Willow," he cautioned, "the magic you wield is powerful, but it is your heart that guides its true purpose." Flutter, a mischievous fairy with wings that sparkled like dew-kissed cobwebs, soon joined her adventures. She loved to play tricks, her laughter echoing through the trees like the tinkling of tiny bells. Yet her loyalty was unwavering, and her spirit infectious. Flutter often reminded Willow to embrace the lightheartedness of life, encouraging her to find joy even in the smallest moments. Woolly, a gentle sheep with fleece as soft as clouds, became Willow's steadfast companion. His presence was a reminder of the simple comforts of home, and he often served as a cozy resting place during their journeys. Woolly, with his slow, deliberate movements, taught Willow the value of patience and the importance of taking time to appreciate the world around her. With her companions by her side, Willow faced many challenges, but she learned that true wisdom often lies in kindness and understanding, rather than force. When a grumpy troll, whose skin was as rough as the bark of the oldest trees, threatened to disrupt the harmony of the forest, Willow used her pencil to sketch a magnificent bridge spanning the chasm that divided their realms, fostering peace and unity. Through this, she learned that sometimes the most formidable barriers could be overcome with creativity and understanding. As the seasons changed and years passed, Willow's journey of discovery continued. She learned to harness the power of her pencil with ever-increasing skill, creating wondrous scenes that filled the hearts of all who witnessed them with joy and amazement. Her art became a bridge between worlds, a testament to the power of imagination and the human spirit. On a particularly blustery autumn afternoon, Willow encountered an old journal in the attic of her grandmother's cottage. It was bound in cracked leather and filled with sketches and notes from an ancestor she had never known. The drawings told stories of adventures similar to her own, hinting at a lineage of dreamers and creators. This discovery imbued her with a sense of belonging, and she realized that her magical pencil was more than a tool. It was a legacy. One winter's eve, as snowflakes danced like tiny ballerinas in the twilight, Willow found herself at the foot of a towering mountain. The peak seemed to pierce the sky, a challenge she felt compelled to undertake. With determination and the steadfast encouragement of her friends, she began the ascent. The climb was arduous, the air thin and biting, but with each step, Willow felt herself growing stronger, her resolve unyielding. Upon reaching the summit, the world stretched out before her, a breathtaking panorama of valleys and forests, villages and rivers, each one a story waiting to be told. In that moment, Willow understood the true nature of her journey. It was not merely about the magic of the pencil, but the magic within herself, the courage to dream, the strength to create, and the love that bound her to those she held dear. And though the pencil itself remained a simple wooden tool, its true magic lay in the imagination and compassion of the young girl who wielded it. For Willow understood that the greatest wonders often arise from the most unexpected of places, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. She felt a profound connection to the world around her, recognizing her role as both a creator and a protector of its delicate balance. On quiet evenings, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky was painted with hues of indigo and gold, Willow would gather her friends around a crackling campfire. With a twinkle in her eye and the magical pencil in hand, she would regale them with tales of her adventures, each story a thread in the tapestry of her life, weaving tapestries of pure enchantment that danced across the night sky. One evening, as the fire's warmth enveloped them, a new character joined their circle, a traveling historian named Eldred. His arrival was unexpected, his presence a mystery. Eldred carried with him an ancient map, its edges frayed and ink faded, yet still whispering of lands untold and secrets unspoken. The map was said to lead to the heart of creation, a place where dreams are born and stories find their beginning. Intrigued by the prospect of discovering this legendary place, Willow and her companions listened intently as Eldred shared tales of its wonders and dangers. The historian's voice was deep and melodic, each word woven with the weight of history and the allure of adventure. Together, they decided to embark on a new journey, one that would test the limits of their courage and the strength of their bonds. And so, the magic of Willow's pencil lived on, touching the lives of all who crossed her path, and reminding them that true wonder lies not in grand gestures, but in the simple joys of friendship, imagination, and the boundless beauty of the world around us. As they set forth into the unknown, Willow understood that every ending was but a new beginning, a chance to weave more stories into the ever-growing tapestry of her life. Story 2. Once upon a time, in the heart of the luminous woods, where the trees glowed with a gentle golden light like 1,000 tiny lanterns, there was a small village named Glitterfern. The air was perpetually sweet with the scent of dew-kissed wildflowers, and the gentle hum of the forest whispered secrets of long-forgotten tales. This village was unlike any other because it was home to the most peculiar and quirky creatures you could ever imagine. The villagers were known as the Fizzlefluffs, tiny beings with shimmering wings like dragonflies and hair that changed color with their moods. The colors were a dazzling display that reflected their joyful spirits, creating a living tapestry of emotions. Among these enchanting creatures was a particularly endearing Fizzlefluff named Pippin. Pippin had the most spectacular pair of mismatched socks, which he wore proudly, one striped with all the colors of the rainbow, and the other dotted with glowing stars. His socks were not just a fashion statement, but a symbol of his vibrant personality and boundless imagination. Pippin was known throughout Glitterfern for his infectious laughter that could brighten even the gloomiest day. His laughter resonated through the woods like the tinkling of chimes in a gentle breeze. He also had a gift for making the most delicious honey cakes, which he baked using the nectar from the flowers that sang sweet lullabies in the breeze, their soft melodies blending with the rustling leaves to create a symphony of nature. One bright morning, as the sun peeked through the emerald leaves, casting warm dapples of light on the forest floor, Pippin awoke to find his beloved socks missing. In their place was a note written in swirling silver script, "Find your socks you must, in a place where moonbeams rust." The note shimmered in the morning light, its silver letters dancing like tiny moonlit waves across the paper. Pippin chuckled, intrigued by the playful riddle. He fluttered his wings, which shimmered like liquid gold in the morning light, and set off to visit his best friend, a wise and whimsical owl named Wendell. Wendell lived in the tallest tree in Glitterfern, his home filled with books that whispered stories when opened, their pages rustling with secrets of the ages. The tree itself was an ancient oak, its branches stretching high into the sky, providing a panoramic view of the village below. "Ah, Pippin, a mystery is afoot!" Wendell hooted happily, his eyes twinkling behind his tiny spectacles. "Moonbeams rust, you say? Sounds like the work of the mischief sprites." Wendell's feathers ruffled with excitement, his scholarly demeanor always softened by the thrill of a new adventure. The mischief sprites were known for their playful pranks, always leaving behind riddles and laughter. Pippin grinned, knowing it was all in good fun. "Then to the rusty moonbeam cavern it is," he declared, his hair swirling into a kaleidoscope of adventurous hues. Before setting off, Pippin and Wendell decided to gather some supplies for their journey. They visited the bustling village market, where the air was thick with the scent of freshly baked bread and the sweet aroma of wildflowers. Here, they met Lyra, a fellow fizzlefluff with an eye for detail and a gift for crafting maps. Her booth was adorned with maps of all sizes, each one a work of art, with intricate details and shimmering ink. She handed them a hand-drawn map, the ink shimmering like stardust. "You'll need this," she said with a wink, "to navigate the winding paths and hidden trails." As Pippin and Wendell ventured forth, the path was lined with giggling flowers that released bursts of glitter as they passed by, their petals soft and cool to the touch. The forest was alive with the sound of rustling leaves and the distant chorus of birds, their songs weaving through the air like threads of a tapestry. The ground was a soft carpet of moss, cushioning their steps as they journeyed deeper into the woods. En route to the cavern, they stumbled upon a clearing where a gathering of fizzlefluffs was engaged in a peculiar game of skyball, a sport played with luminous orbs that danced through the air like fireflies. The game was mesmerizing, a blur of colors and light, and Pippin couldn't resist joining in for a round. His laughter mingled with the others as the ball soared and dipped, a reminder of the joy found in simple pleasures. This brief interlude filled Pippin with renewed energy and determination to solve the mystery of his missing socks. As the duo continued their journey, they encountered a serene pond, its surface like a mirror reflecting the azure sky above. Here they paused, allowing the tranquility of the place to seep into their bones. Wendell took a moment to share a story from his vast collection, one about a wise old turtle who had once helped a lost traveler find their way home. The tale lingered in the air, a gentle reminder of the wisdom found in unexpected places. Upon reaching the cavern, they were greeted by the mischief sprites, tiny creatures with twinkling eyes and hair that shimmered like the night sky. They danced and tumbled in the air, giggling as they swooped around Pippin and Wendell, leaving trails of sparkling dust in their wake. The cavern itself was a wonder, its walls glistening with crystalline formations that caught the light in a dazzling display of colors. "Welcome, seekers of socks!" chirped the chief sprite, a sprightly fellow named Zizzle. "To retrieve what's been lost, you must solve our puzzle." His voice was a melody of joy, echoing through the cavern with infectious merriment. With a flourish, Zizzle presented a riddle. "What dances without feet? sings without a voice, and hides in plain sight. Pippin pondered, the colors in his hair swirling with thought. His eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, "A shadow! It dances in the light, sings with the whisper of the wind, and is always there, yet unseen." His voice was filled with the certainty of one who had solved many such riddles before. The mischief sprites erupted into cheers, their laughter echoing like a joyful melody. "Correct! Your socks are returned with a twist," Zizzle giggled. In a flash of light, Pippin's socks appeared, but now they had a magical glow, casting tiny rainbows and stars wherever he stepped. Delighted, Pippin thanked the sprites for their playful challenge. The socks now held an added layer of storytelling, a testament to the adventure and the bonds of friendship. As Pippin and Wendell made their way back to Glitterfern, they were stopped by the gentle hum of a melody drifting through the trees. It was the forest orchestra, a gathering of woodland creatures who played instruments crafted from the very elements of the forest. The music was a haunting blend of flutes carved from reeds, drums fashioned from hollow logs, and the gentle pluck of stringed instruments made from spider silk. They paused to listen, allowing the music to fill their hearts and energize their spirits. The village was alive with celebration upon their return. The fizzlefluffs danced beneath the twinkling canopy, their wings creating a symphony of shimmering colors. The air was filled with the scent of honey cakes and the sound of joyous laughter echoing through the trees like a harmonious choir. The village market was bustling with life, the joy of the villagers infectious as they shared stories of the day's adventure. "Let this be a reminder," Wendell mused with a chuckle, "that life's little puzzles are often the most delightful adventures." His eyes sparkled with wisdom, a gentle reminder to cherish the unexpected twists and turns of life. The village agreed, and that night they gathered under the glowing trees, sharing honey cakes and laughter, their hearts filled with warmth and wonder. As the stars twinkled overhead, casting a gentle glow over the village, Pippin drifted into happy dreams, knowing that friendship and a touch of magic made every day a whimsical delight. And so, in the heart of the luminous woods, the Fizzlefluffs lived happily ever after, their lives forever enchanted by the playful spirit of the mischief sprites and the endless possibilities of a world filled with mystery and wonder. The story of Pippin and his magical socks became a cherished tale, passed down through generations, a beacon of joy and curiosity in a world where magic was always just around the corner. Story 3. On the edge of a quaint little village, where cobbled streets met sprawling fields of wildflowers, stood an old bookshop named Whispering Pages. The shop was a haven of warmth and wonder, with its wooden shelves lined with volumes of every size and color, each exuding the comforting scent of aged paper and ink. The air inside was rich with the aroma of leather-bound covers mingling with the sweet fragrance of beeswax candles, casting a soft golden light across the shop. The shop's wooden floor creaked underfoot, each step a note in a symphony of nostalgia. Its windows, framed by ivy tendrils, filtered sunlight into a kaleidoscope of hues, as if the room itself were a living canvas painted by the hands of time. This was a place where stories whispered from every corner, inviting those who entered to lose themselves in their embrace. Amongst these shelves worked a gentle, curious soul named Clara. Clara had a soft-spoken demeanor, a heart full of stories yet untold, and eyes that sparkled with the quiet wisdom of one who listened more than she spoke. Her days were spent arranging books and sharing tales with the shop's visitors, her voice a soothing melody in the otherwise silent shop. Yet she often felt there was something more waiting for her in the world. An adventure, perhaps, hidden just beyond the horizon, where the sun set in hues of mystery and promise. Clara's life in the village was simple, yet it was filled with small joys. The sound of the church bells echoing through the morning mist, the laughter of children playing in the fields, and the occasional visit from travelers who brought stories of far-off lands. These moments were threads in the tapestry of her existence, each one adding color and texture to her days. However, amidst this contentment lay a longing for something beyond the familiar rhythm of village life. In the evenings, as the world outside settled into a serene quiet, Clara would often sit by the large bay window of the shop, a mug of herbal tea warming her hands. She would gaze out at the moonlit village, her mind weaving tales from the shadows that danced along the cobblestones. It was during these times that her heart would whisper of distant lands, the gentle urging of an inner voice that longed for the unknown. One chilly autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced outside the window in a waltz orchestrated by the crisp wind, Clara discovered an unusual book tucked away in a forgotten corner of the shop. Its cover was worn, and its title had faded with time, a mere whisper of what it once proclaimed. Yet as she opened it, the pages whispered a melody only she could hear, a tune that promised a journey of discovery, a harmony that resonated with the unspoken dreams within her heart. Intrigued and a little enchanted, Clara took the book home that evening. As she settled by the fireplace, wrapped in a cozy blanket, the crackling of the logs a rhythmic lullaby, she opened the book once more. To her amazement, the pages began to glow softly, and words appeared that weren't there before, forming a message just for her. Seek the hidden lantern, where the heart meets the sky. The message stirred something within Clara, a gentle urging to embark on a journey beyond the familiar streets of her village. It was as if the book had unlocked a part of her she had long forgotten, a part that yearned for the unknown, for stories that were yet to be written. The next morning, with the mysterious book in her satchel, she set off towards the hills where the land kissed the sky, the cool morning mist brushing against her cheeks like a tender caress. As Clara wandered through emerald meadows and sunlit glades, the world around her seemed to hum with life. She met a variety of gentle creatures, each with a unique sparkle in their eyes. First was Pippin, a wise old rabbit with a penchant for riddles and a twinkle of mischief that danced in his gaze like stars on a clear night. "Ah, the seeker of the hidden light," he mused, twitching his ears with a knowing smile. "Remember, the heart sees what the eyes cannot." Next, she encountered Lila, a cheerful squirrel with a bushy tail and a knack for finding hidden treasures. Her eyes gleamed like polished chestnuts, full of secrets and laughter. "Look where the shadows dance in the morning light," Lila chittered, gifting Clara a tiny acorn that gleamed with an inner light. "It will guide you when the path seems unclear." As Clara continued her journey, guided by the whispers of the book and the wisdom of her new friends, she learned to listen to the quiet rustlings of the forest and the gentle murmur of the brook. The sounds were symphonies of the natural world, each note a guidepost on her path. These sounds became her compass, leading her through a tapestry of nature's wonders, a realm where every leaf and stone held a story, waiting for a willing heart to hear. Her path took her to a small, hidden village nestled within the folds of the hills. The village was unlike any she had seen, with houses made of interwoven branches and roofs thatched with vibrant green moss. The air was filled with the scent of blooming lavender, calming and sweet. Here, she met an elder named Elowin, whose silver hair flowed like moonlight over her shoulders. Elowin's eyes were pools of ancient wisdom, and her voice carried the weight of countless stories. "Clara," Elowin began, her voice a gentle breeze, "you have been chosen by the whispering pages. Our village once knew the power of the hidden lantern, but it has been lost to us for generations. The lantern is not merely a light, but a beacon of hope and connection. It binds us to the stories of the earth and sky." Clara listened, her heart swelling with a sense of purpose. She realized that her journey was not just for her own discovery, but was part of a larger tapestry, one that wove together the destinies of many. As evening draped the world in shades of twilight, Clara took a moment to reflect by a serene pond, its surface a mirror of the sky above. Here she met a graceful heron named Nile, whose wings cast shadows that danced upon the water like fleeting dreams. "The lantern's light is a mirror of your own heart, Clara," Nile spoke, his voice a soft ripple in the evening air. "It reveals what is hidden, not by illuminating it, but by allowing you to see it within yourself." With this newfound insight, Clara felt a shift within her. She understood that the journey was not just about seeking something external, but about uncovering the truths within her own heart. The gentle rustle of leaves and the distant call of an owl became reminders of the interconnectedness of all things, each whispering its own tale of existence. Clara's journey continued deeper into the heart of the forest, where the air was thick with the scent of pine, and the ground was carpeted with soft moss that cushioned her steps. She found herself at the edge of a crystal-clear lake where the water shimmered under the light of the setting sun, casting ripples of gold and silver across its surface. Here, she took a moment to rest, her reflection gazing back at her with eyes full of determination and wonder. It was at this tranquil spot that she encountered a young fox named Fenwick. With fur as red as the autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with youthful exuberance, Fenwick was a playful spirit, always ready for an adventure. "The path ahead may twist and turn," he said, his voice light and full of cheer. "But remember, Clara, every step you take is a step towards discovering who you are meant to be." Finally, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Clara arrived at a secluded glen. In its center stood an ancient oak tree, its branches stretching wide as if embracing the sky itself. The air was thick with the scent of earth and moss, a reminder of the timeless endurance of nature. Nestled within the roots was a lantern, not of metal or glass, but woven from the very light of the stars above. It pulsed softly with a warm golden glow, a heartbeat in the quiet evening. As Clara reached out to touch it, she felt a gentle warmth seep into her very being, a warmth that spoke of home, of belonging, and of the endless stories waiting to be told. Clara understood then that the true magic lay not in the lantern itself, but in the journey and the friendships that had guided her to this moment. It was in the laughter shared with Lila and the riddles pondered with Pippin, and in the wisdom shared by Elowin. In that moment, Clara felt the weight of the world lift from her shoulders, replaced by a lightness that came from knowing she was exactly where she was meant to be. With the lantern in her hands, Clara made her way back to the village, her heart aglow with newfound wisdom. She realized that the world was full of hidden wonders, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to look beyond the surface. As she walked, the first stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, guiding her steps like old friends. That evening, as she sat by the fireplace with her new treasure, Clara felt a deep sense of peace. The lantern now rested on her mantle, a reminder of her adventure and the gentle lessons it had taught her. The book, its pages now blank, had served its purpose, but the melody it whispered would forever echo in her heart, a song of courage and exploration. And so, in the quiet of the night, under a blanket of stars, Clara knew that she had found her place in the world, a world where ordinary days could hold the promise of extraordinary secrets, and where the heart's journey was the greatest adventure of all. As the village slept, the lantern's glow continued to softly illuminate her room, casting shadows that danced like old friends reunited, each one a testament to the magic that lay within the heart's quest for discovery. Story 4. Once upon a time, in the heart of a quaint little village, nestled beneath the gentle slopes of the Emerald Hills, there was a curious mystery unfolding. This village, known for its cobblestone streets and quaint cottages with thatched roofs, was a place where magic whispered through the wind and danced upon the dew-kissed morning grass. The air was often filled with the rich aroma of freshly baked bread and the sweet scent of wildflowers carried by the ever-present breeze. The villagers were kind and gentle folk who lived harmoniously with nature and its magical wonders. They often gathered around the grand oak tree in the center of the village, sharing stories and laughter as the sun set behind the rolling hills, casting a golden hue over the landscape. Yet lately, a peculiar series of events had begun to unsettle the peaceful rhythm of their days. One crisp autumn morning, as the first golden leaves began to fall, a young girl named Lila awoke to find that the colors in the village had changed during the night. The fields, usually vibrant with the hues of autumn, appeared muted and dull, as if a veil had been cast over them. The flowers in the gardens seemed to droop, their once bright petals now a faded memory. Even the sky, typically a brilliant blue, was an unusual shade of gray, heavy with a sense of melancholy. Lila, with her heart full of curiosity and a mind keen for adventure, decided to investigate. She was known in the village for her inquisitive nature and her ability to see the world with eyes that noticed even the smallest details. As she strolled through the village, she noticed something else peculiar. The gentle, melodic hum of the wind that usually accompanied the rustling leaves was strangely absent. It was as if the magic that breathed life into the village had taken a pause. Determined to solve this mystery, Lila sought the wisdom of an elder in the village, the sage and kindly Mr. Thistle. Mr. Thistle was a tall, slender man with a long, white beard that seemed to glow softly in the twilight. His eyes twinkled with knowledge and kindness, and his voice was as smooth and warm as a mug of hot cocoa on a chilly evening. "Mr. Thistle," Lila began, her voice filled with earnest concern, "have you noticed the changes happening around the village? The colors, the sounds. It feels as if something is not quite right." Mr. Thistle nodded, his expression thoughtful. "Ah, dear Lila, I too have sensed the shift. It is as if the balance of magic has been disturbed. But fear not, for in every riddle lies a path to understanding." He invited Lila to his cozy cottage where the scent of lavender and honey lingered in the air. The walls were lined with books of ancient lore and magical artifacts, each with its own story to tell. As they settled into plush armchairs by the crackling fireplace, Mr. Thistle began to share his wisdom. "There are forces in this world, dear Lila, that thrive on harmony and balance. When these forces are disrupted, the world around us changes. I believe this mystery requires a journey into the whispering woods, where the trees hold secrets in their leaves, and the streams sing tales of old." With a map in hand and a heart full of courage, Lila set off towards the whispering woods. The path was lined with towering trees whose branches intertwined like the hands of old friends. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor as Lila walked deeper into the woods. The scent of rich earth and pine filled her senses, grounding her as she ventured further into the unknown. As she ventured further, Lila was greeted by a gentle flutter of wings. A small, delicate creature with iridescent feathers and eyes that sparkled like sapphires appeared before her. It was a fae, a guardian of the forest, known for their wisdom and playful nature. "Welcome, brave one," chirped the fae in a voice that tinkled like chimes in a summer breeze. "I have sensed your quest and come to offer my guidance." Lila smiled, grateful for the company. She felt as if she had stepped into one of her grandfather's stories, and she couldn't wait to see what adventures awaited her. As she explored this magical world, she encountered a young fox with fur as red as the setting sun and eyes full of intelligence and kindness. The fox approached her cautiously, but Mira sensed no danger. In fact, she felt an instant connection with the creature. "Hello there," Mira said softly, kneeling down to meet the fox's gaze. "I'm Mira. Who are you?" The fox tilted its head as if understanding her words. Then, to Mira's astonishment, the fox spoke. "I am Ember," he said, his voice gentle and warm like a crackling fire. "Welcome to the Hidden Realm." Mira blinked in surprise. "You can talk," she exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder. Ember chuckled, a sound like soft bells in the wind. "Indeed I can. In this realm, many things are possible that you might not expect." Mira felt a thrill of excitement at the prospect of learning more about this enchanting place. "Can you show me around?" she asked eagerly. "I would be delighted," Ember replied with a nod. "There is much to see and many friends to meet." As they journeyed through the hidden realm, Mira and Ember discovered wonders beyond imagination. They visited a grove where the trees sang in harmony with the wind, their leaves shimmering with an ethereal glow. They crossed a crystal-clear stream that sparkled like diamonds under the sun, and they marveled at fields of wildflowers that painted the landscape with every color of the rainbow. Along the way, they met other inhabitants of the realm, gentle deer with antlers adorned with blossoms, wise old owls who shared riddles and stories, and playful rabbits who danced through the meadows. Each new friend welcomed Mira with open arms and added their own magic to her adventure. But as the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the land, Mira sensed a change in the air. The realm, though beautiful, held a mystery that tugged at the edges of her consciousness. She noticed that some creatures she encountered seemed troubled, their eyes clouded with worry. Ember, too, seemed more subdued as they walked beneath the twilight sky. Sensing her companion's unease, Mira asked, "Is something wrong, Ember?" The fox paused, his gaze thoughtful. "There is a challenge that we face," he admitted, his voice tinged with concern. "A shadow has fallen over the realm, and it is growing stronger. If it is not stopped, it could unravel the magic that binds our world together." Mira felt a pang of worry at Ember's words. "What can we do to help?" she asked, determination in her voice. Ember looked at her, his eyes filled with hope. "The key you carry is more than it seems. It is a symbol of your bond with this realm, and it holds the power to restore balance. But to do so, we must journey to the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the source of the shadow lies." Mira nodded, her resolve firm. She had come to love this magical world and its inhabitants, and she would do whatever it took to protect them. "Then let's go," she said, her voice steady. "Together we can face whatever challenges await." With Ember by her side, Mira set off once more, her heart full of courage and determination. As they traveled deeper into the forest, the path grew darker, the trees closing in around them like guardians of an ancient secret. The air was thick with tension, and Mira could feel the weight of the shadow pressing down on them. Yet, even in the face of uncertainty, Mira drew strength from her friendship with Ember and the kindness of the creatures she had met. She knew that together they could overcome any obstacle. As they journeyed deeper, they encountered an elderly turtle by a quiet pond, his shell etched with intricate patterns of stars and swirling galaxies. "Ah, travelers," the turtle greeted them in a voice as deep and slow as the shifting tides. "You seek to heal the heart of the forest." "Yes," Mira replied, respectful of the turtle's wisdom. "How can we help?" The turtle nodded as if he had anticipated their quest. "The heart of the forest is linked to the heart of its people," he explained, his eyes reflecting the light of distant stars. "You must find the source of the discord among us." Mira and Ember exchanged a determined glance, understanding that their journey was not just about confronting a shadow, but about healing a community. With renewed purpose, they continued, guided by the turtle's cryptic words. At last, they arrived at a clearing bathed in an eerie light. In the center stood a gnarled ancient tree, its branches twisted and barren, as if drained of life. The air around it pulsed with a dark energy, and Mira felt a chill run down her spine. "This is the source of the shadow," Ember said, his voice barely above a whisper. "We must find a way to restore the tree's magic." Mira approached the tree cautiously, feeling the weight of its sadness. She reached out, her fingers brushing the rough bark, and felt a jolt of energy pass through her. In that moment, she understood what needed to be done. Taking a deep breath, Mira retrieved the silver key from her pocket. She held it up, and as she did, a soft, warm light began to emanate from it, spreading out to envelop the tree. The light seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat, resonating with the magic of the realm. As the light grew brighter, Mira felt a connection form between her, the key, and the tree, a bond of friendship and hope. She closed her eyes, focusing on that connection, willing the shadow to lift and the magic to return. Slowly, the darkness began to recede, the tree's branches stirring with new life. Leaves unfurled, vibrant and green, and flowers bloomed, their petals glowing with an inner light. The air hummed with magic, and Mira felt a warmth spread through her heart. As the last traces of the shadow faded away, the realm erupted in celebration. The creatures of the forest emerged from their hiding places, their eyes bright with joy and gratitude. The trees sang a song of renewal, their voices rising in harmony with the wind. Ember turned to Mira, his eyes shining with pride. "You did it, Mira," he said, his voice filled with admiration. "You saved our world." Mira smiled, her heart full of happiness. "We did it together," she replied, knowing that it was the strength of their friendship that had made it possible. As the sun set on the hidden realm, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Mira knew that she had found not only a magical world, but also a place in her heart where friendship and courage could conquer even the darkest shadows. With the realm restored, Mira knew it was time to return to her village. Though she would miss the enchantment of the hidden realm, she carried with her the memories of her adventure and the lessons she had learned. She had discovered that true magic lay not in the wonders of the world, but in the bonds of friendship and the courage to face challenges with an open heart. As Mira stepped back through the stone archway, the warm light of the realm faded, leaving her standing once more in the familiar embrace of the Whispering Woods. The forest felt different now, as if it too had been touched by the magic of the realm. The leaves rustled in a gentle breeze, whispering secrets of friendship and courage. Mira took a deep breath, savoring the earthy scent of the forest and the coolness of the evening air. She felt a sense of contentment and peace, knowing that she had grown and changed through her journey. The girl who had set out to explore the woods had returned with a newfound wisdom and a heart full of love and gratitude. As she made her way back to the village, the stars began to twinkle in the sky, each one a reminder of the magic that existed in the world. Mira knew that she would always carry a piece of the hidden realm with her, a spark of magic that would guide her in times of uncertainty and remind her of the power of friendship. When Mira arrived home, her grandfather was waiting by the hearth, his eyes warm with love and curiosity. As she recounted her adventure, the old man's heart swelled with pride. He saw in her the same spirit of adventure and kindness that had guided him in his own youth, and he knew that she would continue to weave stories of wonder and magic for generations to come. As the fire crackled softly in the hearth, Mira and her grandfather sat together, wrapped in the warmth of their love and the glow of the firelight. The village slept peacefully under the watchful gaze of the moon, and the whispering woods stood as a silent sentinel, guarding the secrets of the realm beyond. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a soul enriched by her journey, Mira drifted into a gentle slumber, dreaming of the wonders of the hidden realm and the friendships that had changed her life forever. In the following days, Mira noticed subtle changes in her village. The villagers, who once seemed wary of the forest and its mysteries, began to speak of it with a newfound reverence. Children played at the edge of the woods, their laughter echoing through the trees, and the elders gathered to share stories of old, their voices filled with wonder and nostalgia. Mira's grandfather, inspired by her tales, rekindled his role as the village storyteller. He spoke of the whispering woods with a renewed passion, weaving tales of magic and adventure that captivated the hearts of young and old alike. The villagers, once hesitant to believe in such wonders, listened with rapt attention, their imaginations ignited by the possibility of magic in their world. Mira, too, found herself drawn to the forest time and again. Each visit was a reminder of the hidden realm and the friendships she had forged there. She would often sit beneath the ancient oak tree where her journey had begun, feeling the warmth of the silver key in her pocket and the gentle hum of magic in the air. It was during one of these visits that Mira encountered a familiar presence. Ember, the red-furred fox, emerged from the shadows, his eyes gleaming with the same intelligence and kindness that Mira had come to cherish. They greeted each other as old friends, their bond as strong as ever. "Ember," Mira said with a smile, "it's good to see you." "And you, Mira," Ember replied, his voice a soothing melody. "The forest has been thriving since your visit. The magic is stronger now, and the creatures are at peace." Mira felt a swell of pride at his words. She knew that her journey had made a difference, not just in the hidden realm, but in her own world as well. "I'm glad," she said. "I miss the hidden realm, but it feels like a part of it is with me here." Ember nodded, understanding the connection that Mira felt. "The bonds we form transcend realms," he said. "They are the true magic that binds our worlds together." As they sat together beneath the oak tree, Mira and Ember shared stories of their adventures, laughing at the memories and marveling at the wonders they had witnessed. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and purple, and the forest was bathed in the soft glow of twilight. In that moment, Mira realized that her journey was not just about discovering a magical world, but about understanding the magic within herself. She had learned that courage and friendship were the keys to unlocking the wonders of the world, and that the true magic lay in the connections she forged along the way. As the stars began to twinkle above, Mira and Ember bid each other farewell, knowing that their friendship would endure, no matter the distance between their worlds. And as Mira made her way back to the village, she carried with her the warmth of their bond and the promise of new adventures yet to come. The whispering woods stood in silent witness to their parting, its leaves rustling softly in a gentle breeze. And as Mira stepped into the embrace of her village, she knew that the magic of the hidden realm would always be a part of her, guiding her through life with a heart full of courage and a spirit of wonder. Back in her village, Mira noticed how the changes in her had subtly influenced those around her. The villagers, once skeptical of the forest's mysteries, began to approach it with a newfound sense of curiosity and respect. They started to organize gatherings at the forest's edge, celebrating the beauty and majesty of nature that Mira had come to cherish. One day, as Mira wandered the outskirts of the village, she met a group of children who were playing near the woods. Their eyes were wide with wonder as they listened to Mira recount her adventures. They hung on her every word, eager to hear about the hidden realm and its enchanting inhabitants. "Can we visit the hidden realm too?" one child asked, hope shining in their eyes. Mira knelt down, her heart swelling with affection for these young dreamers. "The hidden realm is a special place," she explained gently, "but the magic of it can be found in your heart, in the friendships you make, and in the courage you show every day." The children nodded, their faces alight with understanding. Mira could see that they, too, were beginning to believe in the magic of their own world, inspired by the stories she shared. In the evenings, Mira continued to join her grandfather by the hearth, sharing tales of her adventures and the lessons she had learned. Her grandfather listened with joy, watching as Mira's stories ignited the imaginations of those around them. As the seasons changed, so too did the village. The Whispering Woods became a place of gathering and celebration, its mysteries embraced rather than feared. The villagers planted new trees and tended to the land, honoring the magic of nature and the bonds that connected them all. Mira knew that she had found her place in the world, as a storyteller, a protector of the woods, and a friend to all who sought the magic within themselves. And as she gazed at the stars each night, she felt a deep peace, knowing that her journey was only just beginning. The Whispering Woods, once a place of mystery and legend, had become a symbol of hope and transformation for Mira and her village. Its leaves rustled with the promise of new adventures, and its heart beat in time with the magic that Mira had discovered within herself. And so, the story of Mira and the Whispering Woods continued, a tale of friendship, courage, and the enduring magic of the world around us. Story 5. The Luminous Lantern. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the ancient trees stood sentinel-like and the whispers of the wind carried secrets of old, there was a village named Lullaby Hollow. Nestled among hills that shimmered like emerald waves in the morning dew, this quaint village was a sanctuary of warmth and hospitality. Yet among its inhabitants, one was known for something extraordinary, an ancient, luminous lantern. This lantern, unlike any other in Lullaby Hollow, did not rely on oil or flame. It glowed with a light as gentle as moonbeams and as warm as a hearth. It was kept by an elderly woman named Agatha, who resided in a cozy little cottage on the edge of the woods. Her eyes, twinkling with the wisdom of years, and her gentle smile could soothe even the most troubled hearts. Inside Agatha's cottage, the air hummed with a comforting warmth, filled with the earthy aroma of dried herbs hanging from the rafters. The walls were lined with shelves brimming with old, leather-bound books and jars filled with mysterious ingredients, each labeled in Agatha's neat handwriting. The wooden floors creaked softly underfoot, adding to the symphony of the cottage's quiet life. Every evening, Agatha would light the lantern and place it by her window, where its light spilled out like a soft, golden mist. This light was a beacon for travelers and villagers alike, guiding them safely through the darkened paths of the woods. But there was more to the lantern than met the eye. It held a magic that could reveal hidden truths and heal wounded spirits. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves danced in shades of amber and crimson, a young girl named Lila came to visit Agatha. Lila was a curious soul, her eyes wide with wonder and her heart full of dreams. She often visited the old woman, drawn by the stories and the soothing light of the lantern. "Good evening, Lila," Agatha greeted with a smile as she opened the door. "What brings you to my doorstep tonight?" Lila, wrapped in her woolen shawl, stepped inside the warm embrace of the cottage. The scent of cinnamon and apples filled the air, as Agatha had been baking her famous pies. The scent wrapped around Lila like a comforting blanket, immediately easing the tension she didn't realize she carried. "I've been having dreams," Lila said, her voice barely above a whisper. "They feel so real, like they're calling me to something important." Agatha nodded thoughtfully, guiding Lila to the soft armchair by the fireplace, its cushions worn and welcoming. Dreams are often the universe's way of speaking to us, she said. Tell me, what do you see in these dreams? Leela took a deep breath, her mind swirling with images. I see a hidden world, she began. A place beneath the woods, where the trees glow with a light of their own, and creatures I've never seen before roam freely. It's beautiful, but there's a sadness there, like something is missing. Agatha listened intently, the glow of the lantern casting a soft halo around her. Perhaps the lantern can help shed light on your dreams, she suggested gently. With a nod, Lila agreed. Agatha retrieved the lantern, its surface cool and smooth beneath her fingers. She handed it to Lila, who held it with reverence. The lantern's light pulsed softly, as if acknowledging the young girl's presence. Close your eyes, Agatha instructed, her voice a tender lullaby. Let the lantern guide you. Lila obeyed, her mind drifting on the gentle waves of the lantern's light. She felt herself being drawn into a realm both familiar and strange, a world that lay beneath the roots of the whispering woods. In this hidden world, the trees were indeed aglow, their leaves shimmering like stars captured in a gentle breeze. Creatures of all shapes and sizes moved gracefully among them, deer with antlers of crystalline beauty, foxes with tails like flowing silk, and birds that sang in harmonies unheard by human ears. But Lila's attention was drawn to a clearing where the trees formed a natural archway. Beyond it, she sensed the source of the sadness she had felt in her dreams. There, in the heart of the forest, stood a tree unlike any other. Its bark was etched with ancient symbols, and its branches spread wide like welcoming arms. But its leaves were dull and lifeless, as if the joy had been drained from its very soul. Lila's heart ached with empathy, and she knew she had to help. As she approached the tree, she noticed a small carved stone set at its base. It was the same stone she had seen in her dreams, a key to unlocking the tree's hidden magic. With gentle hands, she picked up the stone, feeling its warmth seep into her skin. It was as if the stone was alive, pulsing with a rhythm that matched her own heartbeat. A soft voice echoed in her mind, guiding her to place the stone within a hollow of the tree. As she did so, a brilliant light erupted from the tree, enveloping her in a cocoon of warmth and light. The air shimmered with magic, and she felt a connection to the forest that was deeper than words could express. The tree began to change before her eyes. Its leaves burst forth in vibrant hues, sparkling like precious gems under the moonlit sky. The sadness that had once lingered was replaced by a sense of joy and renewal. Lila felt a wave of gratitude wash over her, as if the forest itself was thanking her for restoring its heart. When she opened her eyes, she was back in Agatha's cozy cottage, the lantern resting quietly in her lap. Agatha watched her with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling like the stars. "The forest is alive again," Lila whispered, her voice filled with awe. The magic was always there, waiting to be awakened. Agatha nodded, her voice warm and full of kindness. "You see, dear Lila, sometimes the answers we seek lie not in the world outside, but within ourselves. The lantern helped you find the light within." Lila smiled, feeling a sense of peace and purpose she had never known before. She understood now that her dreams were not just dreams, but a calling to help restore the balance and harmony of the world around her. In the days that followed, Lila's visits to the hidden world beneath the whispering woods became more frequent. She learned the names and stories of the creatures that dwelled there, forming friendships that transcended the boundaries of her imagination. The luminous lantern, once just a beacon of light, became a symbol of the bond she shared with the forest. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Lila found herself at the foot of the ancient tree once more. This time, however, she was not alone. Beside her stood a young fox, its eyes gleaming with intelligence and curiosity. "Thank you," the fox said in a voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "You have restored our home, and for that we are eternally grateful." Layla knelt beside the fox, her heart swelling with a sense of belonging. "It was the lantern," she replied, her voice a gentle whisper. "It showed me the way." The fox nodded, understanding flickering in its eyes. "The lantern is special, yes, but it is you who holds the true magic. Your heart and courage brought the light back to our world." As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Leela returned home, her heart aglow with the light of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring magic of the whispering woods. The world around her felt richer, more vibrant, and she knew that she had become a part of a story that would be told for generations to come. On a particularly foggy morning, as Lila walked through the village, she saw how the lantern's magic had subtly touched the lives of the people around her. The villagers, once unaware of the magical realm beneath their feet, began to feel its presence. Their gardens flourished with an abundance of flowers, more vibrant than ever before, and the children spoke of dreams where they danced with creatures of the forest. Lila became a bridge between the two worlds, sharing stories and wisdom with both the villagers and the forest's inhabitants. After hours of walking, she reached a secluded glade where the snow lay untouched, a blanket of pristine white. There she found a circle of ancient stones, their surfaces etched with runes that glimmered faintly beneath the snow. In the center stood a pedestal, and upon it a small crystalline vial, the heart of winter. Lila understood that this was the source of the forest's current struggle. The heart of winter, a powerful artifact that maintained the balance of seasons, had become dormant, causing the winter to linger longer than it should. She knew she had to awaken it to restore harmony to the land. With the lantern in one hand and the vial in the other, Lila focused her thoughts, channeling the warmth and light of the lantern into the heart of winter. As she did so, a radiant glow spread from the vial, melting the snow around her and bathing the glade in a gentle warmth. Slowly, the forest began to stir. The trees shook off their icy cloaks, revealing vibrant green leaves beneath. The chill in the air lifted, replaced by the promise of spring. Returning to Lullaby Hollow, Lila was greeted by the villagers, their faces alight with joy. The balance had been restored, and with it, the lantern's light shone brighter than ever. In the years that followed, Lila's adventures and the tale of the Heart of Winter became legendary, shared by the fireside in homes throughout the village. The lantern, now a symbol of hope and resilience, continued to guide and protect the Whispering Woods and its people, ensuring that the magic of the forest and the dreams it inspired would never fade. One spring morning, Lila awoke to the sound of gentle knocking at her door. It was Agatha, her eyes still filled with the same sparkle that had always comforted Lila. "I have something for you," Agatha said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. Leading Lila to the edge of the Whispering Woods, Agatha revealed a young sapling, its leaves glistening with morning dew. "This is a gift from the forest," Agatha explained, "the first new tree to grow since you restored the Heart of Winter." Lila felt a surge of pride and joy. She knelt beside the sapling, feeling its vibrant energy pulse beneath her fingers. "It's beautiful," she whispered, understanding that this tree symbolized the renewed bond between her people and the forest. As the years passed, the sapling grew into a majestic tree, its branches reaching high into the sky, a living testament to the enduring magic of Lila's journey. Under its shade, villagers and creatures of the forest gathered, sharing stories and dreams, their lives forever intertwined by the light of the luminous lantern. And so, the tale of Lila, the lantern, and the Whispering Woods lived on, a beacon of hope and harmony, ensuring that the magic of light and dreams would never fade from the hearts of those who believed. 6. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of a gentle, rolling hill, where the air was always tinged with the sweet scent of wildflowers and the soft rustle of leaves sang a perpetual lullaby, lived a young girl named Lila. Her eyes were the color of chestnuts, warm and inviting, and she had a smile that could light up even the gloomiest of days. Lila had always been fascinated by the stories her grandmother told her by the fireside, tales of their ancestors, and the ancient traditions of their people. Her grandmother, with her silver hair tied neatly in a bun and eyes that twinkled with the wisdom of ages, was the keeper of their family's history. Her stories were not just words, they were vibrant tapestries woven through time. One particularly crisp autumn evening, as orange and gold leaves danced in the wind outside, Lila's grandmother handed her a small, intricately carved wooden box. "This, my dear, is your legacy," she whispered, her voice a soothing melody that blended seamlessly with the crackling of the fire. "Open it with care, and you shall find the path to your roots." With a gentle touch, Lila opened the box, revealing a delicate pendant nestled within. It was a small, perfectly smooth stone encased in silver vines, and it shimmered with a soft, otherworldly glow. Her grandmother explained that the pendant was a relic from their ancestors, imbued with the magic of their lineage. It was said to hold the stories of the past, waiting to be discovered by those who sought them with an open heart. Curiosity piqued. Lila embarked on a journey to uncover the secrets of the pendant. She traveled through whispering forests where sunlight trickled through the canopy like liquid gold, and across serene meadows that stretched as far as the eye could see, their grasses swaying gently in the breeze. Each step she took was guided by the pendant, its gentle warmth a comforting presence against her chest. Along her journey, Lila met an elderly woman named Mara, who lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of a crystal-clear lake. Mara welcomed Lila warmly, her home filled with the comforting aroma of baking bread and the soft glow of candlelight. Over steaming cups of herbal tea, Mara shared stories passed down through generations, tales of courage, kindness, and the timeless bond of family. As Lila listened, she felt a deep sense of connection, a thread woven through time that linked her to her ancestors. She learned of their struggles and triumphs, their joys and sorrows, and she realized that their stories were not so different from her own. They had faced challenges with grace and wisdom, and they had always found strength in the love they shared. With each story, the pendant seemed to glow a little brighter, as if acknowledging the truths Layla was uncovering. She understood now that the pendant was not just a relic of the past, but a symbol of the enduring spirit of her people, a reminder that their legacy lived on in her. As her journey came to an end, Leela returned to her village, her heart filled with a newfound sense of belonging. She no longer felt like a solitary leaf carried by the wind, but rather a part of a magnificent tree, deeply rooted and reaching towards the sky. That night, as she sat beside her grandmother by the fire, Lila shared the stories she had learned, her voice a gentle murmur that blended with the crackling flames. Her grandmother listened with a smile, her eyes glistening with pride. "You have discovered the true legacy of our family," she said softly, her words warm and reassuring. "It is not just in the artifacts we leave behind, but in the love and wisdom we pass on. You, my dear, are the keeper of our stories now." Lila nodded, her heart aglow with the knowledge that she was a part of something greater than herself. She knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, she would face them with the strength and wisdom of her ancestors, her pendant a constant reminder of her roots and her place in the world. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a spirit alight with purpose, Lila drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the gentle whispers of the past, guiding her into a bright and hopeful future. Story 7. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among the rolling hills, strange things began to happen. It started with the littlest of signs, a misplaced item here, a mysteriously open window there. At first, the villagers paid it no mind, chalking it up to forgetfulness or the occasional strong breeze. But then, the oddities grew more peculiar. Garden gnomes were found in the strangest of places, and the sweet aroma of freshly baked cookies seemed to waft through the air at all hours. The children giggled with delight, convinced that mischievous fairies were at play, while the adults exchanged puzzled glances. It was young Lily who first stumbled upon a clue. As she wandered through the woods one morning, she spotted a trail of tiny footprints in the dew-kissed grass. Her eyes widened with wonder, for these were no ordinary prints. They seemed to shimmer with a faint, magical glow. Lily followed the trail, her heart racing with excitement, until she reached a hollow tree. There, peeking out from behind the bark, she saw the most curious creature she had ever laid eyes upon. It was no taller than her hand, with gossamer wings and a face that radiated kindness. "Why, hello there," the little being said in a voice as gentle as a summer breeze. "I am Zephyr, a forest sprite. You must be the one who has been noticing our little adventures." Lily nodded, her curiosity piqued. "What adventures? And why all the strange happenings in our village?" Zephyr giggled, a sound like tinkling bells. "We sprites love a bit of harmless mischief, you see. It keeps things interesting and reminds everyone to appreciate the magic all around them." As Zephyr spoke, more sprites emerged from their hiding places, each more enchanting than the last. They danced and twirled, leaving sparkling trails of fairy dust in their wake. "But we mean no harm. Zephyr assured Lily. "In fact, we're here to help. You see, the magic in these woods is fading, and without it, our home will wither away." Lily's heart sank at the thought of losing the beautiful forest she loved so dearly. "What can we do to save it?" she asked, her voice trembling. Zephyr smiled warmly. "Ah, my dear child, that's where you come in. You have a pure heart and a keen eye for detail, the very qualities needed to undertake a special quest." And so began Lily's remarkable journey, guided by the wise sprites and aided by the gentle creatures of the forest. Together they solved riddles and overcame obstacles, each challenge bringing them closer to restoring the magic. Along the way, Lily learned valuable lessons about friendship, perseverance, and the beauty that lies in the smallest of things. She marveled at the intricate web of life that bound the forest together, and her heart swelled with love for this enchanted realm. At last, after many wondrous adventures, Lily and her sprite companions reached the heart of the forest, a crystalline pool where the magic was said to be strongest. With a reverent touch, Lily dipped her hands into the shimmering waters, and a brilliant light erupted, bathing the entire woodland in a warm golden glow. From that day on, the magic was restored, and the village once again hummed with the gentle melodies of nature's enchantment. The sprites continued their merry escapades, leaving delightful surprises for the villagers to discover. And Lily? She became a guardian of the forest, forever grateful for the wisdom and friendship of the sprites and the profound magic that lived within her heart. Story 8. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the moss-covered trees stood tall and wise like sentinels of time, a gentle symphony of nature played ceaselessly. The rustling of leaves whispered secrets to the wind, while the babbling brook sang its timeless lullaby, weaving through the undergrowth like a shimmering ribbon of silver. Here in this sacred grove, the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, creating a sanctuary where the hidden lives of natural creatures thrived in harmony. As the first light of dawn filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, a delicate fawn named Brindle emerged from the shade of a towering oak. His coat, speckled with spots like scattered stars, shimmered in the early morning light. Brindle had always been curious, his big brown eyes filled with wonder at the world around him. Today, he sensed something special in the air, a kind of magic that only surfaced with the changing of seasons. The forest was alive with the vibrant hues of autumn, each leaf a masterpiece of gold, crimson, and amber. A crisp, invigorating breeze danced through the trees, carrying with it the scent of pine and earth. Brindle took a deep breath, feeling the cool air fill his lungs and energize his spirit. He knew that the forest was preparing for the great transformation that came with every turn of the season. As Brindle ventured deeper into the forest, he encountered a wise old turtle named Myrtle, whose shell was etched with the stories of countless years. Myrtle was the keeper of the forest's wisdom, a gentle soul who had seen many seasons come and go. Her deep-set eyes, like pools of dark, reflective water, held the wisdom of ages. "Good morning, Brindle," Myrtle greeted, her voice as soothing as a warm breeze. "What brings you to this part of the forest today?" "I feel a magic in the air, Myrtle," Brindle replied, his voice tinged with excitement. "I want to understand how the forest changes with the seasons, and how we creatures are a part of it all." Myrtle nodded sagely, a knowing smile gracing her ancient features. "Ah, the magic of the seasons. It is a wondrous thing indeed. Come, let me show you." Together they walked through the forest, Myrtle moving with surprising grace despite her age. She led Brindle to a glade where the sunlight danced through the branches, creating a tapestry of light and shadow. In the center of the glade stood a great stone circle, ancient and mysterious, said to be a place where the veil between the worlds was thinnest. "This is the Circle of Seasons," Myrtle explained. "Here, the spirit of the forest reveals its secrets to those who listen with their hearts." As they sat within the circle, a gentle mist began to rise, swirling around them like a living thing. Brindle watched in awe as the mist transformed into shimmering images, each depicting a different season. There was spring, with its explosion of green and the sweet scent of blooming flowers. Summer, with its golden warmth and the hum of life at its peak. Autumn, with its fiery colors and the crisp air that invigorated all who breathed it. And winter, with its hushed serenity and the soft, pure blanket of snow. Each season brings its own challenges and gifts, Myrtle said, her voice a soft murmur. Spring teaches us renewal and hope. Summer shows us abundance and joy. Autumn reminds us of change and letting go. And winter offers rest and reflection. Brindle watched, entranced, as the images faded back into mist. He realized that each season was a chapter in the story of the forest, and every creature had a role to play in maintaining the balance of this enchanted world. How do we keep this balance? Brindle asked, looking to Myrtle for guidance. We live in harmony with nature, Myrtle replied. We take only what we need and give back in return. We respect the rhythms of the earth and the wisdom of those who came before us. Brindle nodded, understanding dawning in his eyes. He knew that he was part of something much larger than himself, a living tapestry woven from the threads of countless lives. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Brindle and Myrtle made their way back through the forest. The air was filled with the sweet, smoky scent of evening as the creatures of the night began their gentle chorus. Thank you, Myrtle, Brindle said, his voice filled with gratitude. I will cherish the lessons of the seasons and do my part to keep the balance. Myrtle smiled, her heart warmed by Brindle's sincerity. Remember, dear one, that the magic of the forest is always with you, in every leaf, every breath of wind, and every drop of rain. You are never alone. With these words, Brindle felt a deep sense of peace settle within him. As he lay down to sleep beneath the starlit canopy, he knew that he was part of a wondrous, eternal cycle. The forest cradled him in its embrace, and he drifted into a dream where the seasons danced in an endless, harmonious waltz. And so, in the ancient forest where magic and reality entwined, the creatures lived in harmony, guided by the wisdom of the seasons and the gentle, unwavering light of friendship. Story 9. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang soft lullabies in the breeze, and the brook babbled secrets to the stones, lay the quaint village of Moonshadow Hollow. This village, cradled by hills that glowed under the gentle light of the moon, was home to many kind-hearted souls. On this particular evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, something curious began to unfold. The villagers of Moonshadow Hollow were preparing for their annual Starfall Festival, a celebration of the night when shooting stars danced across the sky like silver ribbons. The air buzzed with excitement as lanterns were strung between the trees, casting a warm, flickering glow upon the cobblestone paths. Children giggled as they chased fireflies, and the scent of honey cakes wafted from the bakery, mingling with the fresh, earthy aroma of the woods. Among the villagers was a thoughtful young girl named Luna. She had hair the color of chestnuts and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Luna loved the woods, often exploring its winding trails and listening to the whispers of the forest creatures. Her best friend, a wise old owl named Bramble, often accompanied her on these adventures. Bramble's feathers were a patchwork of browns and creams, and his eyes, round and golden, seemed to hold the wisdom of the ages. As the festival preparations carried on, Luna noticed something peculiar. The lanterns, which usually glowed steadily, began to flicker and dim, casting eerie shadows that danced along the path. The villagers exchanged puzzled glances, whispering amongst themselves. "It's as if the lanterns have lost their magic," one elderly villager murmured, her voice tinged with concern. Determined to solve the mystery, Luna decided to visit Eldon, the village's gentle wizard. Eldon lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the woods, its roof draped with moss and ivy. The windows glowed warmly, like eyes welcoming travelers home. As Luna approached, she heard the soft hum of Eldon's spells weaving through the air. "Eldon," Luna called softly, knocking on the door. "May I speak with you?" The door creaked open, and Eldon, with his long silver beard and twinkling eyes, welcomed her in. "Ah, Luna, my dear, what brings you here on this fine evening?" he asked, his voice as soothing as a gentle stream. Luna explained the strange behavior of the lanterns, her brow furrowed with concern. Eldon listened carefully, nodding thoughtfully. "It seems we have a little mystery on our hands," he mused, stroking his beard. "Perhaps the woodland creatures might offer us some insight." With Bramble perched on her shoulder, Luna made her way deeper into the woods. where the trees stood tall and the air was filled with the scent of pine and wildflowers. She found herself at the glen where the forest creatures often gathered. A symphony of chirps, rustles, and gentle calls greeted her arrival. "Friends," Luna called out softly, "have any of you noticed anything unusual with the lanterns?" A tiny luminescent sprite, no larger than a thimble, flitted forward. Her wings shimmered like dewdrops in the morning sun. "We have seen the shadows grow restless," she whispered, her voice like the tinkling of bells. "Something stirs beneath the roots of the ancient oak." Intrigued, Luna thanked the sprite and made her way to the ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching toward the sky. As she approached, she noticed a soft glow emanating from a hollow at its base. Kneeling down, she peered inside and found a cluster of glowing mushrooms, their light pulsing gently like a heartbeat. "These are moonshrooms," Bramble hooted softly. "They thrive on the magic of the land, but it seems they have absorbed more than usual." Luna gently touched one of the moonshrooms, feeling the warmth of its glow. "Perhaps the lanterns are flickering because the moonshrooms have drawn too much magic from the air," she speculated. With Bramble's help, Luna carefully gathered the moonshrooms and carried them to Eldon's cottage. As they entered, Eldon smiled knowingly. "Ah, you found the source," he said, examining the mushrooms. "These little ones are indeed hungry for magic. We must share the magic evenly." Together, they devised a plan. Eldon crafted a spell that would balance the magic between the moonshrooms and the lanterns, ensuring each had enough to shine brightly. As the spell was cast, a gentle wave of light rippled through the forest, restoring the lanterns to their steady glow. That night, as the Starfall Festival began, the villagers gathered under the starlit sky. The lanterns glowed warmly, casting a comforting light over the celebration. Luna watched as the first shooting star streaked across the heavens, her heart full of joy and wonder. The mystery of the flickering lanterns had been solved through wisdom, friendship, and a touch of magic. And as the stars continued their celestial dance, Luna felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that the magic of Moonshadow Hollow would always be there to light the way. In the end, the festival was a resounding success, a night filled with laughter, friendship, and the gentle glow of lanterns guiding them all home. And as Luna drifted off to sleep that night, with Bramble nestled beside her, she dreamt of the adventures yet to come, secure in the knowledge that in Moonshadow Hollow, every mystery held the promise of a new story to be told. Story 10. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the air shimmered with a hint of magic, there lay a hidden world, bustling with the secret lives of its natural inhabitants. This forest, known as Eldergrove, was a place where the whispers of the trees and the songs of the streams formed a symphony that danced through the leaves, lulling the world into a gentle slumber as night approached. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the canopy, a gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it the scent of pine and wildflowers. In the soft twilight, the creatures of Eldergrove began their nightly symphony. Among them was a wise old owl named Alder, who perched high in the branches of an ancient oak. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, blending seamlessly with the bark of his chosen home. With eyes like polished amber, he watched over the forest with a benevolent gaze, a silent guardian of the harmony that bound this magical place together. Alder was not alone in his vigil. Below him on the forest floor, a small family of hedgehogs rustled through the underbrush, their tiny feet pattering softly against the fallen leaves. The youngest of the hedgehogs, a curious little fellow named Bramble, was particularly adventurous. His spines were still soft and short, and his eyes, wide with wonder, shone like dark jewels in the deepening dusk. "Bramble," called his mother gently, her voice a quiet rustle, "stay close. The night is full of mysteries." "I will, Mother," Bramble replied, though his attention was already drifting towards the twinkling lights that flickered in the undergrowth. These were the glow beetles, tiny creatures with bellies that shone like lanterns, illuminating the forest paths with their gentle luminescence. The glow beetles, led by their queen, a radiant creature named Lumina, had a special role in Eldergrove. Their lights guided the way for nocturnal travelers and ensured that no creature lost its way in the velvet darkness. Lumina, with her wings shimmering like moonlight, was a beacon of hope and direction. her presence a comfort to all who roamed the forest at night. As the night deepened, a cool mist began to rise from the forest floor, swirling around the trunks of the ancient trees. It was said that this mist was the breath of the forest itself, a magical veil that protected Eldergrove from harm and kept its secrets hidden from the outside world. Within this mist, the creatures lived in a delicate balance, each playing their part in the grand tapestry of life. It was during this misty night that Alder sensed a change in the air. The winds whispered of an approaching storm, one unlike any the forest had seen in many moons. The leaves trembled in anticipation, and the creatures of Eldergrove paused in their nightly routines, listening to the distant rumble of thunder. Alder, wise and experienced, knew that this storm was not a threat, but a herald of change. "Gather, dear ones," he called, his voice a gentle hoot that echoed through the trees. "We must prepare for the storm and the gifts it will bring." The creatures assembled beneath the great oak, their eyes filled with curiosity and trust. Alder spoke of the storm's purpose, how it would cleanse the forest and nourish the earth, bringing new life to the plants and trees. "The storm is nature's way of maintaining balance," he explained. "It may seem fierce, but it is a friend to the forest." Bramble, nestled beside his mother, listened intently. He had never experienced such a storm, and though he felt a flicker of fear, Alder's words comforted him. The owl's wisdom was like a warm blanket, wrapping him in a sense of safety and understanding. As the storm approached, the creatures worked together, seeking shelter and securing their homes. The rabbits reinforced their burrows, while the birds fluffed their feathers and nestled deeper into their nests. Bramble and his family huddled beneath the roots of a sturdy tree, their bodies snug and warm against the chill of the night air. When the storm finally arrived, it swept through the forest with a mighty roar. The wind howled, and the rain fell in torrents, drumming a wild rhythm on the leaves. Flashes of lightning illuminated the sky, casting eerie shadows that danced across the forest floor. Yet amidst the chaos, there was a beauty to the storm's fury, a reminder of nature's power and grace. Despite the storm's intensity, the creatures of Eldergrove remained calm, their trust in Alder's wisdom unwavering. They knew that once the storm had passed, the forest would be renewed, its beauty enhanced by the cleansing rains. As dawn broke, the storm began to wane, leaving behind a world washed clean and glistening with raindrops. The first light of morning filtered through the trees, painting the forest in hues of soft gold and green. The air was fresh and crisp, carrying the scent of wet earth and blooming flowers. The creatures emerged from their shelters, blinking in the gentle light. The forest was alive with the sound of birdsong, a joyful chorus celebrating the new day. The trees, their leaves sparkling with droplets, stood tall and proud, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Bramble scampered out from beneath the tree roots, his eyes wide with wonder at the transformed landscape. Puddles glistened on the forest floor, and the glow beetles, their lights dimmed by the daylight, rested in the shadows, their work done. Alder, perched atop his oak, surveyed the scene with satisfaction. The forest had weathered the storm, and its harmony remained intact. He called out to the creatures below, his voice carrying the warmth of the sun. "The storm has passed, and with it, a new beginning. Remember this, dear ones. Even the fiercest storm brings with it the promise of renewal." Bramble, his heart full of gratitude and awe, looked up at Alder. He understood now the wisdom that had been passed down through generations, the knowledge that nature, in all its power and mystery, was a gentle teacher. The storm had taught him that change was a part of life, a necessary force that ensured the balance of the world. As the day unfolded, the creatures of Eldergrove resumed their daily routines, their spirits lifted by the beauty of the renewed forest. Bramble, energized by the night's events, explored the transformed landscape, his senses alive to the wonders around him. The forest, with its ancient trees and hidden magic, was a place of endless discovery, a haven of peace and wisdom for all who called it home. And so, in the heart of Eldergrove, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, life continued in a delicate dance of harmony and balance. The creatures, guided by the wisdom of their elders and the gentle rhythms of nature, thrived in their enchanted world, forever bound by the lessons of the storm and the promise of each new dawn. Story 11. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a young girl named Lydia. Her days were filled with simple joys, chasing butterflies through the sun-dappled meadows, listening to the comforting hum of the nearby brook, and helping her mother bake bread in their cozy cottage. The village was peaceful, its quaint cobblestone paths lined with cottages that seemed to nod approvingly as the villagers passed by. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced on the breeze and the air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, Lydia discovered something peculiar. While exploring the attic of her grandmother's home, a place she loved for its treasure trove of forgotten memories, she stumbled upon an old, dusty teapot. Its porcelain surface was adorned with intricate blue patterns that looked like they might have once told a story of their own. Intrigued, Lydia carefully wiped away the dust and decided to take the teapot home. That evening, as the sky blushed into shades of pink and orange, Lydia set the teapot on the kitchen table. Her mother, noticing the unusual item, chuckled softly. "Oh, that old thing? I remember your grandmother saying it was special, but she never explained why." Curiosity piqued, Lydia poured hot water into the teapot, hoping perhaps for a hint of its secret. To her astonishment, as the steam curled into the air, it formed into the shape of a tiny, shimmering figure, a sprite no larger than Lydia's hand. The sprite's voice was as gentle as the rustle of leaves, and her eyes sparkled with the knowledge of ages. "Greetings, young one," the sprite said, twirling in a delicate dance upon the table. "I am Thalia, guardian of the teapot. You have awakened me, and now a journey awaits you." Lydia's eyes widened with wonder. "A journey? Where to?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "To discover the extraordinary in the ordinary," Thalia replied with a knowing smile. "But fear not, for I shall guide you, and others will help along the way." And so began Lydia's journey, not across lands but through the very heart of her familiar world, seen now through eyes of wonder. The first challenge lay in the village itself, where the baker, a kind old man named Mr. Quinton, struggled to create bread that would rise properly. His usual cheer had been replaced with worry lines, and Lydia could see the weight of the problem in his eyes. Thalia whispered, "Watch closely and listen to the flour." Lydia did as she was told, kneeling beside the mixing bowl. To her amazement, she heard the softest sighs and murmurs, a language of flour and yeast, whispering their secrets of warmth and patience. With this newfound understanding, Lydia gently guided Mr. Quinton to adjust the warmth of his oven and the timing of his kneading. The bread rose perfectly, filling the village with its comforting aroma, and Mr. Quinton's smile returned with a grateful nod to Lydia. Next, Lydia found herself drawn to the village weaver, a woman named Marigold, who was known for her colorful tapestries that captured the essence of the seasons. But today, her loom sat silent, the threads tangled in a hopeless snarl. Marigold's usual laughter was replaced with frustrated sighs. Once again, Thalia had advice. Feel the threads, know their stories. Lydia gently ran her fingers through the tangled mess, closing her eyes to feel the texture and listen to the whispers of each strand. Slowly, she began to untangle them, guided by their stories and the gentle advice Thalia murmured in her ear. Soon the loom began to click and clatter joyfully, and Marigold hugged Lydia tightly, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. As days turned into weeks, Lydia, with Thalia's guidance, continued to help her fellow villagers see the enchantment hidden in their everyday lives. She learned to listen with her heart, to see beyond the surface, and to find magic in the mundane. Each encounter taught her not just about others but about herself, her own strength, kindness, and the quiet wisdom she had never realized she possessed. One day, as the first snowflakes of winter began to fall gently from the sky, Lydia returned to her grandmother's attic with the teapot. Thalia emerged once more, her shimmering form casting a warm glow in the dim light. "I must return," Thalia said, her voice a gentle breeze. "But remember, the magic was never in the teapot. It was always within you and the world around you." Lydia nodded, understanding now that the true journey had been one of discovery, of seeing the extraordinary in the ordinary and recognizing the quiet power of kindness and wisdom. As Thalia dissolved into a wisp of steam, Lydia felt a deep sense of peace settle over her. She placed the teapot back in its dusty corner with a smile, knowing it would always hold a special place in her heart. And so, under the watchful eyes of the moon and stars, Lydia returned to her warm kitchen, the comforting glow of the hearth wrapping around her like a cozy blanket. She knew that magic lay not in distant lands, but right here, in the heart of her home and the people she loved. From that day forward, the village thrived with a renewed spirit of wonder and joy, each person carrying a piece of Lydia's journey in their heart. And whenever they gathered around their hearths, sharing stories and laughter, they remembered the girl who discovered the extraordinary in the ordinary and taught them to see the magic in their own lives. As the village slept that night, a gentle snow blanketed the rooftops, and Lydia, snug beneath her quilt, drifted into dreams filled with possibilities, knowing she was exactly where she was meant to be. Story 12. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds across the velvet expanse, lay a small, uncharted planet known as Luminara. It was a world of shimmering bioluminescent flora and tranquil azure lakes that reflected the cosmos above like a mirror. Here the air was sweet with the scent of alien blossoms, and the gentle hum of distant waterfalls provided a soothing symphony that lulled even the most restless of spirits. On Luminara, two paths were destined to cross, weaving an unexpected tale of friendship that would transcend the boundaries of their disparate worlds. From the planet Thaloros, known for its vast oceans and towering coral cities, came Kale, a gentle being with luminescent skin that shimmered like liquid opal. His people, the Thalorans, were skilled in the art of storytelling, their voices able to weave tales that danced like waves across the imagination. Kale had ventured to Luminara seeking inspiration, a new story to take back to his kin. Meanwhile, from the planet Vortexia, a realm of swirling storms and endless skies, arrived Lyra, a small, swift creature with fur that rippled like the auroras of her home. The Vortexians, known for their agility and sharp intellect, were explorers by nature, always seeking new horizons. Lyra had come to Luminara in search of knowledge, driven by a curiosity that burned brighter than the stars themselves. Their meeting, however, was less than fortuitous. Kale had set up camp by a serene lake, his mind lost in the beauty of the world around him, when suddenly, from the underbrush, Lyra darted out, her eyes wide with wonder. Startled, Kale stumbled backward, sending his satchel of storytelling crystals scattering across the mossy ground. Lyra, equally surprised, hesitated, her heart pounding like a Vortexian storm. "I'm sorry," she chirped, her voice carrying the lightness of a breeze. "I didn't mean to intrude." Kale, gathering his scattered belongings, offered a tentative smile, his opalescent skin glowing softly. "No harm done," he replied, his voice as smooth and calming as a lullaby. "I was merely taken aback by your sudden appearance." The misunderstanding was soon dissolved in the warmth of their introductions, yet it lingered as a reminder of their differences. Despite this, both felt an inexplicable pull, a curiosity about each other that was impossible to ignore. Days turned into weeks as they explored Luminara together, their initial apprehension giving way to a burgeoning friendship. Kale would share stories of the ocean depths, painting vivid pictures with his words, while Lyra recounted tales of the stormy skies of Vortexia, her eyes alight with the thrill of adventure. Yet it was not merely their stories that bound them. It was the challenges they faced together on this enigmatic planet that truly forged their bond. One day, while wandering through a forest of glowing ferns, they encountered a steep ravine, its depths veiled in shadow. To cross would require trust and cooperation, qualities they were still learning to nurture in each other. Lyra, ever the agile one, leapt across with ease, her landing as graceful as the flight of a bird. But Kale hesitated, his aquatic nature ill-suited for such feats. Watching his trepidation, Lyra called back to him with encouragement. "You can do it, Kale. Trust yourself and trust me. I'll be right here." With her words buoying his confidence, Kale took a deep breath and stepped forward. His leap was less graceful, but Lyra was there, her small paw reaching out to steady him as he landed. In that moment, amidst the glow of the forest, an unspoken understanding blossomed between them, a bond of trust that strengthened with every shared experience. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of indigo and gold, they sat together by the lake, their reflections mingling with the stars. It was here, in the quiet of the evening, that they began to understand the true meaning of friendship. It was not in the absence of misunderstandings or differences, but in the willingness to see beyond them, to embrace and learn from each other. Lyra, gazing up at the canopy of stars, spoke softly, her voice carrying the weight of newfound wisdom. "I've learned so much from you, Kale. Not just about your world, but about patience and understanding." Kale nodded, his luminescent skin reflecting the gentle light of the moon. "And I from you, Lyra. You've taught me courage and curiosity, to see beyond the surface and find beauty in the unknown." Their journey on Luminara was nearing its end, yet the bond they had formed would remain, a testament to the power of friendship across worlds. As they prepared to return to their respective planets, they exchanged gifts, a storytelling crystal imbued with the shimmering light of the Thaloran seas, and a feather from a Vortexian stormbird, iridescent and full of promise. As they parted, with a promise to meet again under the same night sky, they carried with them not just the memories of their adventures, but the understanding that friendship was a bridge that could span even the widest of galaxies. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Kale and Lyra set off on new journeys, their hearts warmed by the lessons they had learned and the friendship they had forged. For in the vastness of the universe, they had discovered that true connection could illuminate even the darkest of nights, and that, perhaps, was the greatest story of all. Story 13. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled at the edge of an enchanted forest, there lived a young girl named Lila. The village was a place where the sun seemed to linger a little longer, painting the cobblestone streets with warm, golden hues. Each house was adorned with cheerful window boxes overflowing with flowers in every color imaginable, and the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming jasmine. Lila was known in the village for her gentle nature and kind heart, but she harbored a secret worry. Change was not something she embraced easily, and the thought of the unknown often made her feel as if she were standing at the edge of a vast, mysterious ocean. The village was all she had ever known, and the idea of venturing beyond its borders filled her with both curiosity and trepidation. One autumn evening, as the leaves began to turn into a tapestry of crimson and gold, Lila sat by the window of her cozy little room, watching as the last rays of the sun dipped behind the distant hills. She felt a gentle nudge at her feet and looked down to see her faithful companion, a wise old cat named Jasper. His fur was as soft as the autumn leaves, and his eyes held the wisdom of 1,000 stories. "Why so pensive, dear Lila?" Jasper purred, settling into her lap. "I'm not sure, Jasper." Lila sighed, stroking his silky fur. "I feel as if there's a change coming, and I don't know if I'm ready for it." Jasper gave her a comforting nuzzle. "Change is like the seasons, my dear. It is a natural part of life. Sometimes it brings challenges, but it also allows us to grow." As the stars began to twinkle in the midnight sky, Lila felt a sense of calm wash over her. That night she dreamt of the forest, a place she had never dared to explore. In her dream, the forest was alive with magic. The trees whispered secrets, and the air was filled with a gentle, shimmering light that seemed to dance with every breath she took. The next morning, Lila awoke with a newfound determination. She decided to take a walk into the forest, hoping to find some clarity. With Jasper trotting faithfully by her side, they set off, the early sun casting dappled shadows on the leaf-strewn path. As they ventured deeper into the woods, they encountered a small clearing where the sunlight streamed down like a waterfall of light. In the center stood a majestic tree, its branches stretching wide, covered with leaves that shimmered like emeralds. "Welcome, Lila," came a soft voice, as gentle as the rustle of leaves. Startled, Lila looked around but saw no one. "Do not be afraid," the voice continued. "I am the spirit of the forest, and I have been waiting for you." Lila took a deep breath, her heart fluttering with both fear and excitement. "Why have you been waiting for me?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Because you are on the brink of a beautiful transformation," the spirit replied. "The magic of the forest mirrors the magic within you. Embrace change, and you will discover the strength and beauty you never knew you possessed." With these words, the tree began to glow with a warm, golden light. Lila felt a gentle warmth spread through her, as if the light was reaching into her very soul, awakening something that had been sleeping. Over the next few days, Lila returned to the forest, each visit filling her with a sense of peace and purpose. She found herself growing more confident and open to the possibilities before her. The fear that had once held her back began to melt away, replaced by a quiet strength. Jasper, ever the wise companion, watched her transformation with a knowing smile. "You see, Lila," he said one evening as they sat by the fireplace, the flames casting a comforting glow. "Change allows us to see the world anew and to find the magic within ourselves." Lila nodded, understanding at last the lesson she had learned through her journey. The forest had shown her that change, though daunting, was not to be feared. Instead, it was an invitation to grow, to discover, and to embrace the magic of life. As the moon rose high in the sky, bathing the world in its silvery glow, Lila felt a deep sense of gratitude. She realized that the world was full of wonders waiting to be discovered, and she was ready to face them with an open heart. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the gentle whispers of the forest and the comforting purr of her faithful friend Jasper. Story 14. In the vast tapestry of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet expanse of space, there existed a small, vibrant planet known as Luminara. This planet was a haven of emerald forests, sapphire lakes, and skies painted in hues of lavender at dusk. It was home to the Luminites, a gentle and wise species known for their glowing, translucent wings and melodious voices that could calm even the fiercest of storms. On the other side of the galaxy, amidst swirling nebulae and clusters of asteroids, lay the rugged planet of Terran. Terran was a realm of towering red cliffs and vast sandy plateaus where the Terrans, a resilient and robust species, thrived. With skin as tough as the rock they lived upon, and eyes that shimmered like molten gold, the Terrans were known for their strength and determination. One serene evening on Luminara, as the twin moons began their waltz across the sky, a young Luminite named Ara fluttered to the edge of her village. Her wings glowed softly, casting a gentle light around her as she gazed up at the stars. Ara was a dreamer, always yearning to explore the universe beyond her tranquil home. Meanwhile, on Terran, a Terran named Kor stood atop a mighty cliff, his gaze fixed on the horizon where the first hints of twilight painted the sky. Kor was a seeker of challenges, driven by an insatiable curiosity to understand the worlds beyond his own. Their paths converged one fateful night when a cosmic storm, rare and mighty, swept across the galaxy. Ara, caught in the storm's unexpected fury while exploring the outer reaches of her planet, was flung across space, her wings struggling to maintain flight. Kor, witnessing the storm's approach, had sought refuge in a sturdy cave, but was drawn out by the sight of a glowing figure tumbling through the sky. With a heart as fearless as a comet, Kor leapt into action. He raced across the rocky terrain, his powerful legs propelling him with speed and precision. As Ara descended, disoriented and frightened, Kor positioned himself beneath her path, catching her with gentle strength. "Who are you?" Ara asked, her voice a whisper of wind chimes as she lay cradled in Kor's arms. "I am Kor," he replied, his voice a deep rumble akin to distant thunder. "And you are safe now." Though grateful, Ara was wary. The Terrans, she had heard, were a formidable people, and she feared her fragile wings might be seen as a sign of weakness. Kor, on the other hand, was puzzled by Ara's luminous wings, which shimmered in the dim light. He had heard tales of the Luminites, their songs said to be as enchanting as the stars themselves, but never had he imagined meeting one. As the storm subsided, Ara and Kor found themselves in a peculiar situation. Stranded together on Terran, they had no choice but to rely on each other's strengths to navigate the harsh terrain and find a way to send Ara home. Their first days were marked by misunderstanding. Ara, with her gentle ways, often struggled to keep pace with Kor's brisk, determined strides. Kor, accustomed to the blunt, straightforward interactions of his people, found Ara's quiet reflection perplexing. One evening, as they sat by a crackling fire beneath the open sky, Ara began to hum a soothing melody. The notes floated through the air like a gentle breeze, easing the tension of their journey. Kor listened, his heart softening as he realized the beauty of Ara's world lay not in strength, but in harmony. Moved by her song, Kor shared tales of Terran's rugged beauty and the strength of its people. Ara listened, her eyes reflecting the flickering flames, and began to see the heart beneath Kor's hardened exterior. Day by day, they grew closer. When Ara faltered on rocky paths, Kor would offer his steady hand. When Kor felt the weight of uncertainty, Ara's songs would lift his spirits. Through shared challenges, crossing treacherous ravines, braving sandstorms, and navigating the maze of cliffs, they discovered a profound connection. Their bond deepened when, during a perilous climb, Ara saved Kor from a sudden rock slide, using her wings to shield him from falling debris. In that moment, Kor understood the strength in Ara's kindness, just as Ara saw the tenderness in Kor's protective nature. As the days turned into weeks, they finally reached the ancient Terran Observatory, a relic from an era when the Terrans had once ventured among the stars. Together, they worked to activate the ancient machinery, a task that required both Kor's strength and Ara's delicate touch. With the observatory's signal beacon restored, Ara sent a message to Luminara, her heart both heavy and light, heavy with the thought of leaving her newfound friend, light with the joy of returning home. When the day of her departure arrived, the sky was a brilliant tapestry of colors, a fitting farewell to a journey of growth and friendship. Standing by the shimmering portal that would take Ara home, Kor and Ara exchanged a silent promise, a promise of enduring friendship across the stars. As Ara stepped into the portal's embrace, she looked back at Kor, her wings aglow with gratitude. "Thank you, Kor," she whispered, her voice woven with the melody of 1,000 stars. "And thank you, Ara," Kor replied, his heart full with the warmth of their shared journey. With a final gentle smile, Ara vanished into the light, leaving behind a trail of stardust that danced in the air like a gentle lullaby. Though separated by distance, Ara and Kor remained forever connected by the bond they had forged, a bond that transcended worlds, species, and the vast expanse of the universe. In their hearts, they carried the true meaning of friendship, a light that would guide them through the darkest of times. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, their story became a legend, whispered among the Luminites and Terrans alike, a tale of unlikely companions who discovered that the greatest strength lies in understanding, and the deepest friendship in the sharing of hearts. Story 15. In a lush, emerald forest, where sunlight dripped through the canopy like liquid gold, and the air hummed with the whisper of leaves, lay a realm of enchanting secrets and hidden lives. Here, in the heart of nature's sanctuary, the veil between the mundane and the magical was thin, allowing a symphony of life to unfold in harmonious balance. This was the forest of Everglen, a place where the spirit of nature thrived in its most vibrant form. A soft carpet of moss cushioned the forest floor, while the gentle babble of brooks interwove with the melodious calls of birds, creating a serene orchestra that lulled the heart into peace. Every creature, from the tiniest ant to the proudest stag, played a vital role in this delicate tapestry of life. In this enchanted forest lived a gentle squirrel named Thistle, with fur the color of chestnuts and eyes as bright as polished acorns. Thistle had a knack for finding the sweetest berries and the warmest nooks to curl up in during the cooler nights. Her days were spent scampering through the treetops, gathering food, and watching over her forest home with a heart full of love and curiosity. One day, as the first hints of autumn began to paint the leaves in shades of amber and crimson, Thistle noticed something unusual. The usually vibrant colors of the forest seemed muted, and a somber stillness had settled over the land. The air felt heavier, as if it were holding its breath. Concerned, Thistle decided to consult Old Moss, the wise turtle who had lived in the heart of the forest for generations. Old Moss resided by the Mirror Pond, a serene body of water that reflected the sky with perfect clarity. As Thistle approached, she found the turtle basking on a sun-dappled rock, eyes closed in contemplation. "Old Moss," Thistle called softly, "something is amiss in the forest." Old Moss opened his eyes, which were deep as the earth, and nodded slowly. "Yes, young Thistle, I too have felt the change. It is the whisper of imbalance. The forest is out of harmony." Thistle's heart fluttered with concern. "What can we do to restore the balance?" Old Moss pondered for a moment, the wisdom of ages etched into his leathery skin. "The seasons are the keepers of balance, and magic is woven into their very fabric. we must seek the guidance of the seasonal spirits. The seasonal spirits were ethereal beings that governed the cycles of nature. Each spirit embodied the essence of their season and was known to bestow gifts of wisdom and harmony. Thistle had heard tales of these spirits, but never imagined she might meet them. With a determined heart, Thistle set out on a journey that would take her to the farthest reaches of the forest. As she traveled, she marveled at the splendor of her home, from the towering trees that reached for the heavens to the delicate flowers that carpeted the forest floor. The air was rich with the scent of pine and the sweet notes of wild honeysuckle, all under the watchful gaze of the sun as it arched across the sky. Her first destination was the Glade of Blossoms, where the spirit of spring, Flora, was said to dwell. The glade was a breathtaking sight, with vibrant flowers swaying gently in a soft breeze. As Thistle approached, a shimmering figure emerged from the blossoms, her form radiant with the colors of new growth. "Welcome, little one," Flora greeted with a voice like the tinkling of bells. "I sense you seek guidance." Thistle nodded. "The forest is in need of balance, and I wish to help." Flora smiled, her presence exuding warmth and renewal. To bring balance, one must embrace change. Spring is the season of beginnings, of life bursting forth anew. Remember, the seeds you plant today will shape the forest of tomorrow. With Flora's words tucked in her heart, Thistle continued her journey to the sunlit meadows, where the spirit of summer soul resided. The meadows were bathed in golden light, and the air buzzed with the energy of life in full bloom. Saul appeared as a figure of radiant light, his presence as warming as the midday sun. "Ah, Thistle," he said with a voice that rumbled like distant thunder, "you seek the harmony of the forest." "Yes," Thistle replied, "I wish to restore the balance." Saul nodded, his light flickering gently. "Summer teaches us to nurture and cherish what we have. It is a time of abundance, but also of care. Protect the forest's bounty, and it will sustain you." Thanking Saul for his wisdom, Thistle pressed on to the amber woods, where the spirit of autumn, Aurelia, awaited. The woods were a mosaic of russet and gold, leaves crunching softly under Thistle's paws as she approached. Aurelia appeared in a swirl of falling leaves, her presence calm and introspective. "Greetings, Thistle," she said, her voice a gentle breeze. "You seek balance in the forest." "Yes, Aurelia, I wish to help," Thistle replied earnestly. Aurelia's eyes, like the setting sun, met Thistle's. "Autumn is a time of reflection, of letting go. In balance, we must learn what to hold on to and what to release. Change is the essence of life." With a heart full of gratitude, Thistle set off for the final destination, the Frosted Grove, home to the spirit of winter, Boreas. The grove was a serene world of silver and white, the ground frosted with delicate ice crystals that sparkled like stars. Boreas emerged from the mist, a figure of serene elegance, his breath a chill that whispered across the land. "Little Thistle," he greeted, his voice as soft as falling snow, "you seek to restore what is lost." "Yes, Boreas," Thistle replied, her breath visible in the crisp air. "The forest needs balance." Boreas nodded, his presence calm and eternal. "Winter is the keeper of rest and renewal. In stillness we find clarity. Embrace the quiet moments, and in them you will discover the strength to heal." With wisdom from each spirit woven into her heart, Thistle returned to the forest's heart, where old moss awaited by the mirror pond. As she shared the spirit's teachings, a gentle understanding blossomed within her. The forest, like life, was a cycle of change and renewal. To restore balance, one must embrace each season's gifts, nurture the present, reflect on the past, and prepare for the future. It was a dance of harmony, woven together by the threads of time and nature. As Thistle and old moss sat by the pond, the forest seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The colors returned to their vibrant hues, the air lightened, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, carrying a melody of peace through the trees. And so the forest of Everglen thrived once more, a testament to the power of wisdom and friendship, where each creature played its part in the grand symphony of life. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the land, Thistle curled up in her cozy nook, her heart full of contentment and her spirit at peace. For in the heart of the forest, amidst the whispers of leaves and the songs of birds, a timeless truth was woven into the fabric of life. Balance is found in the harmony of all things, and through understanding and care, the world flourishes in its most beautiful form. Story 16. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering willows, there was a small, unassuming shop at the end of a cobblestone lane. The shop, with its faded sign reading "Wonders and Whimsy," was filled with a delightful array of trinkets and treasures, each with a story of its own. The shopkeeper, an elderly gentleman named Mr. Thistle, had a twinkle in his eye and a warmth in his smile that seemed to hold the secrets of many lifetimes. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced through the air, a young girl named Clara wandered into the shop. Clara had a heart full of curiosity and a mind brimming with dreams. As she stepped inside, the doorbell tinkled softly, and a cozy warmth enveloped her like a comforting embrace. Clara's eyes roamed over shelves lined with curious objects, a clock that ticked backwards, a mirror that reflected only smiles, and a teacup that hummed a gentle lullaby. But it was a simple, unadorned wooden box that caught her attention. It sat quietly on a dusty shelf, its surface smooth and inviting to the touch. "Ah, you've found the box of whispers," Mr. Thistle said, appearing beside her with a soft chuckle. "It's an extraordinary little thing, but it only reveals its secrets to those with a kind heart." Clara, intrigued, asked, "What does it do?" Mr. Thistle leaned closer, his voice a gentle murmur. "The box can show you the world as it truly is, but only if you're willing to see beyond what is visible." With a nod of understanding, Clara decided to take the box home. That evening, as the moon cast a silver glow over Willowbrook, she placed the box on her windowsill and whispered, "Show me what I need to see." To her amazement, the box began to glow softly, its lid lifting ever so slightly. A delicate stream of light unfurled from within, like a ribbon of moonlight, and danced around the room. Clara watched in awe as the light painted stories on her walls, tales of courage, kindness, and discovery. The light guided Clara on an ethereal journey, where she met a cast of enchanting characters. First was Oliver, a wise old owl who perched in the tallest oak tree in the forest. His feathers were like autumn leaves, and his eyes held the wisdom of the ages. "Remember, young one," Oliver hooted gently, "true insight comes from listening, not just with your ears, but with your heart." Next, Clara encountered a sprightly squirrel named Pip, who was always in search of the next grand adventure. Pip's laughter was like the tinkling of bells, and his boundless energy was infectious. Sometimes, Pip chattered cheerfully, the smallest step in the right direction ends up being the biggest step of your life. Finally, Clara met Luna, a graceful deer with eyes that sparkled like stars. Luna moved with a serene elegance, her presence calming and reassuring. "In the quiet moments," Luna whispered, "you'll find the answers you seek." As Clara journeyed through these encounters, she discovered that the box's true magic lay not in its ability to show her fantastical sights, but in the wisdom it imparted through her new friends. Each character left an indelible mark on her heart, teaching her the value of patience, courage, and understanding. One day, as the light faded and the sun began its descent, Clara found herself back in her room, the box resting silently on the sill. She knew her journey had changed her, weaving a tapestry of knowledge and compassion within her spirit. In the days that followed, Clara approached her world with newfound clarity. She listened more intently, saw the beauty in small moments, and embraced the magic in everyday life. The challenges she faced, whether a disagreement with a friend or a difficult decision, were now met with a calm wisdom that surprised even her. And so, each night, Clara would whisper her gratitude to the box, and it would glow softly in response, a silent companion in her journey through life. The villagers often remarked on the change in Clara, noting her gentle demeanor and the warmth she shared with everyone she met. They came to understand that true magic was not in grand gestures or powerful spells, but in the quiet kindness that could transform a single life, and, in turn, the world around it. As the seasons turned and the willows whispered their secrets to the wind, Clara's story became a cherished tale in Willowbrook, a reminder that sometimes the most extraordinary discoveries are found in the simplest of things. And so, with the box of whispers by her side and the wisdom of her friends guiding her path, Clara continued to explore the wonders of her world, her heart forever open to the magic that lay within and beyond. Story 17. In a secluded corner of the world, where the sun dappled the earth with a golden hue, and the air was imbued with the rich scent of pine and earth, lay an ancient forest. This forest was not like any other, for it was a place where the boundaries between reality and magic danced with the wind. Here, the very essence of life was intertwined with the whispers of nature, and the creatures that dwelled within it lived in a harmony as delicate as a spider's web glistening with morning dew. Among the towering trees, whose bark was as ancient as time itself, lived a gentle fox named Finn. Finn's fur was a warm russet, the color of autumn leaves, and his eyes were the deep, knowing green of the forest. He was respected among the creatures of the forest for his wisdom and his kind heart, always willing to lend a paw or share a story from the lore passed down through generations. Finn lived in a cozy burrow beneath the roots of the great oak, a tree so majestic its branches seemed to brush the sky. The great oak was the heart of the forest, and it was said that its roots stretched to the very core of the earth, binding the forest together in a web of life and magic. Here, in this sanctuary of nature, the creatures lived in a balance as fragile and beautiful as a butterfly's wing. One crisp morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the forest floor, Finn set out on his daily walk. The air was brisk, carrying with it the scent of fallen leaves and the promise of change. As he trotted along a well-worn path, he marveled at the symphony of colors around him, the blazing reds and oranges of the maples, the golden yellows of the birches, and the deep greens of the evergreens standing sentinel against the turn of the seasons. Finn's ears pricked as he heard a soft rustling in the bushes. Out stepped Willow, a wise old turtle whose shell bore the marks of countless seasons. Her eyes, like twin pools of wisdom, twinkled in the dappled sunlight. "Good morning, Finn," she greeted him, her voice as soothing as a gentle stream. "The forest is singing today, isn't it?" "It truly is, Willow," Finn replied, sitting beside her. "The air feels different this morning, as if the forest is holding its breath." Willow nodded, her gaze drifting upward to where the sky peeked through the canopy. "The seasons are shifting. Soon, the winter wind will come to weave its magic over the land." Finn nodded. The winter wind was a mystical force, known to bring a blanket of snow and a time of rest for the forest. It was during these times that the forest's magic was at its most potent, and the creatures would gather to share stories and wisdom. As they spoke, a soft breeze swept through the forest, carrying with it the sweet scent of honeysuckle and the faintest whisper of song. Finn felt a shiver of anticipation, as if the forest itself was preparing for something wondrous. "I have heard tales of a hidden valley where the winter wind dances with the aurora lights," Willow said, her voice tinged with the nostalgia of ancient stories. "It is a place where the boundaries between the seasons blur and magic is born anew." Finn's curiosity was piqued. "Do you think it truly exists, Willow?" "Oh, I believe it does," she replied with a knowing smile, "and perhaps one day it will reveal itself to those who seek it with a pure heart." With this thought lingering in his mind, Finn continued his walk, the forest alive with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft calls of birds. He pondered the wisdom of the forest and the balance that each creature maintained, knowing that every action, however small, contributed to the harmony of their world. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, casting a warm glow over the land, Finn came across a clearing where the forest creatures often gathered. Today, a group of young animals were playing, a lively mix of rabbits, squirrels, and birds. Among them was a young deer named Luna, her coat a soft, dappled brown that mirrored the forest floor. Luna bounded over to Finn, her eyes bright with curiosity. "Finn, will you tell us a story?" she asked, her voice full of youthful excitement. Finn chuckled, settling down on a patch of soft moss. "Of course, dear Luna. Gather around, everyone." The young creatures gathered close, their eyes wide and eager. Finn took a deep breath, letting the forest fill him with inspiration. "Long ago, in a time when the world was still young," Finn began, "there was a great river that flowed through the heart of the forest. This river was not just any river. It was the river of seasons, and it held the magic that turned the wheel of time. The river was watched over by the guardians of the seasons. Each guardian, a spirit of nature, ensured that the balance between the seasons was upheld. There was Ira, the gentle spirit of spring, who awakened life with her touch. Solus, the radiant spirit of summer, who warmed the earth and brought abundance. Terra, the wise spirit of autumn, who painted the leaves with her brush. And finally Frost, the serene spirit of winter, who blanketed the world in peace. The guardians lived in harmony, their magic flowing through the river, bringing life and change to the forest. But one day a great storm swept through the land, tearing at the fabric of time and threatening to throw the seasons into chaos. The young creatures leaned in closer, their eyes wide with anticipation. The guardians knew they had to act quickly. They gathered at the river's source, where the magic was strongest, and combined their powers. With a mighty effort, they calmed the storm and restored balance to the land. As a token of gratitude, the forest gifted each guardian a star from the night sky. These stars, known as the Stars of Harmony, were hidden deep within the forest, waiting to be found by those who sought wisdom and balance. Finn paused, looking around at the rapt faces of his audience. And so, my young friends, the forest teaches us that in times of chaos, it is our unity and wisdom that restore harmony. The stars are out there, waiting for those who seek them with an open heart. The young creatures sighed contentedly, the story settling over them like a warm blanket. Finn smiled, knowing that in sharing the tales of the forest, he was passing down the wisdom that bound them all together. As the sun began to set, casting the forest in a soft, golden light, Finn made his way back to his cozy burrow beneath the great oak. The air was cool and filled with the promise of the coming winter. Finn curled up in his nest, the soft rustle of leaves lulling him to sleep. In his dreams, he wandered through the hidden valley Willow had spoken of, the aurora lights dancing above him in a symphony of colors. He felt the presence of the guardians, their wisdom and magic flowing through him, a reminder that the forest's harmony was a gift, one to be cherished and protected. And so beneath the watchful branches of the great oak, the forest sang its lullaby, a gentle reminder that in the embrace of nature there is always peace, wisdom, and the enduring magic of life. Story 18. In the heart of a gentle, rolling countryside, where the hills wore colorful quilts of wild flowers and the sky was a canvas of soft blues and pinks, there lay the village of Willowmere. It was a place where time seemed to slow down, where the air was always sweet with the scent of honeyed blossoms, and where kindness flowed as freely as the babbling brook that danced through the meadows. In this village lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was known for her curiosity and her bright, eager eyes that seemed to absorb the world like a sponge. She loved nothing more than to wander the village, greeting the friendly cats that lounged on sun-dappled walls and listening to the stories told by the elders under the shade of the ancient oak. One morning, as the first light of dawn painted the landscape with a golden hue, Clara awoke to find something peculiar had happened overnight. The village square, usually bustling with the chatter of neighbors and the clinking of teacups, was eerily silent. As she stepped into the square, she noticed that the vibrant colors of the flowers had faded to a soft gray, as if the color had been gently brushed away. Puzzled and intrigued, Clara decided to seek the advice of the village's wise mentor, Old Finn. Old Finn lived in a little cottage at the edge of the forest, where the tall trees whispered secrets to those who would listen. Clara found him sitting on his porch, sipping a steaming cup of chamomile tea, his long beard swaying gently in the morning breeze. "Ah, Clara," Old Finn greeted with a twinkle in his eye, "what brings you to my humble abode so early?" Clara explained the strange occurrence, her words filled with the wonder of a child unraveling a mystery. Old Finn listened intently, nodding thoughtfully. "It seems we have a curious case on our hands," he mused. "But fear not, for the world often has ways of showing us what we need to see." Old Finn suggested they seek the help of the willow-wisps, tiny magical creatures known for their playful nature and their ability to illuminate the unseen. Together, Clara and Old Finn made their way to the old willow tree by the brook, where the willow-wisps liked to dance in the twilight. As they approached, the willow-wisps appeared, tiny lights flickering like stars come to play on earth. Clara explained their predicament, and the willow-wisps agreed to help, flitting around her in a flurry of excitement. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Clara, Old Finn, and the willow-wisps gathered in the village square. The will-o-wisps began to glow brighter, their light revealing faint, shimmering trails that led away from the square and into the forest. With curiosity piqued, Clara and Old Finn followed the trails, deeper into the woods where the shadows played tricks and the air was filled with the earthy scent of pine and moss. The path wound its way to a hidden glade where they found an old, forgotten well. Around it the flowers bloomed in vivid colors, untouched by the strange fading that had befallen the village. Old Finn stroked his beard thoughtfully. "It seems the well holds a secret of its own," he remarked. Clara knelt by the well, peering into its depths. As her eyes adjusted to the dim light, she noticed a delicate, shimmering thread stretching from the well into the heart of the earth. The will-o-wisps gathered around her, their light revealing a gentle, sleeping spirit at the bottom of the well. It was the spirit of the colors who had accidentally dozed off, causing the colors of the village to fade away. With a soft, melodious hum, the will-o-wisps gently coaxed the spirit awake. The spirit of the colors yawned, sending ripples of vibrant hues through the air. Clara watched in awe as the colors returned to the village, painting everything with the richness of a sunrise. The spirit of the colors thanked Clara and Old Finn for their kindness and promised to stay vigilant, ensuring the village remained a tapestry of life and beauty. As they made their way back to Willowmere, Clara felt a warm glow of contentment in her heart, knowing she had helped restore the village's joy. From that day on, Clara was known not only for her curiosity, but also for her wisdom and compassion. And every evening, as the sun set and the village was bathed in the soft light of the will-o-wisps, Clara would sit by the brook, listening to the gentle hum of the world around her, feeling the comforting embrace of friendship and the magic of a well-told story. And so, in the heart of Willowmere, where the colors of life danced in harmony, the villagers slept peacefully, their dreams filled with the promise of another beautiful day. Story 19. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between emerald hills and a shimmering lake, there stood a cozy little shop known as the Curiosity Nook. It was a place unlike any other, brimming with peculiar trinkets and treasures that whispered secrets to those who knew how to listen. The shop's owner, an elderly gentleman named Mr. Whimsy, had a twinkle in his eye and a heart full of stories waiting to be shared. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves danced in the gentle breeze, a young boy named Oliver stepped into the Curiosity Nook. His eyes were wide with wonder, taking in the shelves laden with glistening seashells, ancient maps, and delicate glass figurines. But what caught Oliver's attention was a simple, unadorned compass resting on a velvet cushion. Its needle quivered not with the pull of the Earth's magnetic field, but with a magic of its own. "Ah, you've found the compass of true north," Whimsy said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. It's said to guide those with pure intentions to where they truly belong. Oliver, intrigued by the promise of adventure, asked if he could borrow the compass for a while. Mr. Whimsy, with a knowing smile, nodded and handed it over with a warning. "Remember, young Oliver, the compass shows not just the path, but the truth within your heart." With the compass in hand, Oliver began his journey through the village and beyond. As he walked, the air was filled with the scent of pine and the distant song of a nightingale. The path took him through the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum with secrets of their own. Here, Oliver met his first companion, a wise old owl named Orion, whose feathers shimmered like stardust. Who goes there?" hooted Orion, peering down with eyes as round as the moon. "It's just me, Oliver," the boy replied, holding up the compass. "I'm following the path to where I truly belong." Orion fluffed his feathers and nodded sagely. "Then I shall accompany you, for the woods hold many mysteries that are best unraveled together." As they journeyed deeper, the forest grew denser, and the light of the sun dappled the ground in a patchwork of gold and shadow. The compass led them to a babbling brook, where a sprightly water sprite named Nixie danced upon the ripples. "Welcome, travelers," she chimed, her voice as clear as the stream. "What brings you to my waters?" Oliver explained their quest, and Nixie, with a playful splash, declared she would join them. "The brook is wise, and I know its every secret. Together we shall find your heart's desire." With Orion perched on his shoulder and Nixie flitting beside him, Oliver felt a warmth in his chest, as if the sun itself had settled there. They continued onward, encountering delightful creatures and overcoming gentle challenges that taught them the value of patience and kindness. With each step, the compass glowed brighter, as if encouraging them to trust in the journey. At last, the compass led them to the base of a majestic ancient tree whose branches reached for the sky like welcoming arms. There, nestled among the roots, was a small wooden door. Oliver hesitated, unsure of what lay beyond. "It is the doorway to your heart's truth," Orion whispered. "Only you can open it." Taking a deep breath, Oliver placed his hand on the door. It swung open to reveal not a room or a treasure, but a mirror. And in the mirror, Oliver saw not just his reflection, but the faces of Orion, Nixie, and the many friends he had made along the way. In that moment, Oliver understood. The compass had not led him to a place, but to a realization. That belonging was not a destination, but the journey itself and the bonds formed along the way. With a heart full of gratitude, Oliver turned to his companions. "Thank you," he said softly. "I've found where I truly belong." As the sun set, painting the sky in hues of rose and lavender, Oliver, Orion, and Nixie made their way back to Willowbrook. The village welcomed them with open arms, and the Curiosity Nook stood warm and inviting, a beacon of comfort and discovery. Mr. Whimsy greeted them with a smile, the twinkle in his eye brighter than ever. "Did the compass serve you well, Oliver?" "It did," Oliver replied, handing the compass back. "It taught me that home is where the heart is, and my heart is with my friends." And so, in the gentle glow of the hearth, surrounded by laughter and friendship, Oliver found his true north. And as the village of Willowbrook settled into a peaceful slumber, the compass of true north returned to its place, ready to guide the next seeker of truth and belonging. Story 20. In a quaint little village nestled at the edge of a sprawling emerald forest, there lived a young woman named Marigold. Her name, reminiscent of the golden flowers that bloomed abundantly each spring, suited her perfectly, for she spent her days tending to the village's gardens. Marigold, with her chestnut hair and gentle eyes that mirrored the calm of a lake at dawn, was known for her skill with plants. Yet she harbored a secret fear deep within her heart. She dreaded change. As each season passed, Marigold watched the world around her transform. The vibrant greens of summer melted into the fiery hues of autumn, and the stark, quiet beauty of winter's first snow would eventually yield to the tender buds of spring. While others found joy in these cycles, Marigold felt an inexplicable anxiety, a whisper of unease that she couldn't quite name. She longed for things to remain constant, for the familiar comfort of what had always been. One particularly crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, casting a golden glow over the fields, Marigold wandered deeper into the forest than she had ever dared venture before. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the distant song of a stream trickling over smooth pebbles. As she walked, she came upon a clearing she had never seen, where a grand, ancient oak stood, its broad branches spreading like the wise arms of an elder. The oak tree was unlike any other Marigold had encountered. It was said in hushed village tales to be enchanted, a guardian of the forest's secrets. As Marigold approached, she felt a gentle breeze, warm and inviting, swirl around her, carrying with it the softest whisper of a voice. "Do not fear change, dear one," it seemed to say, "for in change lies the path to your true self." Marigold paused, her heart fluttering like a bird caught in a sudden gust. She leaned against the tree, feeling the rough texture of its bark under her fingers, grounding her in the moment. She closed her eyes and listened, truly listened, to the murmuring leaves, the rustling whispers that seemed to speak directly to her soul. Intrigued and a little emboldened, she decided to visit the oak tree each day. Over time, she began to notice small magical changes in herself. Her once tentative steps became more assured, and she found herself lingering longer, breathing in the tranquil air, letting it soothe her anxious heart. One day, as she sat beneath the oak, she met a young deer with soft, curious eyes. The deer, who she named Sylvan, seemed to understand Marigold's fears without needing words. Sylvan became her companion, a gentle presence by her side, teaching her the quiet strength in stillness and the beauty in embracing the unknown. Together, they watched the forest change, each day a little different, yet somehow the same in its gentle rhythm. As the months passed, Marigold discovered a new sense of peace within herself. She realized that change was not something to fear, but something to welcome, like the first light of dawn breaking over the horizon. The forest, with its ever-shifting colors and sounds, became a reflection of her own inner journey, a mirror to the transformation she was experiencing. Her newfound friends in the forest, the wise, old oak and sylvan, helped her see the world through a lens of wonder and possibility. They taught her that life was a tapestry woven with threads of change, each one adding to the richness of the whole. One evening, as the last of the sun's rays painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Marigold stood at the edge of the forest, a soft breeze ruffling her hair. She looked back at the village, her heart swelling with gratitude for her journey. The lessons she learned in the heart of the forest had become a part of her, like roots intertwining with the earth. With a serene smile, Marigold turned towards the future, embracing the changes yet to come with a heart full of courage and an unwavering trust in the magic of transformation. And so, in the gentle embrace of the forest and the steadfast presence of her friends, Marigold discovered the true beauty of personal growth. She learned that while change may be inevitable, it is through change that one finds their truest self. And with this newfound wisdom, she walked forward, her spirit as bright as the marigold flowers that bore her name. Story 21. Once upon a time, deep within the ancient whispering woods, there lived a community of creatures who had learned to live in perfect harmony with the rhythms of nature. Among the towering oak trees and babbling brooks, they went about their hidden lives, largely unseen by human eyes. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the canopy, the forest stirred to life. Dewdrops glistened on emerald leaves as a family of quirky pixies emerged from their cozy tree hollow. With a flick of their iridescent wings, they took to the skies, their tinkling laughter mingling with the trills of early songbirds. Their task this morning? To rouse the slumbering buds and blossoms with a sprinkling of fairy dust, coaxing forth the vibrant colors of spring. Meanwhile, beneath the rich soil, a network of tunnels hummed with activity. Industrious field mice scurried to and fro, tending to their meticulously organized root cellars and granaries. Though small, these creatures played a vital role in the forest's delicate balance, aerating the earth and dispersing seeds as they burrowed. As the morning mists parted, a magnificent stag stepped into a sunlit glade, his antlers a crown of twisting velvet. He was the guardian of these woods, his very existence woven into the ancient magic that flowed through every root and branch. With a gentle snuffling of the mossy ground, he summoned forth a carpet of delicate wildflowers, their perfumed petals unfurling in his wake. High above, a family of wise old owls kept a watchful eye over the forest realm. From their lofty perches, they had observed the changing seasons for countless generations, their silent wings bearing witness to the endless cycle of growth, decay, and rebirth. It was their sacred duty to pass down the ancient lore to the fledglings, ensuring that the knowledge of the natural world endured. As the day wore on, the woods seemed to hum with life. Busy bees flitted from blossom to blossom, their golden bodies heavy with pollen. Nimble squirrels raced along the branches, gathering acorns and pine cones to fortify their winter stores. And in the cool, shaded glens, families of shy deer grazed peacefully, their liquid eyes ever alert for any sign of danger. But the true magic of the whispering woods revealed itself as dusk fell. As the last rays of sunset painted the sky in hues of rose and amber, the forest creatures gathered in a secluded clearing. Here, the boundaries between the physical and spiritual realms grew thin, and the very air seemed to tingle with possibility. It was then that the ancient ceremonies began. Led by the wise elders, the creatures performed intricate dances and chanted timeless melodies, their voices rising and falling in haunting harmonies. With each step and every note, they paid homage to the turning of the seasons, the ebb and flow of the life-giving rains, and the gentle whispers of the wind through the boughs. As the rituals reached their crescendo, the entire forest seemed to hold its breath. Suddenly, a shimmering aurora of vibrant colors danced across the twilit sky, weaving and undulating in mesmerizing patterns. The creatures gazed upward in awe, their hearts swelling with reverence for the natural world and the powerful magics that sustained it. In that moment, they understood the true wisdom passed down through generations, that all life is interconnected, a delicate tapestry woven from the threads of earth, air, fire, and water. And as long as they tended to the balance with gentle hands and open hearts, the magic of the Whispering Woods would endure, a sanctuary of peace and wonder for all time. As the last embers of the aurora faded into the velvety night, the creatures dispersed to their dens and hollows, comforted by the knowledge that tomorrow would bring another day of beauty, mystery, and harmonious existence within their cherished forest home. Story 22. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, where mornings were greeted by the gentle chirping of sparrows and evenings were bathed in the soft glow of fireflies, lived a young girl named Lila. Willowbrook was a place where cobblestone paths wound through fields of wildflowers, and every cottage had a story to tell. It was in one such unassuming cottage, nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, where Lila's story began. Lila was a curious soul, with eyes that sparkled like the morning dew and a heart as warm as the summer sun. She spent her days exploring the meadows and whispering secrets to the wind. Her dearest companion was an old, wooden spinning top that had belonged to her grandmother. It was carved from the heart of an oak tree and painted with swirling patterns of blue and gold. Lila loved to watch it spin, imagining it carried stories from long ago. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced their way to the ground, Lila discovered something extraordinary. She was in her grandmother's attic, a forgotten realm of dusty books and mysterious trinkets, when she stumbled upon a peculiar, shimmering key. It was small and delicate, with intricate designs etched into its surface, glinting silver under the attic's dim light. Intrigued, Lila slipped it into her pocket, feeling a tingling warmth spread through her fingers. Later that day, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with shades of amber and rose, Lila sat on her porch with the spinning top. She twirled the key absent-mindedly in her hand, wishing for an adventure. Just then, the spinning top began to hum softly, a melody so sweet and clear it seemed to come from the stars themselves. Mesmerized, Lila placed the key into a tiny hidden slot at the base of the top. To her astonishment, the top glowed with a gentle, golden light before lifting off the ground, spinning faster and faster until it hovered in midair. From the glowing top emerged a soft, luminous mist that formed into the shape of a small, wise-looking owl. "Greetings, young seeker," the owl hooted in a voice as smooth as the velvet night. "I am Orin, guardian of the spinning top of whispers. You have awakened its magic, and it shall guide you on a journey of discovery." Lila's heart fluttered with excitement. "What kind of journey?" she asked, her voice a mix of wonder and eagerness. "A journey to unlock the hidden stories of the world," Orin replied, his eyes twinkling like twin moons. "But first, you must learn to listen with your heart and see with your soul." With that, the spinning top began to spin faster, casting a warm, golden light across the village. The world around Lila shimmered and transformed, and she found herself standing at the edge of the Whispering Woods, a place of enchantment and mystery. The woods were alive with the soft rustle of leaves and the gentle murmur of streams. As Lila ventured deeper, she encountered a band of forest creatures, each with their own peculiar charm. There was Nibbles, a cheerful squirrel with a penchant for acorns and riddles, and Luna, a graceful deer with eyes as deep as the twilight sky. "We've been waiting for you," Luna said in a voice that was as soothing as a lullaby. "The forest holds many secrets, and it is time for you to uncover them." Lila smiled, feeling a sense of belonging and purpose. Together with her newfound friends, she embarked on a journey through the heart of the forest. They traveled across sun-dappled glades and beneath ancient, towering trees that whispered tales of yore. Along the way, they faced challenges that tested their wisdom and courage. When they reached the enchanted glade, they found themselves at a loss. The glade was shrouded in a thick fog, concealing a path that would lead them to the heart of the forest's magic. Nibbles, ever the clever one, suggested they listen closely to the whispers of the wind. "The answers are all around us," he chattered, his bushy tail flicking with excitement. Lila closed her eyes and listened with her heart, Slowly, she began to hear a soft melody, a symphony of nature's own creation. The song guided them through the mist, revealing a path woven from silver moonlight. At the center of the glade stood an ancient stone pedestal, and upon it rested a book bound in leaves and petals. Its pages glowed with a gentle light, filled with stories waiting to be told. Oren, who had perched upon Lila's shoulder, whispered, "This is the Book of Whispers, the heart of the forest's magic." With reverence, Lila opened the book and began to read aloud. Each story she told breathed new life into the forest, and she realized that every tale was a part of her own journey. The stories spoke of kindness, friendship, and the beauty of the world around her. As the last story faded into the night, Lila felt a sense of fulfillment and peace. She understood that the true magic of the spinning top lay not in its ability to fly, but in its power to connect hearts and awaken the soul's deepest dreams. With the book safely tucked under her arm, Lila returned to Willowbrook, her heart brimming with newfound wisdom and wonder. She knew she was not the same girl who had begun the journey. She had grown in ways words could not capture. From that day on, Lila shared the stories of the Whispering Woods with the villagers, who gathered eagerly to listen by the warm glow of the fireplace. Her tales wove a tapestry of dreams and dreams, reminding everyone of the magic that lay hidden in the world, waiting to be discovered. And so, under the starry skies of Willowbrook, with the gentle hum of the spinning top and the soft rustle of the autumn leaves, Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, cradled by the warmth of friendship and the timeless embrace of stories that would live on forever. Story 23. Once upon a time, nestled in a quaint village surrounded by rolling hills and whispering woods, lived a curious young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart full of dreams and a spirit that yearned for adventure. Her village was a place of simple joys and gentle days, where the sun kissed cobblestone paths and the breeze carried the scent of blooming wildflowers. One particularly warm afternoon, Lila found herself at the edge of the village, where the path wound into the mysterious forest of whispers. The villagers often spoke of the forest in hushed tones, a place filled with enchanting wonders and hidden secrets. Lila felt a gentle tug at her heart, an invitation to venture beyond what she knew. Gathering her courage, Lila stepped onto the path, her feet crunching on the carpet of fallen leaves. The air was thick with the sweet aroma of pine and earth, and the light filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns, casting playful shadows on the ground. As she walked deeper into the forest, the familiar sounds of the village faded away, replaced by the soft rustle of leaves and the distant song of a brook. The forest seemed alive, vibrant with color and sound. Lila marveled at the sight of trees with trunks that twisted like dancing ribbons and leaves that shimmered in every shade of green imaginable. She paused by a stream, its waters clear as crystal, and cupped her hands to take a sip. It was cool and refreshing, infusing her with a newfound sense of wonder. As Lila continued her journey, she encountered the first of the forest's whimsical inhabitants. Fluttering around her were tiny creatures with wings that glowed like stained glass in the sunlight. They were the Whisperwings, gentle beings who communicated through soft hums and gentle breezes. Lila watched in awe as they flitted about, leaving trails of sparkling dust in their wake. "Welcome, dear traveler," the Whisperwings seemed to say, their voices a soothing melody in the air. Lila giggled, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. She couldn't help but dance along the path, her footsteps light as air. Further along, Lila came upon a clearing where soft, luminescent mushrooms grew in a ring, casting a gentle glow that painted the scene in hues of blue and silver. At the center sat a creature unlike any Lila had ever seen. It was a moonlit hare, with fur as white as snow and eyes that twinkled like stars. "Hello, little one," the hare greeted, its voice deep and calming. "What brings you to our enchanted forest?" Lila bowed her head respectfully, feeling the kindness radiating from the hare. "I seek adventure and to learn the secrets of this wondrous place," she replied, her voice filled with quiet determination. The moonlit hare smiled, a serene expression that seemed to hold the wisdom of ages. "Then you must trust your heart and follow where it leads. The forest is vast, but it will guide those who seek with pure intentions." Emboldened by the hare's words, Lila continued her exploration, each step revealing new delights. She passed through groves where the wind sang sweet lullabies, and meadows where flowers danced in time with the gentle swaying of the grass. Everything she saw filled her with a sense of belonging, as if the forest itself was welcoming her into its embrace. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, Lila found herself at the base of a towering tree. Its branches stretched high into the sky, adorned with blossoms that glowed softly in the twilight. Feeling a pull, she began to climb, her hands finding purchase on the sturdy bark. Higher and higher she climbed until she emerged onto a wide branch that offered a breathtaking view of the entire forest. Below her, the canopy stretched out like a sea of emerald, and in the distance she could see the soft lights of her village twinkling in the growing dusk. Sitting there, Lila felt a profound sense of peace. She realized that the journey had not only led her to new wonders, but also taught her about herself. She had discovered courage she never knew she possessed, guided by the gentle wisdom of the forest and its inhabitants. As the stars began to dot the evening sky, Lila felt a gentle nudge at her side. It was the moonlit hare who had followed her ascent. "You have seen much today, young one. Take this knowledge back with you, and let it light your path always." With a grateful heart, Lila nodded, understanding the hare's words. She knew now that true adventure lay not only in distant lands, but also within, in the courage to follow one's dreams and the wisdom to cherish the journey. With a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Lila made her way back down the tree, the forest cradling her in its gentle embrace. As she walked back towards the village, she felt a part of her would always remain in the Forest of Whispers, where courage and exploration grew hand in hand. And so, under the starry sky, Lila returned home, her spirit alight with the magic of the forest. She carried its lessons with her, knowing that she could venture into the unknown with a brave heart and a mind open to the beauty of the world around her. From that day forward, whenever Lila looked towards the forest, she would smile, a secret shared between her and the enchanting place that had welcomed her with open arms. And as she drifted to sleep each night, she dreamed of dancing leaves and whispering wings, her dreams filled with the gentle magic of the Forest of Whispers. Story 24. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there stood a charming stone cottage with a thatched roof. It was a place where the sun painted golden patterns on the cobblestone path, and the air always smelled of wildflowers and pine. Inside this cottage lived a young boy named Oliver, whose curious spirit seemed to dance in his bright eyes. Oliver was a gentle soul, known for his kind heart and his love for the stories his grandmother told him by the fireplace. These stories often spoke of a world where ordinary objects could hold the most extraordinary secrets, where teapots could whistle tunes and mirrors reflected dreams rather than faces. It was in these tales that Oliver found his wonder, and it was one such evening, as the fire crackled softly, that his own adventure began. On a particularly crisp autumn day, as leaves rustled like paper whispers, Oliver decided to explore the attic of the cottage, a place filled with forgotten memories and dusty treasures. As he climbed the creaky wooden stairs, the air grew cooler, carrying with it a scent of old books and lavender. There, amidst boxes of yellowed letters and quaint knickknacks, Oliver's gaze fell upon an unassuming wooden box, etched with delicate carvings of vines and stars. Gingerly, he opened the box and discovered a simple, yet beautifully crafted, magnifying glass. Its handle was smooth and warm to the touch, as if it had been held by many hands before his. As he peered through it, the world transformed. Colors became richer, details sharper, and the ordinary seemed to shimmer with a hidden life. It was as if the magnifying glass unveiled the magic woven into the fabric of everyday things. Thrilled by his discovery, Oliver spent the afternoon exploring the village anew. The cobblestones sparkled like a mosaic of tiny jewels, and the brook sang a melody he had never noticed before. He watched as the villagers went about their day, each one carrying a glow of stories untold. But as the sun dipped below the horizon and shadows stretched long, Oliver knew his adventure was just beginning. The next morning, Oliver set off into the woods, his magnifying glass tucked safely in his satchel. The woods were a place of mystery and whispers, where the trees stood like ancient guardians, their leaves rustling secrets. As he walked, he was joined by a curious fox named Felix, whose fur was as red as a sunset and eyes as sharp as the stars. Felix had a playful spirit and a nose for mischief, and he bounded alongside Oliver, eager to see what wonders awaited. Together, they ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, where the air was thick with the scent of moss and earth. It wasn't long before they encountered another companion, a wise old owl named Ophelia. Her feathers were a patchwork of browns and creams, and her eyes held the wisdom of countless moonlit nights. Ophelia had seen many things in her time, and she was intrigued by the young boy and his peculiar glass. With Felix's playful energy and Ophelia's sage advice, Oliver felt ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. And indeed, they soon stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a circle of ancient stones, worn by time but still standing strong. In the center of this circle lay a single, large stone, its surface smooth and inviting. As Oliver approached, he noticed faint symbols carved into the stone. They glowed softly, pulsing with a gentle rhythm, like the heartbeat of the earth itself. Ophelia fluttered to Oliver's shoulder and whispered, "These stones hold a secret, dear child. Only those who see with their heart can unravel their mystery." With those words in mind, Oliver turned to his trusty magnifying glass. As he gazed through it, the symbols on the stone began to dance and shift, revealing an intricate pattern of light and shadow. It was a puzzle, one that required not only keen sight but also a heart full of understanding. Felix, with his keen instincts, suggested they listen to the forest, feel its pulse, and let it guide them. Oliver closed his eyes, allowing the forest symphony to envelop him. The rustle of leaves, the distant call of a nightingale, the gentle babbling of the brook. He felt the connection between each sound, each life, and slowly, the answer unfolded in his mind. With a newfound clarity, Oliver traced the pattern with his finger, feeling the warmth of the stone beneath his touch. As he completed the sequence, the stone glowed brightly, and a soft, melodious hum filled the air. The hum resonated with the forest, a song of unity and peace that wrapped around Oliver, Felix, and Ophelia like a comforting embrace. In that moment, Oliver understood the true magic of his magnifying glass. It was not merely a tool for seeing, but a key to experiencing the world with depth and empathy, revealing the beauty and interconnectedness of all things. With the mystery of the stones resolved, Oliver returned to the village, his heart light and his spirit renewed. He carried with him not only the magnifying glass, but also the wisdom that came from seeing the world through the eyes of friendship and understanding. From that day on, Oliver shared his discoveries with the villagers, inviting them to see the magic in the mundane. His adventures continued, each one a testament to the power of kindness, curiosity, and the quiet strength of wisdom over force. And so, as the fire crackled softly in the hearth and the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, Oliver's village became a place where magic was not just in the stories, but in the hearts of those who chose to see it. With a gentle sigh and a contented smile, Oliver drifted into a peaceful sleep, knowing that the world was full of wonders waiting to be discovered, and that he had the heart to find them. Story 25. Title: The Whispering Forest. In a small, secluded village nestled between rolling hills and dense woods, the world seemed to hold its breath beneath a sky painted with the first hues of dusk. The villagers were winding down, their day's work completed, and a sense of tranquility hung in the cool evening air. It was a place where time appeared to move at its own pace, untouched by the haste of the world beyond the forest's edge. Among the villagers was a gentle soul named Anwen, a young girl with an insatiable curiosity and an extraordinary gift. Anwen had a unique ability to understand the whispers of the forest, a talent passed down through generations in her family. This gift allowed her to hear the rustling secrets shared by the trees and the soft murmurs of the streams, but it was a power she had only begun to comprehend. Anwen lived with her grandmother, Ira, in a quaint cottage that brimmed with warmth and the scent of lavender. The cottage, with its thatched roof and walls of stone, stood on the very edge of the woods, where the wildflowers grew in abundance and the birds sang their sweetest songs. Every evening, Anwen would sit by the fire, her grandmother weaving tales of the forest and its hidden wonders. One such evening, as the fire crackled and cast playful shadows on the walls, Era spoke of an ancient legend, the tale of the whispering forest. It was said that deep within the woods lay a hidden grove, where a magical fountain bubbled with water that granted wisdom and insight to those pure of heart. The fountain, however, was guarded by a spirit, a guardian who only revealed the grove to those who truly listened to the forest's whispers. Anwen listened, eyes wide with wonder, as her grandmother's voice wove the legend into the fabric of her imagination. "Remember, dear Anwen," Era said, her voice soft yet firm, "the forest speaks in its own language. To hear it, you must listen with your heart." As night settled over the village, its stars twinkling like scattered diamonds, Anwen lay in bed, her mind abuzz with thoughts of the mysterious grove. The forest called to her in a way it never had before, and she felt a stirring in her soul, a longing to explore its hidden depths. The following morning dawned with a golden haze, the sun peeking shyly through a veil of mist. Anwen awoke with a sense of purpose, her heart set on discovering the secrets whispered by the trees. With a satchel packed with provisions and a small journal to record her findings, she set out toward the forest, her spirit buoyed by the promise of adventure. As she entered the woods, a gentle breeze greeted her, rustling the leaves in a symphony of hushed voices. Anwen paused, closing her eyes to better hear the melody. The forest spoke of many things: the soft patter of rain on leaves, the laughter of brook trout leaping in streams, and the stories of travelers who had once walked these paths. With each step, Anwen felt the forest envelop her, its presence both comforting and exhilarating. She followed the path as it meandered through towering trees and sun-dappled clearings, her senses attuned to every sound and scent. The air was alive with the fragrance of pine and earth, and the distant call of birds provided a gentle accompaniment to her journey. Hours passed as Anwen wandered deeper into the woods. The path grew less distinct, and she found herself guided more by instinct than by any visible trail. It was then that she encountered her first challenge, a stream, wide and swift, barring her way. The water sang a lively tune, its surface glinting with sunlight. Anwen hesitated, unsure of how to cross. But then she remembered her grandmother's words, "Listen with your heart." Kneeling by the stream, she closed her eyes and let the water's music fill her mind. Slowly, as if speaking just to her, the stream's whispers revealed a series of stepping stones hidden beneath its surface. With a smile of gratitude, Anwen stepped carefully across the stones, the cool water splashing her ankles, refreshing and invigorating. Once across, she continued her journey, her confidence renewed. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows through the forest, Anwen came upon a clearing bathed in soft, golden light. In its center stood a magnificent oak, its branches stretching toward the heavens as if in eternal supplication. The tree exuded an air of ancient wisdom, its leaves whispering secrets only it knew. Anwen approached with reverence, placing a hand upon the rough bark. In that moment, she felt a connection, a bond with the forest that transcended words. The whispers grew louder, guiding her gaze to a faint trail that wound deeper into the woods. The trail led her to a place untouched by time, a hidden glade where the air shimmered with magic. In its center bubbled the fabled fountain, its waters clear and inviting. Anwen stood in awe, her heart full, as she realized she had found the grove of legend. Yet she was not alone. Emerging from the shadows was the guardian spirit of the forest, a figure of ethereal beauty, with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. The spirit regarded Anwen with a gentle smile, its presence both comforting and profound. "You have listened well, young one," the spirit said, its voice a melodic echo of the forest itself. "The wisdom of the fountain is yours, for you possess a heart that hears the whispers of the world." Anwen approached the fountain, cupping her hands to gather its water. As she drank, a sense of clarity washed over her, a deeper understanding of the forest and its interconnectedness with all life. She realized that true wisdom lay not in answers, but in the journey and the friendships forged along the way. With newfound insight, Anwen thanked the guardian spirit, promising to cherish and protect the forest for as long as she lived. The spirit nodded, its form dissolving into the dappled light, leaving Anwen alone in the glade. As she made her way back through the forest, the path seemed clearer, the whispers more vibrant. Anwen felt a profound sense of peace, her heart light with the knowledge that she was part of something greater than herself. When she finally emerged from the woods, the village welcomed her with open arms, the setting sun painting the sky in hues of rose and gold. Anwen's grandmother waited at the cottage door, her eyes shining with pride as Anwen recounted her adventure. That night, as the village settled into slumber beneath a canopy of stars, Anwen lay in bed, her heart full of gratitude and joy. The forest had revealed its secrets, not only through words, but through the experiences and friendships she had gained. Anwen closed her eyes, the whispers of the forest lulling her into a peaceful sleep. She knew she would continue to listen, to learn, and to cherish the magical world around her, for she had discovered that true wisdom came from the journey and the bonds of friendship that enriched her life. And so, in the quiet village nestled between hills and woods, the legend of the Whispering Forest lived on, a testament to the power of listening with one's heart and the beauty of the world's hidden wonders. Story 26. Once upon a time, in a universe filled with swirling galaxies and shimmering stars, there existed a small, vibrant planet known as Luminara. This planet was renowned for its ethereal beauty, with skies painted in hues of lavender and meadows that glowed with bioluminescent flowers. On the outskirts of Luminara's bustling capital, nestled between the whispering willows and a babbling brook, lived a creature named Vesper. Vesper was a Lumian, a species known for their gentle nature and luminous skin that radiated a soft, comforting glow. His days were spent tending to his lush garden, where every bloom seemed to sing a quiet melody of peace. Vesper was content, yet there was a longing in his heart for something beyond the familiar hills and stars of his world. In contrast, on a distant and rugged planet named Ironia, lived a being called Corin. Ironia was a harsh, metallic realm where the winds howled through jagged peaks and the ground shimmered with shards of silver. Corin was an Iridian, a race of beings with tough, metallic skin and eyes that sparkled like polished gems. Life on Ironia was a constant struggle for survival, and Corin had grown resilient and resourceful, yet he yearned for a place where he could find solace and warmth. The universe, in its infinite wisdom, brought these two souls together in the most unexpected of ways. One fateful day, a comet streaked across the sky, its tail a blaze of fiery colors. It carried with it a pod, a vessel from Ironia, which crash-landed in the heart of Vesper's garden. Startled yet curious, Vesper approached the smoldering wreckage. There, amidst the twisted metal, was Corin, dazed but unharmed. Vesper extended a hand, his glow casting a gentle light over Corin's metallic form. "Welcome to Luminara," Vesper said softly, hoping to ease the stranger's apparent discomfort. Corin, unaccustomed to kindness from strangers, hesitated before grasping his hand. The warmth surprised him, a stark contrast to the cold, hard world he knew. As days turned into weeks, Vesper and Corin navigated their differences. There were misunderstandings, of course. Vesper's gentle nature was sometimes perplexing to Corin, who was used to the brusque interactions of Ironia. Once, while working together in the garden, Corin accidentally crushed a delicate flower underfoot. Vesper's initial dismay quickly faded into understanding as he realized Corin was unfamiliar with such fragility. In turn, Corin taught Vesper the value of resilience. When a fierce storm threatened to destroy the garden, Corin's quick thinking and strength helped to fortify their home against the winds. Vesper watched in awe as Corin moved with purpose and determination, a testament to the survival skills honed on Ironia. Through shared challenges, their friendship blossomed like the flowers in Vesper's garden. They found joy in simple moments, watching the sun set over the lavender horizon, or sharing stories of their worlds beneath a canopy of twinkling stars. Corin spoke of Ironia's wild, untamed beauty, and Vesper listened with rapt attention, imagining the silver landscapes that seemed so distant from his own. One evening, while sitting by the brook, Corin turned to Vesper. "You know, I never thought I'd find a friend like you," he said, his voice a soft rumble. "On Ironia, it's every being for themselves. But here with you, I've learned that strength isn't just about enduring, it's about being open to others." Vesper smiled, his glow brightening. "And I've learned that sometimes we need a little strength to protect what we cherish," he replied, placing a hand on Corin's shoulder. "Together, we've made something beautiful." Their bond grew stronger, a testament to the power of friendship that transcended the stars. They celebrated their differences, finding harmony in their contrasting worlds. Vesper's garden flourished, a living mosaic of their shared experiences, and Corin's heart found warmth in the glow of Vesper's kindness. In time, the universe continued its dance, stars twinkling in timeless patterns above. Vesper and Corin's friendship became a legend on Luminara, a story told by the firelight to children with wide eyes and open hearts. It was a tale of unlikely companions who discovered that true friendship could bridge any divide, and that together they could create a world filled with light and love. And so, under the eternal sky, their laughter echoed across the meadows, a gentle reminder that even in the vastness of the universe, the bonds of friendship could illuminate the darkest of nights, bringing warmth and hope to all who heard their story. Story 27. Story 28. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the air was sweet with the scent of pine, and the ground was a soft carpet of moss, there existed a realm where the creatures of the wood lived in harmonious balance. This forest was known as the Glimmering Grove, a place where the boundaries between reality and magic danced like sunbeams on the forest floor. The grove was a sanctuary, a place of tranquility where time seemed to flow in a gentle, endless loop, and the whispers of the trees carried the wisdom of ages. As the seasons shifted, so too did the magic of the grove. With each change, the forest transformed, revealing hidden lives intertwined with the rhythm of the earth. In the spring, the grove was a symphony of renewal. The air was filled with the delicate fragrance of blossoms, and the gentle hum of bees echoed through the trees as they danced from flower to flower. It was during this time that the creatures of the forest emerged from their winter slumber, their eyes bright with the promise of a new beginning. At the heart of the grove stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches spreading wide like the arms of an old friend. Beneath its boughs, the wise tortoise Eldwin made his home. Eldwin, with his shell like a patchwork quilt of greens and browns, was the keeper of the grove's secrets. His eyes, deep and knowing, held the stories of countless generations. It was said that Eldwin had been in the grove for longer than any creature could remember, a testament to the enduring patience and wisdom that the forest revered. The creatures of the grove often sought Eldwin's counsel, for he was known to offer guidance that was gentle and profound. One such seeker was a timid young rabbit named Leora. Her fur was as soft as the clouds that drifted lazily across the sky, and her heart was full of curiosity and kindness. Leora had noticed a change in the forest, a subtle shift in the balance that made her heart uneasy. The streams that once sang and danced through the woods were quieter now, their waters receding as if shyly drawing back from the sun. With a heart full of concern, Leora made her way to the ancient oak, the soft earth cool beneath her paws. As she approached, the gentle rustling of leaves seemed to welcome her, and the air was filled with the comforting scent of earth and wood. Eldwin, resting in the shade of the oak, opened his eyes slowly, a warm smile spreading across his face as he saw the young rabbit approach. "Ah, Leora," Eldwin greeted in a voice as smooth as river stones. "What brings you to my humble home beneath the branches today?" Leora hesitated for a moment, her nose twitching as she gathered her thoughts. "Eldwin," she began, her voice soft and earnest, "I've noticed the streams are not as they once were. Their song is quiet, and their waters seem to be fading. It troubles me, for I fear the balance of our home is shifting." Eldwin nodded, his eyes reflecting the dappled sunlight that filtered through the leaves above. "You are wise to notice such things, dear Leora," he replied, "for the balance of the forest is indeed delicate. It is a dance of elements, each relying on the other to maintain harmony." The old tortoise paused, allowing the gentle breeze to carry his words through the air. "The streams are the lifeblood of the grove," he continued, "and they too have their seasons, just as the trees and the creatures do. Sometimes, when the rains are scarce, their flow becomes gentle, as if resting." "But what can we do, Eldwin?" Leora asked, her eyes wide with concern. "How can we help the streams find their song again?" Eldwin smiled, his expression one of infinite patience and understanding. "Nature has its own wisdom, young one," he said gently. "Sometimes the greatest gift we can offer is our care and respect. We must tend to the forest, ensuring that we do not take more than we give, and always remembering the interconnectedness of all things. With Eldwin's words echoing in her heart, Leora nodded, her resolve strengthening. She thanked the wise tortoise and turned back towards the forest, her mind filled with thoughts of harmony and balance. As she made her way through the trees, she noticed the vibrant green of the leaves, the gentle rustle of the branches, and the soft light filtering through the canopy. It was as if the forest itself was alive with whispers of encouragement. In the days that followed, Leora gathered the creatures of the grove for a meeting beneath the vast branches of the ancient oak. There, under Eldwin's watchful gaze, they spoke of ways to nurture their home. The squirrels, with their nimble hands and bright eyes, offered to plant seeds that would grow into new trees. The birds, their feathers shimmering in the sunlight, promised to spread these seeds far and wide. The foxes, clever and resourceful, suggested ways to conserve the water and protect the streams. Together, the creatures of the grove worked in harmony, each contributing their skills and wisdom to the cause. They cleared the pathways for the streams, removing debris and fallen branches that had hindered the flow. They tended to the young saplings, ensuring they received enough sunlight and space to grow strong. And as they worked, they sang songs of the forest, a melody of unity and hope that echoed through the trees. Slowly, the streams began to revive, their waters flowing more freely, their song growing stronger with each passing day. The forest, in turn, responded with gratitude, its greenery more vibrant, its life more abundant. The balance had been restored, not through force or haste, but through the gentle persistence of care and community. As the seasons changed once more, the grove transformed with them, each shift a testament to the enduring cycle of life. In the autumn, the forest was a blaze of color, the leaves a tapestry of gold, amber, and crimson. The air was crisp and clear, filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the distant call of migrating birds. It was a season of reflection and gratitude, a time to celebrate the bounty of the forest and the lessons learned. And so, under the watchful eyes of Eldwin, the creatures of the grove gathered once more beneath the ancient oak. They shared stories of their efforts and triumphs, their laughter mingling with the rustling leaves. The wisdom of the forest had been passed down, not just in words but in actions, each creature playing its part in the delicate dance of life. As twilight descended, painting the sky in hues of lavender and deep blue, Leora looked around at her friends, her heart filled with warmth and contentment. The forest was their home, a place of magic and mystery, where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred like the mist that rose from the streams. It was a place of peace, where wisdom flowed as freely as the waters, and the gentle whisper of the trees carried the promise of harmony and renewal. And so, in the glimmering grove, the cycle of life continued, a testament to the power of kindness, wisdom, and the enduring beauty of nature's balance. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, the forest settled into a quiet slumber. Its creatures nestled in the comforting embrace of the earth, dreaming of the wonders that awaited with the dawn. Story 29. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there stood a small, time-worn cottage with a thatched roof that seemed to breathe with the wind. Inside this cozy abode lived a gentle-hearted young girl named Clara, known throughout the village for her bright eyes and boundless curiosity. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced to the ground, Clara stumbled upon an old, dusty attic in her home that she had never explored before. The wooden floorboards creaked gently under her steps, and a soft light filtered through a small window, illuminating the motes of dust that swirled like tiny stars in the air. Among the forgotten treasures and cobwebbed corners, Clara's gaze fell upon a peculiar object, a small, unassuming mirror with a frame carved from the wood of ancient trees. Its surface was slightly tarnished, yet as she wiped it clean with her sleeve, an unusual warmth radiated from it, as if the mirror itself breathed a sigh of relief. Curious, Clara peered into the mirror, expecting to see nothing more than her own reflection. Instead, she was greeted by a shimmering image of a verdant forest, more vivid and alive than any she had ever seen. The trees in the reflection swayed with an unseen breeze, and Clara could almost hear the rustling leaves and the distant song of a brook. Her heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of trepidation. What kind of mirror was this that could show her such a wondrous landscape? As if sensing her unspoken question, the mirror shimmered again, and a gentle, melodic voice whispered, "Step through, dear one, and discover the world that lies beyond." Taking a deep breath, Clara reached out hesitantly toward the glass. To her astonishment, her hand passed through its surface as if it were made of water. Her curiosity overpowering her caution, she stepped fully into the mirror, feeling a tingling sensation wash over her as she emerged into the captivating forest she had glimpsed. The air was fresh and filled with the earthy scent of moss and blooming wildflowers. Sunlight trickled through the canopy above, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. As Clara marveled at her surroundings, she heard a soft giggle and looked down to see a tiny creature, no bigger than her hand, peeking out from behind a cluster of ferns. It was a sprightly little fairy with iridescent wings that glinted like shards of a rainbow. Her name, as Clara soon learned, was Lila, and she had a voice as light as the tinkling of tiny bells. "Welcome, Clara," Lila chimed with a joyful twirl. "This is the Everwood, a place of hidden wonders and ancient secrets." Lila became Clara's guide through the magical forest, introducing her to its many enchanting inhabitants. There was Finn, a wise old owl who perched in the oldest oak and spoke in riddles, and Merrick, a gentle squirrel with a knack for finding the sweetest acorns and sharing them generously. Clara felt a warmth in her heart as she made new friends, each with their quirks and kindnesses. As the days passed, Clara learned that the Everwood was in need of her help. A mysterious fog had begun to encroach upon the forest, dimming its vibrant colors and silencing its lively songs. The creatures of the forest were worried, for the fog was unlike anything they had seen before. It was not a force of nature, but rather a shadow born of forgotten fears and unspoken regrets. Determined to help her new friends, Clara set out on a journey to the heart of the Everwood, where it was said the source of all magic lay. Along the way, she encountered many challenges, but none could be overcome by mere strength. Instead, Clara relied on the wisdom she gleaned from her companions and the lessons they taught her. With Finn's guidance, she learned to listen not just with her ears, but with her heart, discerning truths hidden in silence. Merrick showed her the value of sharing and trust, reminding her that even the smallest act of kindness could ripple into something grand. And Lila, with her endless cheer, taught Clara to find joy and wonder in every step of her path, even when the way seemed uncertain. At last, Clara reached the center of the Everwood, a serene glade bathed in the soft glow of twilight. In its midst stood an ancient tree with bark as silver as moonlight, its roots entwined with the very fabric of the forest. Here the fog was thickest, swirling around the tree like a shroud. Clara approached with a calm heart, her mind clear and her spirit resolute. She closed her eyes and let the lessons of her journey guide her. Instead of fighting the fog, she embraced it, acknowledging it as a part of the forest's story, not a foe to be vanquished. As she did so, the fog began to dissolve, its shadows lifting like a morning mist kissed by the sun. The colors of the Everwood returned, brighter and more vibrant than ever, and the forest sang once more with life and laughter. With the fog gone, Clara felt a gentle tug at her heart, a call to return to the world she had come from. She bade farewell to her friends, promising to return whenever the winds carried her name to their ears. With a final wave, she stepped back through the mirror, finding herself once more in the attic of her cozy cottage. The mirror, now just a mirror, reflected her bright eyes and the smile that spoke of newfound wisdom. Clara knew that the lessons she had learned in the Everwood would stay with her always, guiding her in both the ordinary and extraordinary moments of her life. And so, as the last light of day faded into night, Clara curled up in her bed, a soft blanket pulled snugly around her, and drifted into a peaceful sleep. Outside, the wind sang a gentle lullaby, carrying the whispers of the Everwood across the starlit sky, a reminder that every heart holds a world of magic, waiting to be discovered. Story 30. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees swayed softly with secrets untold, there stood a quaint little village known as Willowbrook. Willowbrook was a place where the morning sun kissed the cobblestone streets with golden warmth, and the evenings were filled with the lullabies of crickets and gentle breezes. The villagers lived in harmony with the magical creatures that called the woods their home, and together they shared tales of wonder by the fireside. In this peaceful hamlet, there lived a young girl named Anwen, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity and kindness. Anwen had an insatiable love for mysteries and often found herself wandering the woods, accompanied by her best friend, a small, fluffy fox named Fen. Fen was no ordinary fox. His fur shimmered like silver in the moonlight, and his eyes held the wisdom of the forest. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced down from their branches like golden confetti, Anwen and Fen sat beneath the great elder oak, the wisest tree in the woods. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the sweet aroma of ripe apples from nearby orchards. Anwen was enjoying a book about enchanted creatures when she noticed something peculiar. "Look, Fen," she said, pointing to a patch of grass near the tree. "These mushrooms weren't here yesterday." The mushrooms formed a perfect circle, their caps glistening with dew. Fen sniffed the air and tilted his head, his pointed ears twitching with intrigue. "Strange indeed," he mused, his voice as soft as the rustling leaves. Intrigued, Anwen decided to seek the advice of Elda, the village's wise elder, who lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the woods. Elda was known for her knowledge of the magical world and her gentle guidance. Her home was filled with the comforting aroma of herbs and a crackling fire that welcomed all who entered. As Anwen and Fen approached, Elda greeted them with a warm smile. "Ah, Anwen, Fen, what brings you to my doorstep today?" she inquired, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. Anwen explained the mystery of the fairy ring, and Elda listened intently, nodding thoughtfully. "Fairy rings are indeed magical," Elda said, her eyes twinkling with wisdom. "They are said to be the dance floors of the fair folk, but they can also be signs of imbalance in the forest." Anwen's brow furrowed with concern. "What should we do, Elda?" Elda chuckled softly, her laughter like a gentle breeze. "Fear not, my dear. The forest often has a way of speaking to those who listen. You must observe and learn. The woods will guide you." With Elda's advice in mind, Anwen and Fen set off into the forest, determined to uncover the mystery behind the fairy ring. As they wandered, the cool air filled with the crisp scent of pine needles and the distant sound of a babbling brook. Later that afternoon, they came across a clearing where a group of woodland creatures had gathered. Among them was a wise old owl named Orion, perched on a low branch. His feathers were mottled with shades of brown and gold, and his eyes glowed with ancient knowledge. "Greetings, young ones," Orion hooted gently. "I hear you are seeking answers about the fairy ring." Anwen nodded eagerly, and Fen wagged his bushy tail. "Yes, Orion, we were hoping you could help us understand what it means." Orion closed his eyes for a moment, as if listening to the whispers of the forest. "There has been a disturbance in the flow of magic," he began. "A small creature, lost and frightened, has taken refuge in the heart of the woods. It has caused the fair folk to dance more frequently, hence the ring." Anwen exchanged a glance with Fen, her heart filled with empathy. "We must find this creature and help it," she declared, determination shining in her eyes. With Orion's guidance, Anwen and Fen ventured deeper into the forest, where the trees grew thicker and the light dappled the ground like a mosaic of gold. The air was cooler here, carrying the sweet scent of wildflowers and the earthy fragrance of moss. Finally, they reached a small glade, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in gentle streams. There, nestled among the roots of an ancient tree, they found a trembling young creature, no larger than a kitten. Its fur was the color of autumn leaves, and its eyes were wide with fear. Anwen approached slowly, her voice soft and reassuring. "Hello, little one. We mean you no harm." The creature looked up at her, its eyes filled with a mixture of hope and caution. Fen stepped forward, his nose twitching as he offered a reassuring nuzzle. With gentle coaxing, the creature allowed Anwen to pick it up, its tiny body shivering slightly in her arms. "Let's take you to Elda," Anwen suggested, her voice a soft promise of safety. Back at Elda's cottage, the wise elder welcomed them with open arms. She examined the creature with care, her touch gentle and soothing. "This is a pixie pup," she explained, her gaze warm and understanding. "It must have wandered away from its family." Elda prepared a small potion of calming herbs, and offered it to the pixie pup, who drank it eagerly. Slowly, the tension in its tiny frame eased, and its eyes grew heavy with sleep. Anwen watched with a sense of fulfillment, her heart swelling with compassion. "Will it be okay now?" she asked. Elda nodded, her smile like a balm. "Yes, my dear. With rest and care, it will soon be strong enough to find its way home." As the evening shadows lengthened and the sky turned a deep indigo, Anwen and Fen bid Elda goodbye, their hearts lighter than the autumn breeze. The mystery of the fairy ring had been solved, not through magic or might, but through kindness and understanding. That night, as Anwen lay in her cozy bed, Fen curled up beside her. She felt a profound sense of peace. The forest had spoken, and she had listened. Together, they had restored balance to the whispering woods. As the moon cast its silver glow over Willowbrook, Anwen drifted into a gentle slumber, her dreams filled with the warmth of friendship and the quiet magic of the world around her. And in the heart of the forest, the fair folk danced once more, their laughter echoing softly through the trees, a melody of gratitude and harmony. Story 31. In the heart of a lush, verdant forest, where the emerald canopy filtered sunlight into gentle dapples upon the forest floor, there lived a gentle soul named Lysandra. She was a young woman with a heart as tender as the moss underfoot and eyes that mirrored the azure sky. Lysandra had always found solace in the rhythms of the forest, where the whispering leaves and babbling brooks seemed to speak a language she could almost understand. Yet, despite her love for this serene world, Lysandra felt a persistent unease within her. She sensed the winds of change stirring, but was uncertain of their direction or purpose. Change was a concept as elusive as a shadow at dusk, and she often found herself resisting its call, fearing the unknown paths it might lead her down. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves began to blaze in hues of amber and gold, Lysandra wandered deeper into the woods than she had ever ventured before. The air was cool and carried the earthy scent of fallen leaves, and as she walked, her footsteps barely made a sound on the soft, loamy path. As she paused by a gnarled oak tree to catch her breath, a flicker of movement caught her eye. Perched on a low-hanging branch was a small, radiant bird with plumage that shimmered like a rainbow caught in a sunbeam. Its eyes were bright and knowing, and as it peered at Lysandra, it sang a melody so sweet that it resonated deep within her heart. Intrigued, Lysandra followed the bird as it flitted from branch to branch, leading her to a glistening pool nestled in a secluded glen. The water was as smooth as glass, reflecting the vibrant tapestry of the forest above. Beside the pool stood a venerable old willow, its branches dipping gracefully into the water, as if it were sharing secrets with its mirrored reflection. As Lysandra approached, she noticed that the willow's leaves shimmered with a faint, golden glow. She reached out to touch one, and as her fingers brushed against it, a gentle warmth spread through her being. From the depths of the pool, a soft voice, like the murmur of distant waves, spoke to her. "Welcome, Lysandra," the voice intoned. "You stand at the cusp of transformation, a journey that mirrors the cycles of nature itself. Fear not the changes that beckon, for within them lies the path to your true self." Lysandra listened, her heart both fluttering with apprehension and swelling with a newfound curiosity. "But how can I embrace what I do not understand?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "The answer lies within," the voice replied. "Open your heart to the wisdom of the forest and its inhabitants, and you shall find the guidance you seek." Taking a deep breath, Lysandra resolved to heed the voice's counsel. She spent her days exploring the forest, learning from its myriad creatures, who each had stories of change to share. There was the caterpillar, who spoke of its metamorphosis into a butterfly, a transformation that required patience and surrender. The wise old tortoise taught her about resilience and the slow, steady pace of growth. Even the wind, with its ever-changing dance through the trees, whispered lessons of adaptability and grace. Throughout this time, the radiant bird remained by her side, a steadfast companion who lifted her spirits with its joyful song. With each passing day, Lysandra felt her fears dissipate like mist in the morning sun, replaced by a quiet confidence and a deep sense of belonging. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lysandra returned to the pool beneath the willow. She gazed into the water, and her reflection gazed back, but it was no longer the same. She saw not only who she was, but who she could become, a reflection of strength, wisdom, and grace. In that moment, the magical pool shimmered with a golden light, and Lysandra felt a warm, gentle embrace envelop her, as if the very forest itself was celebrating her transformation. She had learned that change was not something to fear, but a natural part of life's beautiful tapestry. With her heart open and her spirit free, she knew she was ready to embrace whatever the future held. And so, under the watchful gaze of the old willow and the twinkling stars above, Lysandra whispered a heartfelt thank you to the forest and its inhabitants. As she turned to leave, the radiant bird took flight, soaring into the night sky and leaving a trail of iridescent stardust in its wake, a lasting reminder of the magic that lay within her all along. With a serene smile, Lysandra walked back through the forest, her heart light and her soul at peace, knowing that she was forever changed, yet more herself than ever before. And the forest, in its infinite wisdom, continued to whisper its secrets, ever ready to guide those who sought its gentle counsel. Story 32. In a quaint village nestled among rolling hills and ancient forests, there lived a young girl named Willow. Though her life seemed ordinary on the surface, Willow harbored a secret. She could communicate with the trees. From the mighty oaks to the delicate birches, their whispers filled her mind with tales of bygone eras and the intricate tapestry of life that thrived within the woodlands. One crisp autumn morning, as Willow wandered through the forest, her feet crunching fallen leaves, she heard a faint cry for help. Following the sound, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a small glowing acorn nestled among the roots of a grand oak tree. As she approached, the acorn's glow intensified, and a tiny voice echoed in her mind. "Please, kind Willow, you must help me," the voice pleaded. "I am the last of my kind, a guardian of the ancient forest, and a dark force threatens to consume us all." Willow's eyes widened with wonder and concern. "I will do whatever I can," she promised, gently cradling the acorn in her hands. The acorn's voice grew urgent. "Deep within the heart of the forest lies a hidden realm, a sanctuary where the guardians dwell. Only those with a pure heart and a connection to nature can find their way. You must journey there and seek the guidance of the elders. They will reveal the path to restore balance and save our beloved woodlands." Without hesitation, Willow nodded, determination etched on her face. She had always felt a deep kinship with the forest, and she knew that this was her calling, a chance to protect the very essence of life that had nurtured her since birth. Thus began Willow's extraordinary journey into the heart of the ancient forest. With the glowing acorn as her guide, she ventured deeper into the woodlands, her steps guided by the whispers of the trees and the gentle nudges of unseen forces. Each twist and turn unveiled new wonders, towering canopies that filtered the sunlight into a kaleidoscope of colors, streams that danced with life, and secret glades where fairies flitted among the wildflowers. As she delved further into the forest's depths, Willow encountered challenges that tested her resolve. Twisted vines ensnared her feet, and treacherous ravines threatened to swallow her whole. Yet she persevered, her connection with the trees growing stronger with every step, their guidance leading her ever closer to her destination. At last, after what seemed like an eternity, Willow emerged into a hidden valley unlike anything she had ever seen. Towering trees formed a protective canopy, their branches intertwined in a majestic dance. A crystal-clear pool shimmered in the center, reflecting the ethereal glow that permeated the entire realm. As Willow approached the pool, figures emerged from the shadows, ancient beings with faces carved from bark and eyes that shone with the wisdom of countless seasons. They were the elders, the guardians of this sacred place. "Welcome, child of the forest," one of the elders spoke, their voice a melodic blend of rustling leaves and birdsong. "We have been expecting you." Willow felt a sense of awe and reverence wash over her. "I have come seeking guidance," she said, her voice trembling slightly. "A dark force threatens the forest, and I must find a way to stop it." The elders exchanged knowing glances, their expressions grave. "The darkness you speak of is an ancient evil, a blight that seeks to sever the connection between all living things," another elder explained. It has existed since the dawn of time, lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Willow's eyes widened with worry. But how can I hope to stop such a powerful force? The eldest of the guardians stepped forward, their face etched with ancient runes, and their eyes glowing with a warmth that belied their age. You possess a rare gift, Willow, the ability to communicate with the trees and understand the language of nature. This gift is the key to unlocking a power that has been dormant for generations. They motioned toward the glowing pool, and an intricate pattern began to form on its surface, a tapestry of roots and branches intertwined. This is the verdant weave, the very essence of life that binds all living things together. By mastering its intricate patterns, you can harness the collective strength of the forest and wield it against the darkness. Willow gazed into the pool, entranced by the intricate designs that seemed to pulse with energy. "But how can I learn such a complex art?" she asked, her voice tinged with doubt. The elder smiled, their face creasing with kindness. "You already possess the knowledge within you, Willow. The trees have been whispering their secrets to you since birth. All you need to do is listen with your heart and let their wisdom guide you." With renewed determination, Willow nodded and stepped closer to the pool. She closed her eyes, letting the sounds of the forest wash over her. The rustle of leaves, the gurgle of streams, the song of birds. Gradually, the patterns began to reveal themselves, each twist and turn resonating with a familiar melody. As she studied the verdant weave, Willow felt a connection deeper than she had ever experienced before. The trees were not mere observers. They were active participants in the dance of life, their roots intertwined with the very fabric of existence. She could sense their collective strength, a wellspring of energy that pulsed in rhythm with her own heartbeat. Days turned into weeks as Willow immersed herself in the teachings of the elders, her understanding of the verdant weave growing with each passing moment. She learned to channel the forest's energy, weaving intricate patterns that could heal, protect, and even reshape the world around her. Finally, the day came when the elders deemed her ready. "The time has come to confront the darkness, Willow," the eldest guardian said, their voice solemn. "You must venture into the heart of the blight and unravel its hold on the forest." Willow nodded, her eyes shining with determination. "I am ready." With the glowing acorn nestled in her pocket and the knowledge of the verdant weave etched into her very being, Willow set forth on her final journey. She traveled through twisted, blighted landscapes where the trees groaned in agony and the very air seemed tainted with despair. At last, she reached the epicenter of the darkness, a towering spire of twisted black thorns that seemed to drain the life from everything it touched. Willow could feel the malevolent force pulsing within, a corrupted echo of the verdant weave that sought to sever the bonds between all living things. Summoning her courage, Willow began to weave her own patterns, her fingers dancing in the air as she channeled the collective strength of the forest. Glowing vines erupted from the ground, intertwining with the thorns and pulsing with life-giving energy. The darkness fought back, lashing out with tendrils of shadowy corruption, but Willow's connection to the verdant weave was unwavering. In a final, desperate act, the darkness unleashed a torrent of blight, seeking to overwhelm Willow's defenses. But in that moment, something extraordinary happened. The trees themselves answered her call, their roots bursting forth and joining her weave, creating a tapestry of life so intricate and powerful that it shattered the darkness like glass. As the last vestiges of the blight dissipated, Willow felt a profound sense of peace wash over her. The forest had been saved, and the cycle of life could continue uninterrupted. She had grown from a curious child into a true guardian, her bond with the natural world stronger than ever before. In the years that followed, Willow became a living legend, her mastery of the verdant weave inspiring generations of protectors to come. And whenever she found herself in need of guidance or inspiration, she would seek out the hidden valley, where the elders welcomed her with open arms, ready to share the timeless wisdom of the ancient forest. Story 33. In the whispering woods, where the trees stood tall and the air was filled with the scent of pine and damp earth, there lay a small, unassuming village. The villagers lived simple lives, guided by the rhythms of the seasons and the gentle lullabies of the rustling leaves. It was in this serene setting that a young girl named Clara discovered a secret that would change everything. Clara had always been a curious soul, with her eyes wide open to the wonders of the world around her. She loved to wander the woods, feeling the cool breeze on her cheeks and listening to the birds' melodious songs. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves tumbled from the trees, Clara stumbled upon something unusual. A small, intricately carved wooden box, half buried beneath a blanket of fallen leaves. The box was adorned with delicate carvings of twining vines and tiny woodland creatures. Its craftsmanship was unlike anything Clara had seen before. Intrigued, she brushed away the leaves and picked it up. The wood felt warm in her hands, as if it had been waiting for her. With a gentle click, the box opened to reveal a shimmering, iridescent feather nestled inside. The feather was unlike any she had ever seen, catching the sunlight in a dazzling array of colors. As Clara traced her fingers over its surface, she felt a tingling sensation, like the softest whisper of magic. Unbeknownst to her, this feather possessed a unique ability. It could reveal the true nature of things, illuminating the hidden beauty and wisdom in all that it touched. With the feather safely tucked away, Clara embarked on a journey of discovery. She wandered deeper into the forest, following a path that seemed to be paved with sunlight and shadow. Along the way, she encountered a friendly squirrel named Pip, whose eyes sparkled with mischief and intelligence. "Ah, seeker of secrets, are you?" Pip chattered, twitching his bushy tail. "That feather you hold is a rare gift indeed. It can show you the heart of things, but it's your heart that must guide its use." Clara nodded, grateful for Pip's guidance. Together they continued through the woods, the feather illuminating the wonders around them. They saw the hidden patterns in the bark of ancient trees, the delicate dance of a spider weaving its web, and the gentle heartbeat of the forest itself. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the woods in a twilight glow, Clara and Pip arrived at the edge of a shimmering pond. The water was as smooth as glass, reflecting the moon and stars above. It was here that Clara encountered an obstacle, a riddle that blocked their path. On the far side of the pond stood an old, wise owl named Oswald, perched on a branch with eyes like pools of amber. "To cross this pond you must answer my riddle," he hooted, his voice deep and melodic. Clara listened intently as Oswald recited the riddle. "I am not alive, but I can grow. I don't have lungs, but I need air. I have no mouth, but water kills me. What am I?" Clara pondered the riddle, feeling the gentle weight of the feather in her hand. She closed her eyes and let its magic guide her thoughts. The answer came softly, like the rustle of leaves in the wind. "Fire," Clara whispered, her voice filled with certainty. Oswald nodded, a slow, approving motion. "Indeed, you are wise beyond your years, young one. You may pass." With the riddle solved, a path of stepping stones appeared across the pond, glistening in the moonlight. Clara and Pip crossed together, their reflections dancing on the water's surface. As they journeyed onward, Clara learned to see the world through the feather's lens of wonder and possibility. She discovered that every creature, every leaf, and every stone held a story, a spark of magic waiting to be uncovered. In time, Clara returned to her village, her heart brimming with the wisdom of the woods. She shared the feather's gift with her friends and family, teaching them to look beyond the surface and see the hidden beauty in the everyday. And so the village thrived, its people weaving their own stories of kindness and discovery, guided by the gentle light of a single, extraordinary feather. As the seasons turned, Clara's tale became a cherished bedtime story, whispered by parents to their children, generation after generation. And in the whispering woods where the trees stood tall and the air was filled with the scent of pine and damp earth, the magic of the feather continued to weave its gentle spell, reminding all who listened that the greatest secrets are often hidden in plain sight. Story 34. Once upon a time, in a tranquil valley nestled between whispering woods and gentle, rolling hills, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. This village was renowned for its vibrant gardens and warm-hearted inhabitants who cherished the simple joys of life. In Willowbrook, the seasons were marked not just by changes in the weather, but by the kaleidoscope of colors that adorned the landscape. It was here that a young artisan named Leora lived. known for her delicate pottery that seemed to capture the very essence of the valley's beauty. Leora, with her auburn hair that caught the sun like autumn leaves, was a gentle soul, always thoughtful and reflective. Yet she harbored a quiet fear of change, preferring the steady rhythm of her life to the uncertainty of the unknown. Her pottery studio, a small sun-dappled space beside the meandering river Wisp, was her sanctuary. She spent her days shaping clay into vessels of every hue, each piece a testament to her love for the familiar. One crisp morning, as the air carried the scent of fallen leaves and the promise of winter, Leora received news that stirred the tranquility of her heart. A festival was to be held to celebrate the coming of the new season, and the villagers had decided to honor Leora by displaying her pottery at the heart of the festivities. Though flattered, Leora felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. The thought of her creations being the center of attention was as daunting as the idea of the changing season itself. Seeking solace, Leora wandered into the forest, her feet crunching softly on the carpet of golden leaves. The woods, with their towering trees and gentle rustling, always seemed to whisper secrets only they could hear. As she walked, she noticed a peculiar glow emanating from a grove of ancient oaks. Drawn by curiosity, she stepped closer and discovered a circle of stones, each etched with symbols that shimmered like silver in the dappled sunlight. In the center of the circle stood a small, gnarled tree, its leaves shimmering with a magical iridescence. As Leora approached, a soft voice filled the air, as warm and nurturing as a grandmother's embrace. "Welcome, dear one," the voice intoned. "I am the guardian of the grove. You have a heart full of beauty, yet it is bound by the fear of change. Would you allow me to guide you?" Leora, feeling an unexpected sense of calm, nodded. The guardian continued, "Within this grove lies the magic of transformation, a reflection of the growth you seek within yourself. But remember, true change begins from within, nurtured by courage and the bonds of friendship." With these words, the guardian bestowed upon Leora a small, enchanted acorn, its surface aglow with a soft golden light. "Plant this seed in your garden," the guardian instructed. "As it grows, so shall you." Leora returned to her studio, the acorn cradled gently in her hands. She planted it by her studio's window, where the sun's tender rays could nurture it. Each day she tended to the seedling with care, its growth a quiet testament to the changes taking root within her own heart. As the days passed, Leora found herself drawn to the company of her fellow villagers, each offering support and encouragement. There was Finn, the village storyteller, whose tales of courage and kindness inspired her, and Anwin, the baker, whose warm, cinnamon-scented kitchen became a haven of comfort and laughter. Together they shared stories and dreams, their friendships weaving a tapestry of support around Leora. With each gathering, her fears slowly melted away, replaced by a newfound strength and an appreciation for the beauty of change. The day of the festival arrived, and the village was alive with anticipation. Lanterns hung from every tree, casting a soft glow over the cobblestone paths. Leora's pottery was arranged in a dazzling display, each piece illuminated by the gentle flicker of candlelight. As she stood before her creations, Leora felt a sense of peace envelop her. The fear that had once gripped her heart was replaced by a quiet confidence, nurtured by the love and support of her friends. The enchanted acorn, now a sapling with leaves as radiant as the stars, stood as a symbol of her transformation. With a heart full of gratitude, Leora addressed the gathered villagers. "Change can be a daunting journey," she began, her voice steady and warm. "But it is through the bonds of friendship and the courage to embrace the unknown that we find the beauty within ourselves." As the festival unfolded, laughter and music filled the air, and Leora's heart swelled with a sense of belonging. She had learned that change, much like the seasons, was a natural part of life's rhythm, bringing with it the promise of new beginnings and endless possibilities. And so, under the starlit sky, the village of Willowbrook celebrated not just the turning of the season, but the transformation of a young artisan whose heart had grown as radiant as the enchanted grove she had discovered. And from that day forward, Leora's pottery continued to capture the beauty of the valley, each piece a testament to her journey of personal growth and the magical transformation that had taken root within her soul. The villagers cherished her creations, not just for their artistry, but for the story of courage and friendship they embodied. As the seasons turned and the years passed, the enchanted sapling grew into a magnificent tree, its branches reaching toward the sky. Beneath its protective canopy, Leora often sat reflecting on the lessons she had learned. The tree, with its shimmering leaves, stood as a reminder that true beauty lies in embracing change and nurturing the bonds that connect us all. Leora's life was now a vibrant tapestry, woven with the threads of her experiences and the friendships she had forged. She had learned that transformation is not a solitary journey, but one enriched by the love and support of those around us. In the heart of Willowbrook, the peaceful rhythm of life continued, the village thriving with the same warmth and kindness that had always defined it. And Leora, with her newfound wisdom, continued to create, her pottery a reflection of the beauty she saw in the world around her. As the years went by, Leora became a guiding light for others in the village, sharing her story and the lessons she had learned. Her studio became a place of inspiration and growth, where villagers gathered to create, to dream, and to support one another on their own journeys of transformation. And so, the enchanting tale of Leora and the magical grove became a cherished part of Willowbrook's lore. A story told by the fireside on crisp autumn evenings, its gentle lessons bringing comfort and hope to all who heard it. As the sun set over the tranquil valley, casting a golden glow across the landscape, Leora looked out at the village she loved, her heart full of gratitude and peace. She understood now that change was not something to be feared, but a beautiful, necessary part of life's journey, a journey made all the more meaningful by the friends and loved ones who walk beside us. And with that understanding, Leora embraced the future, knowing that whatever lay ahead, she was ready to face it with an open heart and the strength of the bonds she had nurtured. The gentle spirit of the grove and the warmth of friendship would guide her, lighting the path to new adventures and endless possibilities. And so, the story of Leora and her magical transformation was passed down through generations, a testament to the power of courage, friendship, and the beauty of embracing change. And in the heart of Willowbrook, the enchanted grove continued to thrive, its shimmering leaves whispering secrets of hope and joy to all who ventured near. The village, with its vibrant gardens and kind-hearted inhabitants, remained a place of warmth and wonder, where the beauty of personal discovery was celebrated, and the spirit of transformation lived on in the hearts of all who called it home. And so, dear listener, as you drift into the realms of sleep, may the gentle lessons of Leora's journey bring you comfort and inspiration, guiding you as you embrace the changes and possibilities that life brings. Dream sweetly, and remember that you too have the power to grow and transform with the support and love of those who walk beside you. Story 35. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst the verdant folds of rolling hills, there was a secret few knew, a hidden world concealed beneath the ancient canopy of the Whispering Woods. This enchanted forest, with its towering, century-old trees, was said to hold mysteries that could change the course of one's life. It was here that our story begins, with a gentle soul named Finn, a young boy with a heart as warm as the summer sun and eyes that twinkled like stars on a clear night. Finn lived in a modest cottage on the edge of the village with his grandmother, a wise woman who spun tales of magic and wonder by the fireside each evening. Her stories were woven with the threads of ancient lore, filled with creatures that danced between the worlds of the seen and unseen. Finn cherished these stories, for they painted his dreams with colors more vivid than any he had known. One crisp autumn morning, with the air fragrant with the scent of fallen leaves and the sky a brilliant blue, Finn set off on a journey. It was not an ordinary day, for Finn had turned 13, an age his grandmother said marked the beginning of new adventures. She had gifted him a small, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with symbols that seemed to whisper secrets when the light caught them just right. Inside the box lay a single feather, iridescent and shimmering with hues that danced between gold and azure. It was no ordinary feather, his grandmother had told him, but one from the wing of an ethereal bird, a guardian of the forest's heart. "Take this, Finn," she had said, her voice soft and full of mystery. "It will guide you when the path seems unclear. Listen to its song, for it speaks with the voice of the woods themselves. With the feather tucked safely in his pocket, Finn ventured into the whispering woods, his steps light and filled with anticipation. The forest seemed alive, its leaves rustling in a symphony of whispers, as if welcoming him into its embrace. Shafts of sunlight pierced through the canopy, painting the forest floor with patterns of light and shadow, leading Finn deeper into the heart of the woods. As he walked, Finn encountered creatures both familiar and strange. A family of rabbits darted across his path, their fur soft and eyes bright with curiosity. A fox, its coat a fiery blaze, paused to study him with an intelligence that seemed almost human. Finn marveled at each encounter, his heart swelling with the beauty of the world around him. Hours passed, though time seemed to stretch and bend in the magical hush of the forest. Just as the sun began its descent, casting the woods in a golden glow, Finn stumbled upon a clearing unlike any he had seen before. In its center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, branches reaching out like welcoming arms. This was the heart tree his grandmother had spoken of, a tree said to guard the entrance to the hidden world within the forest. Finn approached with reverence, the feather in his pocket growing warm, as if responding to the tree's ancient presence. As he stood before it, the air shimmered, and a soft, melodic hum filled the clearing. Finn closed his eyes, letting the sound wash over him. When he opened them again, he found himself in a world transformed. The clearing was now a vibrant tapestry of color and life. Flowers of every hue carpeted the ground, their petals glistening with dew that sparkled like diamonds. Creatures of legend roamed freely, a unicorn with a coat as white as snow, a phoenix with feathers ablaze in fiery splendor, and fairies whose laughter tinkled like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. Finn felt a sense of awe and wonder, his heart alight with a joy he had never known. Yet among the magic there was a sense of purpose, a calling that drew him deeper into this world. He followed the path laid before him, the feather guiding his steps, until he reached a river that glowed with an inner light. Beside the river sat an elderly man, his beard as silver as moonlight, eyes twinkling with wisdom and kindness. He beckoned Finn to sit beside him, and together they watched as the water flowed, its surface reflecting the sky's myriad colors. "You have found your way to the heart of the forest," the man said, his voice gentle and soothing. "Few have the courage to seek it, but those who do are forever changed." Finn listened, captivated by the man's presence and the stories that seemed to dance in his eyes. "What is this place?" he asked, his voice filled with wonder. "This is the world of the unseen, where dreams and reality intertwine," the man replied. "It is a place of magic and truth, where the heart's deepest desires are revealed." As they spoke, the river's glow intensified, and from its depths rose a vision, a scene of Finn's village, vibrant and full of life. Yet there was a shadow upon it, a threat that loomed unseen. Finn's heart ached at the sight, for the village was his home, and its people were his family. "The forest has chosen you, Finn," the man said, placing a hand on his shoulder. "You must use the gifts you have been given to protect those you love. The journey will not be easy, but you will not walk it alone." With those words, the man faded into the light, leaving Finn alone with the river's song. The feather in his pocket pulsed with warmth and light, a beacon of hope and guidance. Finn understood now he was part of something greater, a guardian of both worlds, bound by the magic of the forest and the love of his home. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Finn made his way back through the whispering woods. The creatures he had met before watched him with knowing eyes, as if acknowledging his newfound purpose. The world around him seemed richer, more alive, and Finn felt a deep connection to it all. When he emerged from the forest, the village lay before him, bathed in the gentle glow of twilight. Finn's grandmother waited at the edge of the woods, her eyes filled with warmth and pride. She saw the change in him, the strength and wisdom he now carried. "You have found your path, dear Finn," she said, embracing him tightly, "and the world is all the better for it." In the days and weeks that followed, Finn used the gifts of the feather and the wisdom of the forest to guide and protect his village. He shared the stories and lessons he had learned, bringing the community closer, uniting them in friendship and understanding. The shadow that had once threatened them lifted, replaced by light and hope. Through it all, Finn remained humble, always listening to the song of the feather, the voice of the woods that had become a part of him. And each night, as the fire crackled in the hearth, he would sit with his grandmother, spinning new tales of wonder and magic, stories that would inspire generations to come. The village of Willowbrook flourished, its people thriving in harmony with the world around them. The Whispering Woods, with its hidden world of magic, continued to guard its secrets, whispering tales of old to those who dared to listen. And Finn, the gentle-hearted boy who had become a guardian, found peace in the knowledge that he was part of a story much larger than himself, a story of love, courage, and the timeless magic that binds us all. And so, as the stars twinkled in the night sky, the village slept, cradled in the arms of the forest, while the whispering winds sang lullabies of dreams and wonder, carrying the promise of new adventures yet to come. Story 36. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between whispering woods and emerald hills, there lived a curious young girl named Anwen. Anwen had eyes like the clearest pools of water and a heart full of wonder. Every day she would wander the meandering paths of her village, dreaming of the world beyond the familiar fields and farmlands. One golden afternoon, while the sun bathed the earth in its warm embrace, Anwen stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her attic. The map unfurled to reveal the depiction of a place called the Luminous Grove, a fabled land said to lie beyond the boundaries of the known world. Intrigued by the promise of adventure, Anwen decided that she must discover this magical place for herself. As dawn broke the next day, painting the sky with hues of rose and lavender, Anwen set off on her journey. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of sweetberry juice, and her trusty journal, eager to record the wonders she would see. The path led her through the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to lean in and murmur secrets to one another. Shafts of sunlight pierced through the canopy, creating dapples of light on the forest floor that danced as the leaves swayed gently in the breeze. As Anwen walked, she felt a sense of calm and curiosity envelop her, as if the very air were infused with magic. After a time, she came upon a clearing where the air shimmered with a peculiar glow. Here, she encountered her first whimsical creature, a rabbit with fur like spun silver and eyes that sparkled like tiny stars. The rabbit bounded towards her and, to her amazement, spoke in a voice as soft as a lullaby. "Greetings, traveler. You are seeking the Luminous Grove, are you not?" the rabbit asked, its nose twitching inquisitively. "Yes, I am," Anwen replied, delight dancing in her voice. "Do you know the way?" The rabbit nodded and beckoned her to follow. "Keep your heart open and your spirit brave, and the path shall reveal itself," it advised. With the rabbit as her guide, Anwen continued on, her footsteps light and hopeful. They soon arrived at the edge of the forest, where the land opened up into a vast meadow carpeted with flowers that bloomed in colors she had never seen. Vivid blues like the deepest ocean, fiery oranges that glowed like embers, and purples that seemed to hum with their own light. In the heart of this meadow was a river, its waters so clear they sparkled like 1,000 diamonds under the sun. As Anwen approached, the river began to sing, a gentle melody that spoke of ancient times and whispered promises of discovery. Anwen listened, her heart swelling with the beauty of the song. "How wondrous this place is," she murmured, more to herself than the rabbit, who had settled comfortably beside her. Her journey continued, each step bringing new marvels. She met a family of fireflies that formed constellations in the air, guiding her through the twilight with their gentle glow. She conversed with a wise old turtle who shared tales of the stars and the secrets they held. Each encounter was a gentle challenge that required Anwen to use her kindness and courage. When the path seemed unclear, she learned to trust her instincts. When she felt weary, she found strength in the beauty around her and the friendships she had made along the way. Finally, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Anwen arrived at the Luminous Grove. The grove was a circle of towering trees, their bark aglow with a soft, ethereal light that pulsed like a heartbeat. In the center stood a crystal-clear pool, its surface smooth as glass, reflecting the night sky in perfect clarity. Anwen felt a deep sense of peace wash over her. She understood now that the journey itself had been the true treasure, each moment a thread woven into the tapestry of her adventure. She sat by the pool, dipping her fingers into the cool water, grateful for the courage that had brought her here. As the first stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Anwen made a wish, not for herself, but for all who would follow their dreams with an open heart and a brave spirit. She knew that the luminous grove would always be there, a beacon of wonder for those who dared to seek it. With a heart full of joy and newfound wisdom, Anwen began her journey home, the path now lit by the glow of the grove. Her adventure had taught her that the world was filled with magic, just waiting to be discovered by those who were bold enough to look. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars and the gentle hum of the night, Anwen returned to her village, her spirit forever touched by the enchantment of the unknown. And though she would have many more adventures, the memory of the luminous grove would always hold a special place in her heart, a reminder of the wonders that lay beyond the horizon and the courage that lay within. Story 37. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest, where the trees stood tall and wise, there existed a forgotten glade bathed in perpetual twilight. This place was known only to the creatures of the forest, and a few rare souls who dared to venture beyond the well-trodden paths. The air here was imbued with the scent of pine and earth, carrying the gentle rustling of leaves like a soft lullaby. It was a realm where magic lingered, hiding in plain sight among the shadows and the light. Elliot, a curious young boy with a heart as open as the sky, discovered this hidden world one golden afternoon. His hair, tousled by the wind, glimmered like autumn leaves in the sun. He had been wandering through the forest, drawn by a deep-seated yearning for something he could not name. Elliot loved the forest. Its secrets whispered to him, and its beauty filled him with a profound sense of belonging. As he walked, each step cushioned by a carpet of moss and fallen leaves, he stumbled upon an ancient oak with a hollow that seemed to beckon him closer. Within this hollow, nestled among roots as thick as his arm, lay a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was smooth, worn by time, and etched with symbols that seemed to pulse with a gentle glow. Elliot's fingers brushed over the box, and a warmth spread through him, as if the object were alive. He hesitated for a moment, then carefully lifted it from its resting place. As he did, a soft sighing sound filled the air, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. With the box cradled in his hands, Elliot sat beneath the oak, leaning against its sturdy trunk. The world around him faded into a serene silence, leaving only the gentle hum of nature. He turned the box over, examining it from every angle before finally deciding to open it. Inside, resting on a bed of velvet as dark as midnight, was a small, crystalline orb. It shimmered with an inner light, casting tiny rainbows that danced around Elliot like playful spirits. Mesmerized, Elliot reached out to touch it, and as his fingertips brushed the surface, a tingling sensation raced up his arm. Suddenly, the orb began to glow more brightly, and a soft voice, warm and melodic, filled the air. "Welcome, Seeker," it said, resonating with a kindness that wrapped around Elliot like a comforting embrace. "You have found the heart of the forest, a gift of magic and mystery." Elliot blinked, his eyes wide with wonder. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. "I am the guardian of this glade," the voice replied. "And you, dear child, have been chosen to carry the heart and listen to its song." The orb pulsed gently, and with each pulse, Elliot felt a connection forming, a bond with the forest and its secrets. "What do I do with it?" he asked, curiosity mingling with a sense of responsibility. "Listen," the voice advised. "Learn. The heart will guide you, reveal hidden truths, and teach you the language of the world around you. But remember, true power comes from understanding, not control." Elliot nodded, his mind awhirl with possibilities. He closed the box, feeling the weight of the orb settle within it, and tucked it safely into his satchel. As he rose to his feet, the forest seemed to awaken, the trees whispering encouragement, the leaves rustling with approval. Over the following days, Elliot returned to the glade, drawn to its serenity and the promise of discovery. He spent hours sitting beneath the ancient oak, listening to the heart's gentle murmur and learning the subtle language of the forest. Each day brought new revelations, a hidden path, a secret grove, the laughter of a brook that meandered through sun-dappled glens. One crisp morning, as the first rays of the sun painted the forest in shades of gold, Elliot encountered an unexpected visitor. A fox, its fur as red as flames, emerged from the underbrush. Its eyes, sharp and intelligent, regarded Elliot with curiosity. "Hello there," Elliot said softly, extending a hand in greeting. The fox approached cautiously, its nose twitching as it sniffed the air between them. Sensing no threat, it sat back on its haunches and regarded Elliot with a look of expectation. Elliot remembered the heart and its promise of connection. He retrieved the box from his satchel and opened it, letting the fox see the shimmering orb. The fox tilted its head, eyes reflecting the orb's light, and for a moment, Elliot felt as if he were gazing into a deep well of ancient wisdom. The fox blinked slowly, then trotted forward, brushing against Elliot's leg in a gesture of trust. Elliot smiled, a warmth spreading through him. Here was a friend, unexpected and wondrous, brought to him by the magic of the forest. From that day on, Elliot and the fox were inseparable. They explored the forest together, the fox leading Elliot to hidden places he never would have found on his own. In return, Elliot shared his discoveries and the knowledge imparted by the heart. As the seasons changed, Elliot grew in wisdom and understanding. The forest, once a place of mystery, became a living tapestry of stories and songs. He learned to read the language of the wind, to interpret the dance of the leaves, and to find beauty in the smallest details. But as Elliot's connection with the forest deepened, so too did his awareness of its fragility. He noticed signs of change, trees that stood bare in the wrong season, streams that ran dry, and animals that seemed restless, out of sync with the natural rhythm. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and violet, Elliot sat with the fox by his side, pondering the forest's plight. The heart glowed softly in his lap, its light casting gentle shadows. "What can we do?" Elliot asked aloud, his voice tinged with worry. The fox looked at him, its gaze steady and calm. Elliot felt the heart pulse in response, a silent reassurance that they were not alone. "Together we must find the source of this imbalance." The voice of the guardian spoke, its tone gentle yet resolute. "The forest has chosen you, Elliot, to be its champion. Trust in your bond with the heart and your friendship with the fox. They will guide you." Determined and hopeful, Elliot set out the next morning with the fox at his side. They traveled deeper into the forest than ever before, following signs and whispers that only they could perceive. The journey was long and arduous, but Elliot's heart was buoyed by a sense of purpose and the unwavering companionship of his fox friend. As they ventured onward, the forest revealed more of its wonders. A hidden waterfall that sang with the voices of 1,000 dreams. A glen where flowers bloomed in colors more vibrant than any rainbow. Yet alongside these marvels, Elliot also saw the signs of distress, trees that wept sap like tears, birds that called mournfully to the empty sky. One evening, as they rested beneath a canopy of stars, Elliot felt a shift in the air, a subtle change that sent a shiver down his spine. The fox, ever perceptive, rose to its feet, ears pricked and alert. "We're close," Elliot murmured, sensing that the source of the forest's imbalance lay just ahead. Together they pressed on, their path illuminated by the silvery light of the moon. Finally, they arrived at a clearing unlike any other. Here, in the center, stood a tree of immense size and age, its branches stretching wide like the arms of a guardian embracing the world. But this tree, once the heart of the forest, was withering. Its bark was cracked, its leaves brittle and lifeless. Approaching the tree, Elliot felt the heart in his satchel grow warm, its light pulsing in harmony with the tree's faint heartbeat. He understood then that the heart and the tree were connected, two halves of a greater whole. Elliot knelt before the tree, placing the heart upon the earth at its roots. He closed his eyes, reaching out with his mind and spirit to the guardian voice within the orb. "Please," he whispered, "show me how to help." In response, the heart flared with light, and Elliot found himself enveloped in a vision. He saw the forest as it once was, vibrant and alive, its creatures thriving in harmony. But then a shadow fell over the land, a darkness born of neglect and imbalance, threatening to unravel the delicate weave of life. The vision shifted, and Elliot saw himself, the fox by his side, standing as a beacon of hope. He saw the heart, its light spreading across the forest, mending the fractures and restoring balance. Elliot understood. The heart's power was not his to wield, but to share. To heal the forest, he needed to awaken the magic within every living thing, to remind them of their place in the grand tapestry. With newfound clarity, Elliot rose and turned to the fox, his faithful companion. Together they began to circle the great tree, the heart's light guiding their steps. As they moved, Elliot spoke, his voice carrying the ancient words of the forest, words of renewal and rebirth. The fox joined in, its voice a melody that wove through Elliot's words, binding them with the rhythm of nature. Around them the air shimmered, and the forest seemed to sigh in relief, the shadows retreating as light spread like a healing balm. They continued until the first light of dawn touched the clearing, bathing it in gold. The great tree, once withered, now stood tall and proud, its branches laden with leaves that sang with the wind. The balance had been restored, the forest's heartbeat strong and steady. Elliot felt a deep peace settle within him, a warmth that mirrored the light of the heart. He turned to the fox, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thank you," he said simply, knowing that their friendship had been the key to unlocking the forest's magic. The fox yipped softly, its eyes reflecting the dawn's light, and nuzzled Elliot's hand, a bond unspoken yet deeply felt. Elliot knew that his journey was only beginning. There were more mysteries to uncover, more stories to learn. But he was ready, for the heart of the forest was with him, and the friendship he had forged with the fox was a strength that would guide him through any challenge. As they left the clearing, the forest seemed to embrace them, its song a gentle promise of adventure and discovery. Elliot walked with a light heart, the fox by his side, knowing that together they would keep the magic of the forest alive. And so, beneath the canopy of leaves that whispered secrets only they could hear, Elliot and his fox friend ventured forth, guardians of the hidden world, champions of the magic that danced in the spaces between shadow and light. Together they embraced the mysteries of the forest, finding joy in every step and wonder in every breath. And as the sun rose higher in the sky, painting the world in vibrant hues, they knew that they had found their place in the ever-spinning tapestry of life. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest, where the trees stood tall and wise, there existed a forgotten glade bathed in perpetual twilight. This place was known only to the creatures of the forest, and a few rare souls who dared to venture beyond the well-trodden paths. The air here was imbued with the scent of pine and earth, carrying the gentle rustling of leaves like a soft lullaby. It was a realm where magic lingered, hiding in plain sight among the shadows and the light. Elliot, a curious young boy with a heart as open as the sky, discovered this hidden world one golden afternoon. His hair, tousled by the wind, glimmered like autumn leaves in the sun. He had been wandering through the forest, drawn by a deep-seated yearning for something he could not name. Elliot loved the forest. Its secrets whispered to him, and its beauty filled him with a profound sense of belonging. As he walked, each step cushioned by a carpet of moss and fallen leaves, he stumbled upon an ancient oak with a hollow that seemed to beckon him closer. Within this hollow, nestled among roots as thick as his arm, lay a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was smooth, worn by time, and etched with symbols that seemed to pulse with a gentle glow. Elliot's fingers brushed over the box, and a warmth spread through him, as if the object were alive. He hesitated for a moment, then carefully lifted it from its resting place. As he did, a soft sighing sound filled the air, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. With the box cradled in his hands, Elliot sat beneath the oak, leaning against its sturdy trunk. The world around him faded into a serene silence, leaving only the gentle hum of nature. He turned the box over, examining it from every angle before finally deciding to open it. Inside, resting on a bed of velvet as dark as midnight, was a small, crystalline orb. It shimmered with an inner light, casting tiny rainbows that danced around Elliot like playful spirits. Mesmerized, Elliot reached out to touch it, and as his fingertips brushed the surface, a tingling sensation raced up his arm. Suddenly, the orb began to glow more brightly, and a soft voice, warm and melodic, filled the air. "Welcome, Seeker," it said, resonating with a kindness that wrapped around Elliot like a comforting embrace. "You have found the heart of the forest, a gift of magic and mystery." Elliot blinked, his eyes wide with wonder. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. I am the guardian of this glade, the voice replied, and you, dear child, have been chosen to carry the heart and listen to its song. The orb pulsed gently, and with each pulse, Elliot felt a connection forming, a bond with the forest and its secrets. What do I do with it? He asked, curiosity mingling with a sense of responsibility. Listen, the voice advised. Learn. The heart will guide you, reveal hidden truths, and teach you the language of the world around you. But remember, true power comes from understanding, not control. Elliot nodded, his mind awhirl with possibilities. He closed the box, feeling the weight of the orb settle within it, and tucked it safely into his satchel. As he rose to his feet, the forest seemed to awaken, the trees whispering encouragement, the leaves rustling with approval. Over the following days, Elliot returned to the glade, drawn to its serenity and the promise of discovery. He spent hours sitting beneath the ancient oak, listening to the heart's gentle murmur and learning the subtle language of the forest. Each day brought new revelations, a hidden path, a secret grove, the laughter of a brook that meandered through sun-dappled glens. One crisp morning, as the first rays of the sun painted the forest in shades of gold, Elliot encountered an unexpected visitor. A fox, its fur as red as flames, emerged from the underbrush. Its eyes, sharp and intelligent, regarded Elliot with curiosity. "Hello there," Elliot said softly, extending a hand in greeting. The fox approached cautiously, its nose twitching as it sniffed the air between them. Sensing no threat, it sat back on its haunches and regarded Elliot with a look of expectation. Elliot remembered the heart and its promise of connection. He retrieved the box from his satchel and opened it, letting the fox see the shimmering orb. The fox tilted its head, eyes reflecting the orb's light, and for a moment, Elliot felt as if he were gazing into a deep well of ancient wisdom. The fox blinked slowly, then trotted forward, brushing against Elliot's leg in a gesture of trust. Elliot smiled, a warmth spreading through him. Here was a friend, unexpected and wondrous, brought to him by the magic of the forest. From that day on, Elliot and the fox were inseparable. They explored the forest together, the fox leading Elliot to hidden places he never would have found on his own. In return, Elliot shared his discoveries and the knowledge imparted by the heart. As the seasons changed, Elliot grew in wisdom and understanding. The forest, once a place of mystery, became a living tapestry of stories and songs. He learned to read the language of the wind, to interpret the dance of the leaves, and to find beauty in the smallest details. But as Elliot's connection with the forest deepened, so too did his awareness of its fragility. He noticed signs of change, trees that stood bare in the wrong season, streams that ran dry, and animals that seemed restless, out of sync with the natural rhythm. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and violet, Elliot sat with the fox by his side, pondering the forest's plight. The heart glowed softly in his lap, its light casting gentle shadows. "What can we do?" Elliot asked aloud, his voice tinged with worry. The fox looked at him, its gaze steady and calm. Elliot felt the heart pulse in response, a silent reassurance that they were not alone. "Together we must find the source of this imbalance." The voice of the guardian spoke, its tone gentle yet resolute. "The forest has chosen you, Elliot, to be its champion. Trust in your bond with the heart and your friendship with the fox. They will guide you." Determined and hopeful, Elliot set out the next morning with the fox at his side. They traveled deeper into the forest than ever before, following signs and whispers that only they could perceive. The journey was long and arduous, but Elliot's heart was buoyed by a sense of purpose and the unwavering companionship of his fox friend. As they ventured onward, the forest revealed more of its wonders. A hidden waterfall that sang with the voices of 1,000 dreams, a glen where flowers bloomed in colors more vibrant than any rainbow. Yet alongside these marvels, Elliot also saw the signs of distress, trees that wept sap like tears, birds that called mournfully to the empty sky. One evening, as they rested beneath a canopy of stars, Elliot felt a shift in the air, a subtle change that sent a shiver down his spine. The fox, ever perceptive, rose to its feet, ears pricked and alert. "We're close," Elliot murmured, sensing that the source of the forest's imbalance lay just ahead. Together they pressed on, their path illuminated by the silvery light of the moon. Finally, they arrived at a clearing unlike any other. Here, in the center, stood a tree of immense size and age, its branches stretching wide like the arms of a guardian embracing the world. But this tree, once the heart of the forest, was withering. Its bark was cracked, its leaves brittle and lifeless. Approaching the tree, Elliot felt the heart in his satchel grow warm, its light pulsing in harmony with the tree's faint heartbeat. He understood then that the heart and the tree were connected, two halves of a greater whole. Elliot knelt before the tree, placing the heart upon the earth at its roots. He closed his eyes, reaching out with his mind and spirit to the guardian voice within the orb. "Please," he whispered, "show me how to help." In response, the heart flared with light, and Elliot found himself enveloped in a vision. He saw the forest as it once was, vibrant and alive, its creatures thriving in harmony. But then a shadow fell over the land, a darkness born of neglect and imbalance, threatening to unravel the delicate weave of life. The vision shifted, and Elliot saw himself, the fox by his side, standing as a beacon of hope. He saw the heart, its light spreading across the forest, mending the fractures and restoring balance. Elliot understood. The heart's power was not his to wield, but to share. To heal the forest, he needed to awaken the magic within every living thing, to remind them of their place in the grand tapestry. With newfound clarity, Elliot rose and turned to the fox, his faithful companion. Together they began to circle the great tree, the heart's light guiding their steps. As they moved, Elliot spoke, his voice carrying the ancient words of the forest, words of renewal and rebirth. The fox joined in, its voice a melody that wove through Elliot's words, binding them with the rhythm of nature. Around them the air shimmered, and the forest seemed to sigh in relief, the shadows retreating as light spread like a healing balm. They continued until the first light of dawn touched the clearing, bathing it in gold. The great tree, once withered, now stood tall and proud, its branches laden with leaves that sang with the wind. The balance had been restored, the forest's heartbeat strong and steady. Elliot felt a deep peace settle within him, a warmth that mirrored the light of the heart. He turned to the fox, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thank you," he said simply, knowing that their friendship had been the key to unlocking the forest's magic. The fox yipped softly, its eyes reflecting the dawn's light, and nuzzled Elliot's hand, a bond unspoken yet deeply felt. Elliot knew that his journey was only beginning. There were more mysteries to uncover, more stories to learn. But he was ready, for the heart of the forest was with him, and the friendship he had forged with the fox was a strength that would guide him through any challenge. As they left the clearing, the forest seemed to embrace them, its song a gentle promise of adventure and discovery. Elliot walked with a light heart, the fox by his side, knowing that together they would keep the magic of the forest alive. And so, beneath the canopy of leaves that whispered secrets only they could hear, Elliot and his fox friend ventured forth, guardians of the hidden world, champions of the magic that danced in the spaces between shadow and light. Together they embraced the mysteries of the forest, finding joy in every step and wonder in every breath. And as the sun rose higher in the sky, painting the world in vibrant hues, they knew that they had found their place in the ever-spinning tapestry of life. Story 38. In a far-flung corner of the universe, where stars twinkled like countless diamonds scattered across an endless velvet cloak, lay the planet of Lumina. Lumina was known for its breathtaking landscapes of shimmering crystal valleys and skyward-reaching sapphire spires. Its inhabitants, the Luminites, were gentle beings, their skin aglow with a soft, ethereal light that pulsed with their emotions. On the sprawling plains of Lumina, near the edge of the great crystal sea, lived a young Luminite named Neri. Neri had always been curious about the stars beyond her world, her heart yearning for adventure. She often gazed up at the night sky, her thoughts drifting like the gentle breezes that caressed the crystal grass. One fateful evening, as Neri sat by a crackling campfire made of glowing embers, a streak of light cut through the sky, brighter and faster than any shooting star. It was a spacecraft, spiraling downwards, its once glimmering hull charred from entry. With a gentle thud, it landed in the nearby glade, sending a soft wave of shimmering dust into the air. Neri's heart quickened with both excitement and trepidation. Gathering her courage, she approached the ship, her light casting a warm glow on the metallic surface. The hatch creaked open, and out stumbled a figure unlike any she had ever seen. A tall, slender being with skin that shimmered like polished obsidian and eyes that glowed a deep emerald. "Greetings," the being spoke, its voice a harmonious blend of musical notes, soothing yet unfamiliar. "I am Talon, from the planet Zyrath. My ship has malfunctioned, and I find myself in need of assistance." Neri's curiosity overcame her initial hesitation. "Welcome to Lumina," she replied, her voice gentle and welcoming. "I am Neri, and I am happy to help you." Despite their differences, a tentative friendship began to blossom. Talon, with his vast knowledge of mechanics and technology, and Neri, with her understanding of Lumina's natural resources, worked together to repair the ship. As they toiled side by side, misunderstandings occasionally arose, like when Talon mistook a Luminite gesture of friendship for a challenge. But each misunderstanding was met with patience and laughter, their bond strengthening with each shared moment. One day, as Neri and Talon were gathering rare crystal fragments to power the ship, they encountered a sudden storm. The sky, usually a tranquil azure, darkened to an ominous gray, and the gentle breezes turned into fierce gusts. Neri's light flickered with worry as the storm intensified, the howling winds threatening to separate them. Talon, sensing Neri's fear, reached out, his hand warm and steady. "Stay close," he encouraged, his voice a beacon of calm amidst the chaos. "Together, we will find shelter." Guided by Talon's unwavering confidence, they found refuge within the sheltering embrace of a crystal cavern. Inside, the storm's roar was muted, replaced by the rhythmic dripping of water and the soft glow of luminescent moss. As they huddled close, Talon shared tales of Zyrath, of its soaring black dunes and the symphonies that echoed through its obsidian canyons. In return, Neri spoke of Lumina's crystalline beauty and the peaceful harmony that her people cherished. As they talked, they discovered that despite their worlds being light years apart, their hearts shared a love for the wonders of the universe and a desire to protect its fragile beauty. When the storm finally passed, the world outside was transformed. The rain had polished the crystals to a brilliant sheen, and the air was filled with the sweet, fresh scent of new beginnings. With renewed determination, Neri and Talon returned to their task, their friendship now a steadfast bond that glowed brighter than the stars themselves. At last, the ship was ready. Talon stood at the hatch, his eyes reflecting the myriad colors of Lumina's dawn. "I must return to Zyrath," he said, his voice tinged with both gratitude and a hint of sadness. "But I will never forget the lessons of friendship and understanding that you have taught me." Neri smiled, her light warm and steady. "And I, too, will cherish the wisdom and courage you have shared with me. Our paths may part, but our hearts will remain connected across the stars." With a gentle hum, the ship rose into the sky, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust. Neri watched until it disappeared into the vastness of space, her heart full of the joy and strength that true friendship brings. As the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, Neri often found herself gazing at the stars, her spirit alight with the promise of new adventures and the comforting knowledge that even across the universe, the bonds of friendship could shine brightly. And so, under the watchful eyes of the cosmos, Neri continued her journey, her heart forever open to the wonders of the world and the friends she had yet to meet, knowing that the true meaning of friendship was a gift more precious than any treasure she could find. Story 39. Story 39. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, there lay a little village named Willow Glen. The village was surrounded by trees so tall that their tops seemed to brush the clouds, and every morning the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the gentle rustle of leaves whispering secrets to the wind. The villagers were kind-hearted folk, living in harmony with nature and each other, in cottages that seemed to have sprouted from the earth itself. In this peaceful hamlet lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was known for her curiosity and her penchant for adventure. Her hair was like spun gold, catching the sunlight in a halo around her head, and her eyes sparkled like the clear blue lake that lay on the village's outskirts. Lila's best friend was a gentle, wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle had a shell that glistened like polished stone, and he carried with him the wisdom of the ages, speaking in a slow, deliberate manner that always seemed to calm the winds and hush the forest creatures. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to hues of amber and gold, Lila and Thistle set out on their usual walk along the forest path. The air was cool and invigorating, filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Lila loved this time of year, when the world seemed to be painted in shades of warmth, and the forest was alive with the songs of migrating birds preparing for their long journey south. As they walked, Lila noticed something unusual. A faint glimmer caught her eye from beneath a pile of leaves. Curiosity piqued. She knelt down and brushed the leaves aside, revealing a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with patterns of swirling vines and flowers, and at its center was an emblem of a tree with deep roots and flourishing branches. "Thistle, look at this!" Lila exclaimed, her voice tinged with wonder. "What do you think it is?" Thistle regarded the box with his wise old eyes, blinking slowly. "It seems to be a very special box, Lila. Perhaps it holds a secret waiting to be discovered." With trembling fingers, Lila opened the lid, and inside she found a delicate silver key, its bow shaped like a tiny, intricate tree. The key gleamed in the dappled sunlight, and Lila felt a strange warmth spreading through her as she held it. She sensed that this key was no ordinary object. It was imbued with magic. "What do you suppose it unlocks?" Lila mused aloud, her imagination already conjuring images of hidden doors and secret worlds. "There's only one way to find out," Thistle replied, ever the voice of calm reason. "We must search and see what lies ahead." And so began their journey, a quest to uncover the mystery of the silver key. Lila and Thistle wandered through the forest, following paths both familiar and new. The trees whispered encouragement as they passed, and the forest seemed to guide them with a gentle hand. As the afternoon sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across their path, they reached a part of the forest that Lila had never seen before. It was a grove of ancient oaks, their trunks thick and gnarled, their branches twisting and reaching toward the heavens like the arms of giants. In the center of the grove stood a massive tree, larger than any Lila had ever encountered. Its bark was a deep, rich brown, and it exuded a sense of timelessness and majesty. Lila approached the tree, drawn by an invisible force. As she laid her hand on its trunk, she felt a gentle thrumming beneath her fingers, as if the tree had a heartbeat of its own. "Do you feel that, Thistle?" Lila whispered, her voice filled with awe. Thistle nodded slowly. "This tree is ancient and wise, Lila. It holds many secrets within its bark." Just then, Lila noticed something extraordinary. Set into the trunk of the tree was a small, ornate lock, crafted in the same style as the key she held. Her heart raced with excitement as she inserted the key and turned it. There was a soft click, and the lock fell away, revealing a hidden door. With bated breath, Lila pushed the door open, and she and Thistle stepped inside. They found themselves in a hidden world, a place of wonder and magic. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. Before them lay a path lined with flowers of every color imaginable, their petals glistening like jewels. The path wound its way through the trees, leading deeper into this enchanted realm. As they walked, Lila marveled at the beauty around her. She saw butterflies with wings that shimmered like rainbows, and birds whose songs were as sweet as the finest melodies. The forest creatures here were unlike any she had seen before, gentle and curious, coming close to greet her and Thistle with friendly eyes. "It's as if this place is waiting for us," Lila said, her voice filled with wonder. "Yes, Lila," Thistle agreed. "I believe this world has been hidden away, waiting for someone who possesses both the key and the heart to appreciate its wonders." The path led them to a clearing where a crystal-clear spring bubbled forth from the earth. The water sparkled in the sunlight, and as Lila and Thistle approached, they saw their reflections gazing back at them, smiling and serene. "This place is magical, Thistle. I feel different here," Lila said, her voice soft with emotion. "Perhaps it is the magic of the forest, or perhaps it is the magic within you that is awakening," Thistle replied with a knowing smile. They spent the afternoon exploring this hidden world, discovering its secrets and marveling at its beauty. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lila and Thistle made their way back to the door in the ancient tree. "Do you think we can return here?" Lila asked, a note of longing in her voice. "I believe so, Lila," Thistle said. "As long as you hold the key and the desire in your heart, this place will remain open to you." With a final glance at the enchanted forest, Lila and Thistle stepped through the door and back into their own world. The door closed softly behind them, the lock once again hidden from view. As they walked home, the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, and Lila felt a deep sense of peace and contentment. She knew that she had discovered something truly special, a place where magic and wonder flourished, a hidden world that had awakened something within her. From that day on, Lila and Thistle often returned to the enchanted forest, each visit bringing new discoveries and deepening their friendship. The hidden world became a place of refuge and joy, a reminder of the magic that lay within the natural world and within themselves. And as the years passed, Lila grew into a wise and compassionate young woman, her heart forever touched by the magic of the forest and the gentle wisdom of her dear friend Thistle. She learned that the greatest treasures were not always those that could be seen or touched, but those that lay within the heart, waiting to be discovered. And so, in the quiet village of Willow Glen, beneath the ancient trees and the starry sky, Lila found her own kind of magic, a magic that would stay with her always, as warm and comforting as a crackling fire on a cold winter's night. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, there lay a little village named Willow Glen. The village was surrounded by trees so tall that their tops seemed to brush the clouds, and every morning the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the gentle rustle of leaves whispering secrets to the wind. The villagers were kind-hearted folk, living in harmony with nature and each other, in cottages that seemed to have sprouted from the earth itself. In this peaceful hamlet lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was known for her curiosity and her penchant for adventure. Her hair was like spun gold, catching the sunlight in a halo around her head, and her eyes sparkled like the clear blue lake that lay on the village's outskirts. Lila's best friend was a gentle, wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle had a shell that glistened like polished stone, and he carried with him the wisdom of the ages, speaking in a slow, deliberate manner that always seemed to calm the winds and hush the forest creatures. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to hues of amber and gold, Lila and Thistle set out on their usual walk along the forest path. The air was cool and invigorating, filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Lila loved this time of year, when the world seemed to be painted in shades of warmth, and the forest was alive with the songs of migrating birds preparing for their long journey south. As they walked, Lila noticed something unusual. A faint glimmer caught her eye from beneath a pile of leaves. Curiosity piqued. She knelt down and brushed the leaves aside, revealing a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with patterns of swirling vines and flowers, and at its center was an emblem of a tree with deep roots and flourishing branches. "Thistle, look at this!" Lila exclaimed, her voice tinged with wonder. "What do you think it is?" Thistle regarded the box with his wise old eyes, blinking slowly. "It seems to be a very special box, Lila. Perhaps it holds a secret waiting to be discovered." With trembling fingers, Lila opened the lid, and inside she found a delicate silver key, its bow shaped like a tiny, intricate tree. The key gleamed in the dappled sunlight, and Lila felt a strange warmth spreading through her as she held it. She sensed that this key was no ordinary object. It was imbued with magic. "What do you suppose it unlocks?" Lila mused aloud, her imagination already conjuring images of hidden doors and secret worlds. "There is only one way to find out," Thistle replied, ever the voice of calm reason. "We must search and see what lies ahead." And so began their journey, a quest to uncover the mystery of the silver key. Lila and Thistle wandered through the forest, following paths both familiar and new. The trees whispered encouragement as they passed, and the forest seemed to guide them with a gentle hand. As the afternoon sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across their path, they reached a part of the forest that Lila had never seen before. It was a grove of ancient oaks, their trunks thick and gnarled, their branches twisting and reaching toward the heavens like the arms of giants. In the center of the grove stood a massive tree, larger than any Lila had ever encountered. Its bark was a deep, rich brown, and it exuded a sense of timelessness and majesty. Lila approached the tree, drawn by an invisible force. As she laid her hand on its trunk, she felt a gentle thrumming beneath her fingers, as if the tree had a heartbeat of its own. "Do you feel that, Thistle?" Lila whispered, her voice filled with awe. Thistle nodded slowly. "This tree is ancient and wise, Lila. It holds many secrets within its bark." Just then, Lila noticed something extraordinary. Set into the trunk of the tree was a small, ornate lock, crafted in the same style as the key she held. Her heart raced with excitement as she inserted the key and turned it. There was a soft click and the lock fell away, revealing a hidden door. With bated breath, Lila pushed the door open, and she and Thistle stepped inside. They found themselves in a hidden world, a place of wonder and magic. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. Before them lay a path lined with flowers of every color imaginable, their petals glistening like jewels. The path wound its way through the trees, leading deeper into this enchanted realm. As they walked, Lila marveled at the beauty around her. She saw butterflies with wings that shimmered like rainbows, and birds whose songs were as sweet as the finest melodies. The forest creatures here were unlike any she had seen before, gentle and curious, coming close to greet her and Thistle with friendly eyes. "It's as if this place is waiting for us," Lila said, her voice filled with wonder. "Yes, Lila," Thistle agreed. "I believe this world has been hidden away, waiting for someone who possesses both the key and the heart to appreciate its wonders." The path led them to a clearing where a crystal-clear spring bubbled forth from the earth. The water sparkled in the sunlight, and as Lila and Thistle approached, they saw their reflections gazing back at them, smiling and serene. "This place is magical, Thistle. I feel different here," Lila said, her voice soft with emotion. "Perhaps it is the magic of the forest, or perhaps it is the magic within you that is awakening," Thistle replied with a knowing smile. They spent the afternoon exploring this hidden world, discovering its secrets and marveling at its beauty. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lila and Thistle made their way back to the door in the ancient tree. "Do you think we can return here?" Lila asked, a note of longing in her voice. "I believe so, Lila," Thistle said. "As long as you hold the key and the desire in your heart, this place will remain open to you." With a final glance at the enchanted forest, Lila and Thistle stepped through the door and back into their own world. The door closed softly behind them, the lock once again hidden from view. As they walked home, the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, and Lila felt a deep sense of peace and contentment. She knew that she had discovered something truly special, a place where magic and wonder flourished, a hidden world that had awakened something within her. From that day on, Lila and Thistle often returned to the enchanted forest, each visit bringing new discoveries and deepening their friendship. The hidden world became a place of refuge and joy, a reminder of the magic that lay within the natural world and within themselves. And as the years passed, Lila grew into a wise and compassionate young woman, her heart forever touched by the magic of the forest and the gentle wisdom of her dear friend Thistle. She learned that the greatest treasures were not always those that could be seen or touched, but those that lay within the heart, waiting to be discovered. And so, in the quiet village of Willow Glen, beneath the ancient trees and the starry sky, Lila found her own kind of magic, a magic that would stay with her always, as warm and comforting as a crackling fire on a cold winter's night. Story 40. Story 40. Story 41. Story 41. Story 42. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. In the heart of a gentle valley, cradled by rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a quaint little village known as Willowbrook. Its cobblestone paths wound through fields of wildflowers and past homes with thatched roofs that seemed to smile warmly at the sun. The air was always sweet with the scent of lavender and honey, and the breeze carried the soft, melodic hum of the brook that gave the village its name. In this charming village lived a young woman named Marin. She was known for her kindness and gentle spirit, her presence as soothing as the brook itself. Yet Maren carried within her a quiet turmoil. Life in Willowbrook, though beautiful, felt too predictable for her restless heart. She longed for change, for something beyond the familiar patterns of her days. But the thought of stepping beyond the comfort of her village made her anxious, like a bird hesitant to leave its nest. Maren often found solace in the whispering woods at the edge of the village. There she would sit beneath the ancient oak, its branches stretching like arms to embrace the sky, and listen to the symphony of rustling leaves and chirping crickets. One evening, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky with hues of gold and lavender, Maren noticed something peculiar. Tiny orbs of light began to dance around her, flickering like distant stars brought to earth. These were the will-o'-the-wisps, mischievous yet wise spirits that flitted through the woods on gentle wings. They had watched Maren many times, sensing her inner conflict. As the wisps swirled around her, they whispered in voices like the tinkling of wind chimes, "Follow us, Maren, and discover the magic within." Curiosity, mixed with a sprinkle of courage, tugged at Maren's heart. She rose to her feet and followed the wisps deeper into the woods, where the air grew cooler and the shadows danced with an ethereal glow. The path was narrow, and the canopy of leaves above was thick, but the light of the wisps guided her safely through. As they journeyed deeper, the forest began to change. The trees shimmered with a silvery sheen, and the flowers glowed with an inner light. It was as if Maren had stepped into a realm where magic wove through the very fabric of nature. Finally, they arrived at a clearing where a crystal-clear lake lay cradled in the arms of the forest, its surface reflecting the twinkling stars above. The wisps circled over the lake, creating gentle ripples that danced across the water. Maren approached the edge and gazed into the depths, her reflection mingling with the starlit sky. As she watched, her reflection began to shift, revealing not only her outward form, but the vibrant essence of who she truly was, a tapestry of dreams, fears, and untapped strength. "Change is not to be feared, dear Maren," the wisps chimed softly. "It is the very essence of growth. Just as the seasons transform the world around us, so too must we evolve to discover our true selves." Maren listened, the words sinking into her heart like seeds into fertile soil. In that moment, she understood that change, though daunting, was a part of life's natural rhythm. It was the key to unlocking her potential and embracing the wonders beyond the horizon of her familiarity. With newfound clarity, Maren thanked the wisps, her voice a gentle breeze through the trees. "I see now that change is not my enemy, but my guide. I will embrace it with an open heart." The wisps twinkled with joy, their light brighter than ever. "Remember, Maren, you are never alone. We, and all of Willowbrook, are here to support you." With that, the wisps began to drift away, their light fading softly into the night. Maren lingered by the lake, breathing in the cool, fragrant air, her heart beating with the rhythm of the world around her. She felt a sense of peace, as if the forest itself had enveloped her in a loving embrace. When she returned to Willowbrook, the village seemed to glow with a new light, as if seen through eyes that had awakened to its hidden beauty. The cobblestones beneath her feet felt familiar yet inviting, like an old friend encouraging her onward. In the days that followed, Maren began to explore new paths within her life. She took up painting, capturing the vibrant colors of the valley and the magic of the woods on her canvas. She joined the village's evening gatherings more often, sharing stories and laughter beneath the stars. And with each new experience, she felt herself blossoming, like a flower opening to the morning sun. The villagers noticed the change in Maren, and they welcomed it with open arms. Her journey of self-discovery inspired others to embrace their own transformations, creating a ripple of growth throughout Willowbrook. Together, they learned that while change could be uncertain, it was also a gateway to the extraordinary. As the seasons turned and the valley transformed with the passage of time, Maren's heart remained steadfast and open. She knew that life's journey was a tapestry of moments, each thread woven with love, courage, and the magic of embracing one's true self. And so, with the woods whispering their timeless song and the brook humming its gentle lullaby, Maren found her place in the world, a place of wonder, growth, and endless possibility. In the heart of Willowbrook, she learned to dance with change, her spirit alight with the magic of a life fully lived. Story 47. Story 48. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and dense forests, there existed a place where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of blooming jasmine, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered age-old secrets. Here, in a cozy cottage with ivy-clad walls and a chimney that puffed lazy curls of smoke, lived a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of chestnuts, her eyes as bright as the morning sky, and her heart as warm as the sun-drenched meadows that surrounded her home. Lila shared her home with her grandmother, a wise woman whose stories were as captivating as the twinkling stars on a clear night. The village often said that grandmother's tales were laced with magic, and perhaps they were right. For every story she told seemed to come alive, painting pictures so vivid that they lingered in the minds of those who heard them long after the fire had died down to embers. One chilly evening, as the wind murmured through the trees and the fireplace crackled warmly, Lila sat beside her grandmother, her head resting against the old woman's shoulder. "Tell me a story, grandmother," she whispered, her voice soft and sleepy. Grandmother smiled gently, her eyes twinkling with mischief and a touch of something older, something ancient. "Very well, my dear," she said, her voice wrapping around Lila like a soft woolen blanket. "Tonight, I shall tell you the tale of the enchanted compass." Lila settled deeper into her grandmother's embrace, the world outside fading to a mere shadow as the story began to unfold. "Long ago," grandmother began, "in a time when the world was young and brimming with undiscovered wonders, there was a humble toymaker named Finn. He lived at the edge of a bustling town, in a workshop filled with the scent of wood shavings and the sound of clockwork ticking. Finn was a gentle soul, his hands skilled in the art of creation, his heart rich with kindness. Among his many creations was a peculiar object, a compass that did not point north, nor in any direction known to man. Instead, it was said to guide the bearer to their heart's true desire. But it was no ordinary compass, for it could only be seen by those pure of heart and intent." As grandmother spoke, Lila imagined the toymaker's workshop, the flickering light of candles casting playful shadows on the walls, the air filled with the rich aroma of pine and cedar. She could almost hear the soft ticking of the clockwork, a gentle heartbeat in the silence. "One day," continued grandmother, "a traveler named Kai arrived at Finn's doorstep. He was a young man, weary from his journeys, but his eyes held a spark of determination, a yearning for something he could not name. Sensing the traveler's longing, Finn offered him the compass, its needle spinning in a dance known only to it. 'This,' Finn said, placing the compass in Kai's hands, 'will lead you to what you truly seek. But be warned, the path may not be what you expect.' With gratitude, Kai accepted the gift, and thus began his journey, a journey not just across lands unknown, but into the depths of his own heart. Lila could feel the pull of the compass, the weight of its promise, heavy with mystery and hope. She imagined Kai setting out at dawn, the world bathed in the soft hues of sunrise, each step carrying him further into the unknown. As Kai traveled, grandmother continued, he encountered many wonders: a forest where the trees sang with voices like wind chimes, a lake whose waters reflected not the sky, but the dreams of those who gazed into its depths. Yet the compass led him onward, its needle unwavering in its dance. Along the way, Kai met a curious creature, a small, mischievous fox with fur as white as snow and eyes as clever as a winter's night. The fox, sensing Kai's good heart, decided to accompany him, prancing by his side, offering companionship and laughter. Lila smiled at the thought of the fox, its playful antics bringing lightness to Kai's journey. She could almost hear its soft paws on the forest floor, a comforting presence amidst the vastness of the world. As the days turned to weeks, grandmother continued, her voice soft and steady, Kai began to understand that the compass was leading him not just across the land, but through the landscape of his own soul. He faced challenges that tested his courage and his kindness, teaching him the value of patience and the strength found in friendship. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson, Kai found himself at the edge of a great forest, an ancient place where time seemed to stand still. The compass, for the first time, ceased its spinning, the needle pointing steadily into the heart of the woods. Lila held her breath, her imagination weaving the scene with threads of anticipation and wonder. She could feel the forest's presence, its ancient wisdom whispering through the rustling leaves, its shadows deep and inviting. Kai entered the forest, grandmother said, her voice a gentle breeze in the quiet room, his heart steady, his mind open. The fox trotted beside him, its eyes reflecting the fading light, its spirit as bright as a star. As they ventured deeper, the forest began to change. The trees, tall and majestic, stood like silent sentinels, their bark etched with runes of a language long forgotten. The air shimmered with a gentle magic, a presence that wrapped around Kai like a familiar embrace. Lila imagined the forest alive with unseen wonders, its secrets woven into the very fabric of the earth. She could hear the soft rustle of leaves, the distant call of a nightingale, the world holding its breath in anticipation. At the heart of the forest, grandmother whispered, her voice a lullaby in the night, Kai found what he had truly been seeking, a hidden grove where a spring bubbled with water clear as crystal, its surface reflecting the stars above. Here in this sacred place, Kai realized that his journey had not been about reaching a destination, but about discovering the strength and wisdom within himself. Leela felt a warmth spread through her chest, a gentle glow of understanding and peace. She imagined Kai standing by the spring, the fox at his side, the compass now still, its purpose fulfilled. With the fox's companionship and the forest's quiet grace, grandmother concluded, Kai found his heart's desire, not a place or a treasure, but a deeper connection to the world around him and a profound understanding of his own spirit. And so, with a heart full of gratitude, Kai returned to Finn, the compass in his hand, his journey complete. The toy maker welcomed him with a smile, his eyes twinkling with the knowledge that the greatest journey is often within. As grandmother's voice faded into the soft crackling of the fire, Lila sighed contentedly, her eyes drifting closed, the story weaving its magic into her dreams. She imagined the forest, eternal and wise, the compass a silent sentinel in her hand, guiding her to her own heart's desires. And as the night deepened, the cottage nestled in its blanket of stars, Lila slept, her dreams filled with the wonders of the world, the gentle laughter of a fox, and the quiet wisdom of a journey well taken. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. In a quaint village nestled amidst rolling green hills and golden fields of barley, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart full of dreams and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Her village was a lovely place where every morning dewdrops gleamed like tiny jewels on the grass, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. Yet Lila often found herself gazing beyond the horizon, wondering what lay beyond the familiar landscape she knew so well. One misty morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and purple, Lila decided it was time to follow her heart and explore the world beyond her village. Clad in a cozy cloak of deep blue, she set off down the winding path that led through the whispering woods, carrying nothing but a small satchel filled with fresh bread and a flask of warm tea. The path led her into the heart of the forest, where sunlight filtered through the thick canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was cool and filled with the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant melody of a brook. As Lila walked, she marveled at the towering trees, their trunks covered in soft emerald moss, and the delicate wildflowers that lined the path, their petals glistening with dew. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Lila came upon a clearing bathed in sunlight, where a peculiar sight greeted her eyes. It was a grove of trees unlike any she had ever seen. Their bark shimmered like silver, and their leaves were the color of a summer sky. At the center of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching wide and high, adorned with luminescent fruit that glowed softly like lanterns in the twilight. Drawn by an irresistible curiosity, Lila approached the tree. As she neared, she noticed a small, gentle creature nestled among the roots. It was a creature of wonder, with soft, iridescent fur that shifted colors like a rainbow, and eyes as bright as stars. It looked up at Lila with a friendly smile and spoke in a voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Welcome, dear traveler," the creature said. "I am the keeper of the grove, and these trees have stood here since time began. Few have ventured here, and fewer still have returned with tales of their journey." Lila felt a sense of peace wash over her as she listened to the creature's words. She sat beside it, sharing her bread and tea, and told it of her village and her longing to explore the world. The keeper listened intently, nodding with understanding. "You have a brave heart, Lila," it said kindly. "To seek the unknown is to embrace the beauty of life itself. This grove holds many secrets and wonders, and I sense it has much to teach you." Encouraged by the keeper's words, Lila decided to explore the grove further. As she wandered among the silver-barked trees, she discovered a stream flowing with shimmering water that sang softly as it danced over smooth stones. She dipped her fingers into the water, feeling its cool caress, and noticed tiny, glowing fish darting playfully beneath the surface. Continuing her exploration, Lila came upon a small hill crowned with wildflowers. As she climbed to the top, she was greeted by a breathtaking view. The grove stretched out below her, a sea of silver and blue, with the great tree at its heart. Beyond the grove, the forest continued, a tapestry of greens and browns, and in the distance she glimpsed the peaks of mist-shrouded mountains. Feeling a newfound sense of courage and wonder, Lila descended the hill and returned to the keeper. She found it waiting with a gentle smile, its eyes filled with warmth and wisdom. "You have discovered much today, Lila," the keeper said. "But remember, the true journey is not in what you see, but in what you learn and how you grow." Lila nodded, understanding the truth in the keeper's words. She realized that her adventure had not only shown her the beauty of the world, but had also revealed her own strength and courage. She thanked the keeper for its guidance and friendship, promising to cherish the lessons she had learned. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the grove, Lila knew it was time to return home. She walked back through the whispering woods, her heart light and her spirit filled with joy. She carried with her the memory of the enchanting grove and the kindness of its gentle keeper, knowing that she would forever be a part of its magic. When Lila finally returned to her village, the stars were twinkling in the night sky. She was greeted by the familiar sight of warm lights glowing in the windows of her home and the comforting sounds of her family's laughter. As she settled into her cozy bed, she felt a deep sense of peace and contentment, knowing that her world was now a little bit larger and her heart a little bit braver. And so, Lila drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, dreaming of silver trees and glowing fruit, of shimmering streams and starry-eyed creatures, and of all the adventures yet to come. For she knew that the world was full of wonders, and she was ready to explore them all, one step at a time. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang softly to the rhythm of the wind and the ground was carpeted with a thick, velvety layer of moss, lay the tranquil village of Willowbrook. The village was known for its charming cottages, each with unique, colorful shutters and gardens spilling over with vibrant flowers. Smoke curled lazily from chimneys, filling the air with the comforting aroma of burning wood and freshly baked bread. The villagers of Willowbrook were accustomed to a serene life, surrounded by the gentle magic that infused the forest. It was a place where the birds could be heard chatting with the squirrels, and the streams giggled as they danced over smooth stones. However, lately, a series of strange occurrences had set the villagers at witter with curiosity and mild concern. Every morning, just as the sun kissed the horizon, small objects would mysteriously move from their places. Teacups would relocate from kitchen tables to garden walls, and watering cans would be found hanging from tree branches, as if the trees themselves had decided to tend to the gardens. Though these happenings were harmless, they had puzzled the villagers, who were keen on understanding the playful mischief. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her inquisitive nature and gentle heart. Lila had a particular fondness for the magical creatures that dwelled in the whispering woods, and often spent her afternoons exploring the forest paths, befriending the creatures she met along the way. Her best friend was a wise old owl named Oliver, who had feathers the color of moonlight and eyes that gleamed with ancient wisdom. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves crunched underfoot and the air was filled with the scent of cinnamon and cloves, Lila set out to unravel the mystery of the moving objects. She donned her favorite woolen cloak, the one her grandmother had knitted, and tucked a notebook under her arm to record her observations. Her first stop was the quaint cottage of Mrs. Poppy, the village baker, who greeted Lila with a warm smile and a plate of freshly baked scones. "Oh, Lila dear," Mrs. Poppy chuckled, "those teacups of mine have quite the wanderlust. I found them perched on the windowsill this morning, enjoying the sunrise." Lila noted the incident in her book, and with a scone in hand, continued her investigation. She meandered through the village, speaking with the blacksmith whose tools had mysteriously rearranged themselves, and the gardener whose watering cans had taken to the trees. As she walked, Lila listened closely to the whispers of the forest, for she knew that the woods held secrets and stories untold. The rustle of leaves and the babble of brooks were like a melody, guiding her deeper into the heart of the forest where the oldest magic lay. It was here, in a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, that Lila found Oliver perched on a low branch. The owl blinked thoughtfully as Lila approached, her curiosity evident in her bright eyes. "Hello, Oliver," Lila greeted, giving a small bow. "I seek your wisdom in solving a curious puzzle. The objects in our village have taken to wandering in the night, and I wonder if the forest knows why." Oliver ruffled his feathers, considering the question. "Ah, young Lila," he hooted softly, "the forest is alive with ancient magic, and not all of it is understood by those who dwell in cottages. Sometimes the magic decides to play, to remind us of its presence and its joy." "But why now?" Lila asked, settling onto the soft moss beside the owl. "Why have the objects begun to move only recently?" Oliver tilted his head, his eyes reflecting the gold of the autumn leaves. "Perhaps the forest wishes to share a message or a lesson. Have you noticed anything else that might offer a clue?" Lila thought for a moment, recalling her observations. "The objects always move at dawn, when the first light touches the village, and they seem to gather in places where they can see the sunrise." The owl hooted in agreement, a sound like the gentle rustle of leaves. "Very good, Lila. The dawn is a time of new beginnings, of light overcoming darkness. Perhaps the forest wishes to teach the village the importance of embracing change and seeing the world from a new perspective." With the wisdom of Oliver's words, Lila felt a spark of understanding. The forest's magic was not a mystery to be solved, but a reminder to be cherished. The moving objects were an invitation for the villagers to pause, to appreciate the beauty of their world, and to find joy in the unexpected. Armed with this insight, Lila returned to the village and gathered the villagers in the town square. As the sun dipped behind the trees, casting a warm glow over Willowbrook, she shared Oliver's message. "The forest is inviting us to see our world anew," Lila explained, her voice clear and steady, "to find joy in the little changes and to embrace the magic of each sunrise." The villagers listened, nodding as the truth of her words resonated in their hearts. From that day forward, they welcomed the playful magic of the forest, delighting in the whimsical surprises that greeted them each morning. And so, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, nestled in the heart of the whispering woods, where the air was always filled with the scent of fresh bread and the gentle hum of ancient magic. The villagers learned to cherish the dawn, to seek out the beauty in each day, and to find comfort in the knowledge that they were part of a world filled with wonder and possibility. As for Lila, she continued her explorations, guided by the wisdom of her friend Oliver, and the understanding that sometimes the greatest mysteries are those that invite us to open our hearts and see the world through eyes of wonder. And each night, as the stars twinkled overhead and the forest whispered its lullabies, Willowbrook slumbered in peace, comforted by the magic that cradled them all. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Once upon a time, Nestled deep within the heart of a vast and ancient forest, there lay a village unlike any other. This village, known as Luminara, was a place where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of old to anyone who cared to listen. Each cottage was quaintly adorned with climbing ivy and surrounded by vibrant gardens, creating a tapestry of colors that danced in the golden light of the setting sun. In this enchanting village lived a young girl named Anwen. Anwen was known for her boundless curiosity and the sparkle of wonder that never left her hazel eyes. She spent her days exploring every nook and cranny of Luminara, often accompanied by her faithful companion, a clever little squirrel named Thistle. Together, they would venture into the heart of the forest, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy like streams of liquid gold, and the ground was a plush carpet of moss and fallen leaves. One crisp autumn morning, as the world was painted in hues of amber and rust, Anwen and Thistle embarked on a journey to the farthest edge of the forest, where the trees grew tall and wise, their branches reaching out like ancient arms. It was said among the villagers that beyond those trees lay a hidden world, a place where magic was as natural as the air they breathed. Anwen's heart danced with excitement at the thought of discovering this realm. As they wandered deeper into the forest, Anwen noticed a peculiar glimmer beneath a pile of freshly fallen leaves. With a gentle brush of her hand, she uncovered an exquisite pendant, its surface shimmering with an iridescent light that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The pendant was shaped like a teardrop, and within it swirled a myriad of colors, like the northern lights captured in a single drop of dew. "Look, Thistle," Anwen whispered, cradling the pendant in her palm. "It's beautiful." Thistle chittered softly in agreement, his small eyes reflecting the pendant's glow. Anwen felt an inexplicable pull towards the pendant, as if it held secrets waiting to be unveiled. She slipped it around her neck, feeling its warmth spread through her like a gentle summer breeze. As they continued their journey, Anwen felt a strange sensation, as though the forest itself was awakening to her presence. The leaves rustled with a language she could almost understand, and the path seemed to unfold before her, guiding her steps. It wasn't long before they reached the heart of the forest, where the trees formed a natural archway, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. Anwen paused at the threshold, her heart pounding with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. "Do you think this is the entrance, Thistle?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Thistle nodded, his tiny tail flicking with excitement. Together, they stepped through the archway and into a world that defied all imagination. Beyond the archway lay a realm of breathtaking beauty, where the air was filled with the sweet melody of birdsong and the faint tinkling of unseen bells. The sky was a tapestry of swirling colors, painting the world in a perpetual twilight that shimmered with magic. Here the flowers glowed with an inner light, and streams of crystal-clear water wound their way through fields of emerald grass. As Anwen and Thistle explored this hidden world, they encountered creatures that seemed to have stepped out of a dream. Gentle deer with antlers adorned with flowering vines, iridescent butterflies that danced in the air like living jewels, and wise old owls with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. It was in this magical setting that Anwen met Lyra, a kind-hearted fairy with wings that shimmered like sunlight on water. Lyra was perched upon a toadstool, her delicate wings fluttering as she watched them with a curious smile. "Welcome to the Glade of Whispers," Lyra said, her voice as soft as a breeze through the leaves. "We have been waiting for you, Anwen." Anwen blinked in surprise. "You know my name?" Lyra nodded, her eyes twinkling with a light of their own. "The forest speaks of you, young seeker. It senses your heart's desire to understand its mysteries." Anwen felt a warmth spread through her chest at Lyra's words. "I've always felt drawn to the forest," she admitted. "It's like it holds secrets just waiting to be discovered." Lyra's smile widened. "Indeed it does, and you, Anwen, have found the pendant of verity, a magical object that reveals the truth within all things." Anwen glanced down at the pendant, its colors swirling with a gentle luminescence. "What do you mean by reveals the truth?" "The pendant of verity has the power to see beyond appearances," Lyra explained, her voice like the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. "It can unveil the true nature of things, allowing you to understand the world and yourself more deeply. Anwen's heart leapt with curiosity. How do I use it? By listening, Lyra replied simply. Listen with your heart, and the pendant will guide you. Encouraged by Lyra's gentle wisdom, Anwen placed her hand over the pendant and closed her eyes, focusing on the rhythmic pulse of its light. As she listened, she felt a shift within herself, as if a door had opened to a deeper understanding. In the days that followed, Anwen and Thistle explored the Glade of Whispers, discovering its many wonders and mysteries. With each new encounter, Anwen learned to see beyond the surface, to understand the heart of the creatures and the forest itself. She discovered that the world was a tapestry of interconnected lives, each thread woven with care and purpose. Through her journey, Anwen formed a bond with Lyra, and together they shared stories and laughter beneath the starlit sky. Lyra taught Anwen the language of the forest, the songs of the wind, and the secrets of the streams. In return, Anwen shared tales of her village, of the people she loved, and the beauty of the world beyond the forest. One evening, as the twilight deepened into a velvety night, Lyra revealed to Anwen a hidden grove within the glade. There, the trees formed a circle around a shimmering pool of water, its surface reflecting the stars like 1,000 tiny lanterns. This is the pool of reflection, Lyra said, her voice a soft song. It holds the memories of the forest, the stories of those who have come before. With the pendant of verity, you can glimpse these memories and learn from them. Anwen knelt beside the pool, her heart filled with a mixture of awe and reverence. She leaned over the water, and as she gazed into its depths, the pendant began to glow with a gentle light. Images danced across the surface, scenes of joy and sorrow, of friendship and courage. Through the memories, Anwen saw the stories of those who had walked the forest paths before her. She witnessed their triumphs and challenges, their moments of kindness and bravery. Each story touched her heart, weaving a tapestry of understanding and compassion. As the final image faded, Anwen felt a profound sense of connection to the world around her. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the magic of the forest, but about understanding the magic within herself. With this newfound wisdom, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart forever changed by the wonders of the hidden world. She shared her experiences with the villagers, inspiring them to look beyond the surface and see the beauty and truth in all things. As the seasons turned, Anwen continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her bond with the forest and its inhabitants growing ever stronger. The pendant remained a cherished reminder of her journey, a symbol of the wisdom she had gained and the magic that lived within her heart. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars, Anwen's story became a part of the forest's tapestry, a tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. As the years passed, Anwen's once youthful curiosity matured into a profound wisdom that was respected and cherished by the villagers of Luminara. She became known as the Story Keeper, for her ability to weave the tales of the forest into lessons that taught love, empathy, and understanding. The children of the village would gather at her feet by the warm glow of the hearth, eyes wide with wonder as she recounted the stories of her adventures in the Glade of Whispers. Each story carried with it a gentle lesson, a reminder that true magic was not found in grand gestures or spells, but in the quiet moments of connection and compassion. One winter's eve, with snowflakes cascading gently from the sky, Anwen felt a familiar tug at her heart, a call from the forest that she could not ignore. With Thistle by her side, now older and wiser, she made her way through the snow-draped trees to the familiar archway of the Glade of Whispers. Lyra awaited her there, her wings shimmering with a soft, silvery glow that mirrored the moonlight. "Welcome back, dear friend," she greeted, her voice a melody of warmth and joy. Anwen smiled, her heart swelling with the familiarity of their friendship. "It's good to be home," she replied, her voice a whisper in the stillness of the winter night. As they walked together through the glade, Lyra shared news of the forest, of new life and the changes that time had wrought. Anwen listened with a heart full of gratitude, her love for this hidden world as strong as ever. "Anwen," Lyra said softly, pausing beneath a towering oak, "the forest has a gift for you, a token of gratitude for all that you have given to us." Curious, Anwen followed Lyra to the pool of reflection, where the water lay still and silent beneath a blanket of snow. As she approached, the pendant around her neck began to glow, casting a gentle light upon the surface of the pool. With a soft murmur, the water parted, revealing a small, intricately carved box that shimmered with the iridescence of the pendant. Anwen reached out, her fingers brushing against the smooth wood, and she felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of peace and fulfillment. "This is the box of echoes," Lyra explained, her voice filled with reverence. "It holds the echoes of your heart, the memories and wisdom you have gathered on your journey. It is a reminder that your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest." Tears of gratitude filled Anwen's eyes as she accepted the box, feeling the weight of its significance. She knew that her journey had come full circle, that the magic of the forest was now a part of her, as she was a part of it. With the box in hand, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart filled with a sense of purpose and belonging. She continued to share her stories, her wisdom growing with each passing season, her love for the village and the forest as enduring as the stars in the night sky. And so, the tale of Anwen and the Glade of Whispers became a cherished part of Luminara's history, a story passed down through generations, reminding all who heard it that magic was not just something to be found, but something to be lived, in every act of kindness, every moment of understanding, and every thread of connection that bound their hearts to the world around them. As the years turned to decades, Anwen's legacy endured, her stories becoming a source of inspiration and guidance for the villagers of Luminara. Her presence was felt in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in the hidden world she had discovered. The villagers often spoke of the storykeeper with fondness and admiration, recounting her tales by the fireside during long winter nights and beneath the starry sky on warm summer evenings. Anwen's stories became a bridge between generations, a reminder of the power of love, friendship, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. Children who had grown up listening to Anwen's stories would often venture into the forest themselves, guided by the lessons she had imparted. They would seek the archway to the Glade of Whispers, their hearts filled with the same wonder and curiosity that had once guided Anwen on her journey. Although the forest remained a place of mystery and magic, Anwen's wisdom had taught the villagers to respect and cherish its secrets, to walk its paths with reverence and gratitude. The bond between the village and the forest grew stronger with each passing year, a testament to the enduring legacy of the young girl who had once listened to the whispers of the trees. Anwen herself continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her friendship with Lyra deepening with each encounter. Together, they would sit by the pool of reflection, sharing stories and laughter as the stars twinkled above them like 1,000 tiny lanterns. One evening, as the forest was bathed in the silver light of the moon, Lyra placed a gentle hand on Anwen's shoulder. "You have given so much to the forest, dear friend," she said, her voice filled with warmth and gratitude. "Your heart has touched the lives of all who dwell here." Anwen smiled, her eyes reflecting the stars above. "The forest has given me more than I could ever repay," she replied softly. "It has taught me to see the beauty and magic in every moment, to cherish the connections that bind us all." Lyra nodded, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "Your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest, Anwen. It will continue to inspire and guide those who come after you." With a heart full of gratitude, Anwen returned to Luminara, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic of the forest. The pendant around her neck, the box of echoes in her hand, were cherished reminders of her journey, symbols of the wisdom and love that had shaped her life. As the years passed, Anwen grew older, her hair turning silver like the moonlit sky, her eyes still shining with the same wonder and curiosity that had defined her youth. She remained a beloved figure in the village, her stories a source of comfort and inspiration for all who heard them. Eventually, Anwen's journey came to a gentle close, her spirit at peace with the world she had come to love so deeply. Her passing was marked by a quiet reverence, a celebration of a life well lived, a story well told. The villagers of Luminara gathered by the hearth, their hearts filled with gratitude for the storykeeper who had shared her wisdom and love with them. They spoke of Anwen's legacy, of the magic and beauty she had brought into their lives, and the lessons she had imparted. As the years turned to centuries, Anwen's story continued to be told, a timeless tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. And somewhere deep within the heart of the ancient forest, the glade of whispers remained, a hidden world where magic was as natural as the air they breathed, a place where the spirit of Anwen lived on, in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in its embrace. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, there lay a quaint village called Willowbrook. Nestled amidst blooming wildflowers and the gentle laughter of babbling brooks, Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to slow, and the world's worries melted away like morning mist. Every evening, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the villagers would gather around the great old oak in the village square. It was here that stories were shared, laughter echoed, and the bonds of community grew ever stronger. One such evening, as the villagers settled beneath the oak's sprawling branches, a peculiar thing happened. A series of soft, shimmering lights began to dance above them, weaving intricate patterns in the air. At first, they thought it might be fireflies, but these lights were different, more vibrant, more alive. Among the villagers was a gentle soul named Mira. With her chestnut curls and warm hazel eyes, Mira was known for her kindness and her curiosity. She watched the lights with fascination, noticing how they flickered and swirled as if they were trying to communicate something. Intrigued by the mysterious display, Mira decided to investigate. The next morning, she set out into the woods, where the lights seemed to have originated. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. Birds sang cheerful tunes as she walked along the winding paths, their melodies mingling with the rustling leaves. As Mira wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood a small, shimmering pond, its surface glistening like 1,000 diamonds in the sunlight. Surrounding the pond were delicate lilac flowers that swayed gently, as if dancing to a silent song. "Hello, young seeker," came a soft voice, as warm and inviting as a summer breeze. Startled, Mira turned to see a creature unlike any she had encountered. It was a luminal, a rare and magical being with wings that sparkled like the night sky. Its eyes were deep pools of wisdom, and its presence exuded a comforting aura. "I am Selwyn," the luminal introduced itself, its voice a gentle melody. "I see you are curious about the lights." Mira nodded, her curiosity piqued. "Yes, they were beautiful and unlike anything I've seen. Do you know what they are?" Selwyn nodded, its expression serene. "The lights are the whispers of the forest, messages from the heart of nature. They are meant to guide and protect, but lately they have been restless." "Why are they restless?" Mira asked, her brow furrowed with concern. "There is a disturbance in the balance of the woods," Selwyn explained, "a hidden sadness that needs healing. The lights seek someone with a pure heart to help restore harmony." Mira's eyes widened with determination. "I want to help. How can I do that?" Selwyn fluttered its wings gently, the air shimmering with stardust. "You must listen to the forest, feel its rhythm, and uncover the source of its sorrow. Trust in your heart, and you will find the way." Buoyed by Selwyn's words, Mira closed her eyes and allowed herself to attune to the forest around her. She listened to the rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the distant call of a lone owl. Slowly, a pattern emerged, a gentle thrum beneath the surface, a melody of life interwoven with a single discordant note. Following this faint trail of unease, Mira journeyed deeper into the woods, her footsteps guided by the forest's subtle cues. Along the way, she encountered various creatures, a family of rabbits who shared their burrow's warmth, an old tortoise who nodded sagely as she passed, and a mischievous squirrel who offered her an acorn as a token of friendship. Each encounter reinforced the sense of community and mutual care that thrived within the Whispering Woods. It was a reminder that even the smallest gesture of kindness could ripple outwards, touching lives in ways unseen. At last, Mira arrived at a thicket where the air felt heavy with a quiet sadness. Peering through the intertwined branches, she discovered a small grove where the trees stood tall and proud, yet their leaves drooped as if burdened by unseen weight. In the center of the grove lay a young fawn, its eyes wide with fear and confusion. The source of the forest's sorrow was clear, a creature lost and alone, seeking the warmth of companionship. Approaching slowly so as not to startle the fawn, Mira spoke softly, her voice a soothing balm. "Hello, little one. You're not alone anymore. I'm here to help." The fawn blinked, its ears twitching as it listened to Mira's kind words. Gradually it relaxed, sensing the genuine care in her tone. With gentle hands, Mira guided the fawn out of the thicket and back towards the heart of the forest. As they walked, the trees seemed to sigh with relief, their leaves lifting as the weight of sadness began to dissipate. Selwyn appeared once more, its eyes alight with gratitude. "You have done well, Mira. The forest thanks you for your kindness and courage." Mira smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. "I only did what felt right. The forest is a magical place, full of life and wonder. I'm grateful to be part of it." Under the luminal's watchful gaze, the shimmering lights returned, dancing joyfully through the trees. They twirled around Mira and the fawn, a celebration of restored harmony and newfound friendship. As the sun began to set, casting golden rays across the forest floor, Mira made her way back to Willowbrook, the fawn trotting happily by her side. The villagers welcomed them with open arms, their hearts touched by the tale of the gentle mystery that had unfolded in their beloved woods. That night, as the stars twinkled above and the village settled into peaceful slumber, Mira lay beneath the great old oak, the fawn nestled beside her. She closed her eyes, her dreams filled with shimmering lights and the whisper of a forest at peace. And so, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, its people bound by tales of wonder and the gentle magic that surrounded them. Here, under the watchful gaze of the luminal and the twinkling stars, harmony reigned, and the world felt just a little bit brighter. Story 96. Story 97. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a place where magic wound itself into the very fabric of everyday life. This was the village of Willowbrook, a realm where the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and pink each evening, and the stars blinked like 1,000 tiny lanterns in the velvet night. Willowbrook was known for its peculiar charm and gentle enchantments, but lately it had become the stage for a puzzling mystery that left even the wisest of villagers scratching their heads. Strange occurrences had begun to unfold, candles flickering without a breeze, teapots whistling tunes without a flame, and gentle chimes sounding from the old oak tree by the square, though no one was there to ring them. Among the kind-hearted inhabitants of Willowbrook was a young girl named Lila. She had eyes the color of the morning sky and a heart as warm as freshly baked bread. Lila loved the village and its quirky magic, but the recent oddities piqued her curiosity. Determined to uncover the source of the strange happenings, she set out with her faithful companion, a wise old tabby cat named Oliver, whose whiskers twitched with an air of knowing far beyond his years. As dusk painted the sky in lavender hues, Lila and Oliver began their investigation. They wandered through the cobblestone streets, where lanterns flickered with a soft glow, casting playful shadows on the walls of quaint cottages. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the distant sound of a babbling brook. Their first stop was the bakery, where the sweet aroma of cinnamon buns greeted them warmly. Mrs. Pumpernickel, the baker, was kneading dough with a smile as wide as a crescent moon. "Ah, Lila, dear, come to solve our little mystery, have you?" She chuckled, wiping flour from her hands. "Yes, Mrs. Pumpernickel," Lila replied, her voice a gentle melody. We've noticed the odd happenings and thought perhaps we might find some clues. Mrs. Pumpernickel leaned closer, her eyes twinkling like the stars. Well, I've noticed the bread rising faster than usual, almost as if it has a mind of its own. Perhaps it's the work of the mischievous brownies. Brownies were small, magical creatures known for their playful antics and love of baked goods. Lila nodded thoughtfully. We'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Mrs. Pumpernickel. With Oliver padding silently by her side, Lila continued to the village square, where the ancient oak tree stood. Its leaves rustled softly, whispering secrets only the wind could hear. As they approached, a gentle chime echoed through the air, though the tree's branches were still. Intrigued, Lila looked up and spotted a tiny, shimmering figure perched among the leaves. It was a sprite, its wings glistening like dewdrops in the morning sun. "Hello there," Lila called softly, her voice filled with wonder. The sprite fluttered down, landing gracefully on Lila's outstretched hand. "Greetings, child of Willowbrook," it chimed, its voice like the tinkling of distant bells. "I am Sylvan, guardian of this tree. What brings you to my realm?" "We seek to understand the strange occurrences in our village," Lila explained gently. "Do you perhaps know what might be causing them?" Sylvan's wings fluttered with delight. "Ah, the magic of Willowbrook has been mischievous of late. The brownies have been restless, their playful spirits heightened by the full moon's approach. They mean no harm, only seeking to share their joy." Lila's eyes brightened with understanding. "Perhaps we can find a way to help them channel their energy without causing confusion." With a nod of agreement, Sylvan whispered a plan to Lila. They would host a moonlit festival for the brownies, a celebration where their antics could be welcomed and enjoyed. That evening, as the moon rose full and bright, Lila and the villagers gathered in the square. Lanterns were hung from every branch, casting a soft, inviting glow. Tables were set with sweets and treats, and music filled the air, an enchanting melody that beckoned all magical creatures to join in the revelry. As the brownies appeared, their giggles like the rustle of leaves, they danced and played, their joy contagious. Lila watched, her heart full as she saw the village come alive with laughter and light. Even Oliver, usually reserved, found himself pawing at a stray ribbon with uncharacteristic abandon. The festival continued deep into the night, a celebration of magic and harmony. As the first light of dawn painted the horizon, the brownies thanked the villagers with a gentle breeze that wrapped them in warmth and contentment. With the mystery resolved and balance restored, Lila returned home, her heart as light as the morning mist. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew that in Willowbrook, where magic and kindness intertwined, there would always be a place for wonder and friendship. And so, beneath the gentle gaze of the moon and stars, the village of Willowbrook settled into a tranquil hush, wrapped in the comforting embrace of another enchanting day. Story 98. Story 99. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young doe named Willow. She was a gentle creature with a soft brown coat and eyes that shone like amber in the sunlight. Willow loved the comfort of her daily routines, nibbling on sweet clover in the meadow, resting in the dappled shade of the ancient oak, and listening to the soothing melodies of the woodland birds. Yet lately, Willow couldn't shake a restless feeling stirring within her. She watched as her friends shed their winter coats, their new fur glistening with renewed vibrancy. But Willow's coat remained dull and threadbare, clinging to her like an itchy reminder that change was afoot, whether she was ready or not. One crisp morning, Willow wandered to the forest's edge where she often found solace among the ferns and wildflowers. There she met an old friend, a wizened tortoise named Sage, who moved with great care and contemplation. "You seem troubled, little one," Sage said, her voice as gentle as the rustling leaves. Willow confided her fears about the impending change. "I feel stuck, like this tattered coat is weighing me down. I'm afraid if I let it go, I'll lose a part of myself forever." Sage smiled knowingly. The cycle of rebirth can be daunting, but it's nature's way of helping us grow. Think of the butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. A wondrous transformation takes immense courage. As if on cue, a shimmering light danced through the trees, catching Willow's eye. It was a radiant sprite named Glow, one of the forest's fabled guardians. "Don't fret, dear Willow," glow chimed, her ethereal voice like a tinkling brook. Every ending is a new beginning in disguise. With a wave of her tiny hand, Glow conjured a glittering pool of water before them. Images began to swirl across its surface, a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors representing the stages of growth and renewal. Willow was transfixed, seeing reflections of her own journey mirrored in nature's eternal rhythm. Glow gestured toward the water. You'll know when you're ready to embrace the change within you. Trust in the magic that guides all living things. Heartened by her friend's wisdom, Willow realized her fears were rooted in resistance to the unknown. As the days passed, she moved through the transition with newfound grace, allowing her tattered coat to shed naturally. Beneath the weathered exterior, a lustrous new coat emerged, its rich chestnut hues shimmering like sunlight on autumn leaves. Willow felt lighter, revitalized, as if she were seeing the world through fresh, wondering eyes. From that day on, she greeted each season as a wondrous teacher, honoring the continual cycle of transformation as the greatest magic of all. For in surrendering to change, Willow discovered her truest self, resilient, radiant, and beautifully renewed. Once upon a time, in a far-flung corner of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like tiny diamonds scattered across a velvet sky, there existed a peculiar planet known as Luminara. Luminara glowed with a gentle, ethereal light, its surface a shimmering tapestry of luminescent forests and crystalline lakes. The air was sweet with the scent of blooming stardust flowers, and the gentle hum of life resonated through every leaf and stone. On this planet, a young being named Nyx lived. Nyx was a Luminian, a creature of light and air, with skin that shimmered like the morning dew, and eyes that glowed softly like the moonlit seas. Nyx was as curious as they were kind, always eager to explore and learn about the universe beyond their radiant home. One day, as Nyx wandered through the glowing groves, a strange object fell from the sky, creating a gentle ripple through the air and a soft thud upon the ground. Nyx approached cautiously, their heart fluttering with both excitement and apprehension. The object, sleek and metallic, was a small spacecraft, and from its door emerged a being unlike any Nyx had ever seen. This newcomer was Ryle, a traveler from the distant and shadowy planet of Tenebrae. Ryle's form was cloaked in shades of deep indigo, and their eyes gleamed like twin stars in the night. They were a Tenebran, beings known for their wisdom and their connection to the shadows that cradled their world. Nyx and Ryle stared at each other, each a mystery to the other. The Luminarian saw the Tenebran as a figure of dark mystery, while Ryle viewed Nyx as a dazzling apparition of light. For a moment, they stood in silence, the air between them buzzing with the potential of new beginnings. Their first attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Nyx's bright gestures and melodic voice seemed incomprehensible to Ryle, who was used to the quiet, subtle language of shadows. Likewise, Ryle's whispered words and gentle, flowing movements were a puzzle to Nyx, accustomed to the vibrant expressions of their own kind. Despite these challenges, a shared determination to understand each other slowly began to build a bridge between them. With patience and creativity, they found common ground in the universal language of kindness and curiosity. Nyx showed Ryle the wonders of Luminara, the way the stardust flowers opened to the moonlight, the soft glow of the firefly-like creatures that danced through the night. Ryle, in turn, shared stories of Tenebrae, tales of shadowed valleys and skies filled with swirling nebulae. As they explored the planet together, they encountered many challenges. In the deep woods, where the light was dim and the path uncertain, they relied on each other. Nyx's glowing presence illuminated the way, while Ryle's keen senses guided them through the hidden dangers of the forest floor. One evening, as they sat by a gentle stream that sparkled under the twin moons, Nyx asked Ryle about their journey. Ryle explained that they had been seeking a place where light and shadow could coexist, a world where differences were celebrated rather than feared. Nyx listened intently, their heart warmed by the Tenebran's dream. It was then that Ryle shared a secret, a device they carried that could harness light and shadow, a tool meant to bring balance and harmony. However, it had been damaged during their landing. Without hesitation, Nyx offered to help repair it, using the luminescent energy that flowed through everything on Luminara. Together, they worked through the night, their efforts illuminated by the gentle glow of stardust. As dawn broke, the device flickered to life, casting a harmonious blend of light and shadow across the clearing. In that moment, they realized the true strength of their friendship, the ability to embrace their differences and create something beautiful together. As the sun rose, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Nyx and Ryle stood side by side, their bonds stronger than ever. They had discovered that friendship was not about being the same, but about appreciating and supporting each other despite their differences. With a renewed sense of purpose, Ryle prepared to continue their journey, but not without a promise to return. Nyx watched as the Tenebran spacecraft lifted into the sky, a trail of light and shadow intertwined in its wake. And so, under the vast, starlit expanse of the universe, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship, proving that even in the most unexpected of places, light and shadow could dance together in perfect harmony. Once upon a time, in a realm where magic danced through the air like glittering motes of stardust, there was a cozy little village nestled in a verdant valley. The cottages were adorned with thatched roofs and cheerful window boxes overflowing with vibrant blooms. A winding stream, its waters sparkling like liquid diamonds, flowed through the heart of the village, serenading the residents with its gentle melody. In one of these cottages lived a young girl named Willow. Her eyes shone with curiosity, and her heart was filled with a deep love for the natural world around her. Each morning, she would skip through the village streets, waving cheerfully to the friendly villagers and greeting the enchanted creatures that called the valley home. One crisp autumn day, as Willow was wandering through the woods, she noticed something peculiar. The usually vibrant leaves seemed to be losing their color, their once brilliant hues fading to a dull, lifeless gray. Confusion knitted her brow as she hurried deeper into the forest, only to find that the strange phenomenon was spreading, leaving a trail of grayness in its wake. Willow's heart raced with concern for the well-being of the woodlands and its inhabitants. She knew she had to unravel this mystery before it was too late. With determination sparkling in her eyes, she set out to seek the guidance of her dear friend, Oakroot, the ancient tree spirit who had watched over the forest for centuries. As Willow approached Oakroot's gnarled and towering form, the wise tree spirit sensed her distress. "What troubles you, young one?" Oakroot's voice was like the gentle creaking of ancient branches in the wind. Willow explained the strange phenomenon she had witnessed, her words tumbling out in a rush of worry. Oakroot listened patiently, his bark-covered brow furrowing in thought. "Ah, I sense the work of the grayling, a mischievous sprite with a penchant for draining the vibrancy from the natural world," Oakroot said solemnly. "Fear not, little Willow, for there is a way to restore the balance." With a rustle of leaves, Oakroot summoned a trio of friendly pixies, their gossamer wings shimmering with iridescent hues. "These pixies will guide you on your quest," he said. "Together, you must seek out the grayling's lair and find a way to persuade him to undo his mischief." Willow's heart swelled with determination, and she nodded resolutely. Hand in hand with the pixies, she embarked on a whimsical journey through the enchanted forest, following the trail of grayness that led deeper and deeper into the heart of the woodlands. Along the way, they encountered wondrous sights and helpful creatures. A family of curious gnomes offered them a basket of fresh-baked treats to sustain them on their quest. A wise old owl, perched atop a twisted branch, shared invaluable insights into the grayling's habits and whereabouts. At last, they reached a secluded glade, where a peculiar mist hung in the air, casting a dull pall over the surroundings. In the center of the glade stood a twisted, gnarled tree, its bark as gray as ash. Willow and the pixies exchanged a knowing glance. This was the grayling's lair. As they approached the tree, a small, impish figure emerged from a knothole, his mischievous eyes twinkling with delight. "Well, well, what have we here?" The grayling chuckled, his voice like the rustling of dry leaves. Willow stepped forward, her heart beating with a mixture of apprehension and determination. "Grayling, we've come to ask you to restore the color and vibrancy to the forest," she said, her voice steady but kind. The grayling tilted his head, considering her words. "And why would I do that?" he asked, a hint of mischief dancing in his eyes. It was then that one of the pixies fluttered forward, her gossamer wings sparkling like 1,000 tiny rainbows. With a gentle smile, she began to weave a tale of the beauty and joy that vibrant colors brought to the forest. The brilliant hues of the autumn leaves, the cheerful blossoms that dotted the meadows, the rich greens of the ancient trees. As the pixie spoke, the grayling's expression softened, and a wistful look crossed his impish features. Willow seized the opportunity, adding her own words of wisdom and appeal to the grayling's sense of whimsy and delight. Slowly but surely, the grayling's mischievous demeanor melted away, replaced by a newfound appreciation for the beauty and vibrancy he had inadvertently drained from the forest. With a wave of his gnarled hand, he released a shimmering burst of energy that rippled outward, restoring the brilliant hues to the woodlands. Willow and the pixies watched in wonder as the color and life flooded back into the forest, the leaves regaining their fiery autumnal shades, the flowers blooming with renewed vibrancy, and the very air seeming to sparkle with renewed energy. The grayling, his eyes shining with childlike delight, turned to Willow and the pixies. "Thank you, my friends," he said, his voice tinged with genuine gratitude. "You have shown me the true beauty of color and the joy it brings to this realm." From that day forth, the grayling became a cherished protector of the forest's vibrant hues, using his magic to enhance and celebrate the natural wonders that surrounded him. And Willow, her heart brimming with joy and gratitude, continued to wander the enchanted woodlands, her spirit ever entwined with the magic and wonder that thrived within its ancient boughs. In the heart of the ancient whispering forest, where towering oaks and graceful willows stretched their limbs towards the sky, a gentle balance had been maintained for centuries. The forest was a tapestry of greens and browns, dappled with sunlight that trickled through the canopy, painting patterns on the leafy floor. A soft, ever-present breeze carried the scent of pine and earth, and the melodic chirping of birds created a symphony that resonated through the woods. In this enchanted realm, every creature played its part in the grand orchestra of nature. The squirrels, with their bushy tails and nimble paws, darted among the branches, gathering acorns and seeds. Tiny beetles scurried beneath the fallen leaves, their iridescent shells glinting in the sunlight. And deep in the underbrush, a family of foxes made their home, their russet fur blending seamlessly with the forest floor. But perhaps the most enchanting inhabitants of the whispering forest were the Fey folk, the delicate, ethereal beings who danced on the breeze and sang with the birds. They could often be seen flitting between the flowers, their wings shimmering like droplets of dew catching the first light of dawn. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest donned its golden cloak, a young Fey named Lumi awoke with a sense of eager anticipation. Her translucent wings quivered with excitement as she stretched, the cool morning air brushing gently against her skin. Today, she would learn the ancient ways of the forest from Elder Bramble, the wisest of the Fae, whose knowledge spanned the ages like the rings of a great oak. Lumi fluttered through the forest, her feet barely touching the ground, as she made her way to the clearing where Elder Bramble awaited. The clearing was a serene haven, surrounded by tall ferns and crowned by a canopy of intertwining branches. At its center stood Elder Bramble, his hair as silver as moonlight, and his eyes as deep as the forest itself. "Good morning, Lumi," Elder Bramble greeted her, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Today we shall speak of the balance that sustains our world." Lumi settled on a soft patch of moss, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Please tell me," she implored, eager to absorb the wisdom of the ages. Elder Bramble smiled, his gaze drifting to the sky where clouds meandered lazily. "The forest is a living tapestry," he began, "and every creature, every plant, is a thread in its weave. We Fae are the guardians of its harmony, ensuring that balance is maintained." He paused, gesturing towards the trees, which whispered secrets to one another in the language of the wind. "Each season brings its own magic," he continued. "Spring, with its blossoms and new beginnings. Summer, with long days and abundant life. Autumn, with its harvest and preparation. And winter, with its quiet rest and reflection." Lumi nodded, feeling the truth of his words resonate within her. She had always sensed the magic in the changing of the seasons, the subtle shifts that guided the forest's rhythm. "But what happens if the balance is disrupted?" she asked, a hint of concern in her voice. "Ah," Elder Bramble replied, his tone turning solemn. Nature has ways of restoring itself, but it is the duty of all who dwell here to aid in that restoration. Through wisdom and friendship, we can overcome any challenge. As if to illustrate his point, a gentle breeze stirred the leaves, carrying with it the scent of rain. The forest sighed in contentment, welcoming the promise of nourishment. "Come," Elder Bramble said, rising with the grace of a willow bending in the wind. "Let us walk, and I will show you how the forest speaks." Together they wandered through the woods, Elder Bramble teaching Lumi to listen to the stories carried by the wind, to understand the language of the rustling leaves and the babbling brook. He showed her how the animals communicated through subtle cues, and how the plants shared their wisdom through the changing colors of their leaves. As they walked, Lumi began to see the forest in a new light. She noticed the way the sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor. She heard the soft, rhythmic pulse of the earth beneath her feet, a heartbeat that echoed her own. Days turned to weeks, and under Elder Bramble's guidance, Lumi grew more attuned to the forest's rhythm. She learned to dance with the wind, to sing with the birds, and to feel the pulse of nature within her very being. One day, as winter approached and the first snowflakes began to fall, Lumi sat with Elder Bramble by a crackling fire. The flames cast a warm glow, illuminating their faces and painting the surrounding trees with flickering light. "You have learned well, Lumi," Elder Bramble said, his voice filled with pride. "You are ready to share your knowledge, to be a guardian of the balance." Lumi smiled, feeling a deep sense of fulfillment. She knew that, like the forest, she would continue to grow, to learn, and to cherish the harmony that surrounded her. And so, as the snow blanketed the whispering forest in a soft, white embrace, Lumi danced among the snowflakes, her heart filled with the magic of the seasons and the wisdom of the ages. The forest, in turn, whispered its gratitude, knowing that its secrets were safe in her hands. The crackling fire began to dim, but the warmth lingered, a reminder of the enduring cycle of life and the gentle balance that sustained it. As Lumi drifted into a peaceful slumber, the forest settled into its winter's rest, dreaming of the spring to come. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and flourishing meadows, there was a peculiar legend whispered among its inhabitants. It spoke of the enchanted lantern, a magical object that had the power to illuminate hidden paths and reveal truths unseen. It was said to be tucked away in the heart of the mystic woods, a lush and verdant forest that bordered the village, where old oaks and whispering pines guarded secrets untold. The villagers often spoke of the lantern with both awe and caution, for it was believed that only those pure of heart could unveil its mysteries. Among the listeners was a young boy named Finn, whose eyes sparkled with an insatiable curiosity. Finn was known for his gentle nature and boundless imagination. He loved exploring the woods with his best friend, a clever raccoon named Pip, who often perched on his shoulder or scurried alongside him. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves cascaded from the trees like gentle rain, Finn found himself drawn to the edge of the mystic woods. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of pine and earth. He and Pip had heard the legend many times over crackling fires and beneath starlit skies, but that day the call of adventure was too strong to resist. "Pip," Finn murmured, his breath a soft cloud in the cool air, "what if we find the enchanted lantern? What wonders could we discover?" Pip twitched his nose and chirped in agreement, his tiny paws patting Finn's shoulder as if to say, "Let's go! Let's see!" With a heart full of hope and wonder, Finn stepped into the mystic woods, the leaves crunching softly beneath his feet. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature, the rustling of leaves, the distant call of a songbird, and the gentle babble of a hidden brook. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, creating a tapestry of light and shadow that seemed to dance with every breeze. As they ventured deeper, the world around them seemed to shift. The forest was more than just trees and trails. It was a living, breathing entity that wrapped them in its embrace. The path wound its way through towering ferns and beneath ancient trees whose branches reached out like welcoming arms. The deeper they went, the more Finn felt a change within himself, a sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than he had ever known. "Do you feel it, Pip?" Finn whispered, his voice a soft echo in the stillness. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with wonder as they peered into the depths of the forest, where shadows played and light danced. Hours passed like minutes as they wandered, until they came upon a clearing bathed in a gentle golden glow. In the center stood an old stone pedestal, and upon it rested the enchanted lantern. Its glass was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer, reflecting the colors of the forest around it. Finn approached with reverence, his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and trepidation. He reached out a tentative hand, and as his fingers brushed the cool metal, a warm light blossomed from within the lantern, casting a soft radiance that filled the clearing. In that moment, Finn felt a warmth spread through him, a gentle reassurance that whispered of possibilities and dreams yet to be realized. The world seemed to hold its breath, and the forest hushed as if in anticipation. Pip chirped softly, his eyes reflecting the light of the lantern as he watched his friend with unwavering trust. With the lantern in hand, Finn turned to the path ahead, which now glowed with a luminescent trail that beckoned them onward. It was a path that wove through the heart of the forest, revealing vistas of breathtaking beauty, hidden groves where flowers bloomed in riotous colors, and crystal-clear streams that sang as they danced over stones. As they walked, the lantern's light revealed more than just the path. It illuminated memories and dreams, hopes and fears, all woven together in the tapestry of Finn's heart. He saw moments of kindness and courage, laughter shared with friends, and the quiet strength that came from knowing he was never truly alone. The journey was not without its challenges, but Finn faced them with a newfound wisdom and the steadfast companionship of Pip. They crossed rickety bridges that swayed over deep chasms, clambered over rocky outcrops that tested their resolve, and weathered sudden storms that sought to turn them back. Yet through it all, the lantern's light never wavered, guiding them with unwavering certainty. As they ventured further, they discovered a hidden world within the forest, a place where the magic of nature thrived in harmony. They met creatures of all shapes and sizes, each with stories of their own. There was Luna, the wise old owl who spoke of the stars and the secrets they kept, and Thistle, the mischievous squirrel who shared tales of acorn feasts and daring escapades. In this hidden world, Finn and Pip forged friendships that defied expectations. They learned that true friendship knew no bounds, that it was a bond that transcended differences and celebrated the unique gifts each brought to the world. Through their journey, they came to understand that the greatest magic lay not in the lantern itself, but in the connections they made along the way. The days turned into weeks, and the forest became a second home, a place of peace and discovery. Yet, as all journeys do, theirs too had to find its end. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Finn and Pip found themselves back at the edge of the mystic woods. The enchanted lantern, now a part of their story, rested gently in Finn's hands. He knew that its light was meant to be shared, that it was a gift for all who sought its wisdom. With a heart full of gratitude, he placed the lantern back upon its pedestal, where it would await the next seeker of dreams. As they made their way home, the village welcomed them with open arms, the warmth of familiarity and love wrapping around them like a cozy blanket. Finn's journey had changed him in ways he could not have imagined. He carried with him the lessons of the forest, the importance of friendship, the courage to face the unknown, and the magic that dwells within every heart. And so, with Pip by his side, Finn returned to the world he knew, forever changed by the journey he had taken. The enchanted lantern remained in the heart of the mystic woods, a beacon of hope and wonder, its light waiting to guide those with the courage to seek it. In the quiet of the night, beneath a sky strewn with stars, Finn and Pip lay in the warmth of their home, knowing that the magic of their adventure would live on in their hearts and in the stories they would share. And as they drifted into a peaceful slumber, the gentle glow of the lantern lit the path for the dreams yet to come, promising new adventures, new friendships, and the enduring magic of a kind heart. Once upon a time, in the far reaches of the Andromeda Galaxy, there existed a small, vibrant planet known as Viridia. Viridia was renowned for its lush emerald forests and skies that danced with hues of azure and amethyst. It was here, amidst this verdant splendor, that the first of our companions resided, a gentle creature named Leora. Leora was a viridian, a species known for their ability to communicate with flora and fauna. Her long, silvery tendrils, which cascaded down her back like a waterfall of moonlight, allowed her to tune into the whispers of the forest. Her eyes, a deep shade of jade, sparkled with an understanding beyond her years. She lived in harmony with the world around her, tending to the needs of the forest with a nurturing touch. One day, as Leora wandered through the sun-dappled glades, she stumbled upon something quite peculiar, an object unlike anything she had ever seen. It was smooth, metallic, and shaped like a small vessel. As she approached, a curious sound caught her attention, a soft hum, like a distant lullaby carried on the wind. From within the vessel emerged a being unlike any she had encountered. He was Zin, a traveler from the distant planet of Athura. The Etherians were a technologically advanced species, their bodies composed of shimmering, translucent energy. Zin's form glowed with a gentle iridescence, his eyes a kaleidoscope of colors that shifted with his emotions. At first, Leora and Zin regarded each other with cautious curiosity. Their worlds were so vastly different, their ways of life seemingly incompatible. Leora, with her connection to nature, found Zin's reliance on technology bewildering. Zin, on the other hand, marveled at Leora's ability to converse with the natural world, a skill that seemed as foreign to him as his technology did to her. Their initial encounters were riddled with misunderstandings. Leora's attempt to offer Zin a fruit from the forest was met with hesitation, as he was unsure if it was safe for him to consume. Zin's efforts to show Leora his holographic projections of the stars were met with confusion, as she struggled to comprehend the intricate devices he used. Yet, despite these initial challenges, a bond began to form between them. They found themselves drawn to each other's differences, intrigued by the chance to learn and grow. Leora was fascinated by the stories Zin shared of his travels across the galaxy, tales of far-off worlds and wondrous civilizations. In turn, Zin was captivated by Leora's gentle wisdom, her ability to listen and understand the world in ways he had never considered. One day, as they sat beneath the sprawling branches of an ancient viridian tree, Leora and Zin faced a shared challenge that would bring them closer than ever before. A sudden storm, fierce and unyielding, swept across the landscape, its winds howling through the trees like a wild symphony. The forest, which had always been a place of peace, was now a tumult of swaying branches and swirling leaves. As the storm raged around them, Leora and Zin found themselves working together, their differences becoming strengths. Leora used her connection with the forest to calm the trees, whispering soothing words to still their frantic dance. Zin, with his technological prowess, projected a barrier of energy to shield them from the worst of the storm's fury. In that moment, as they stood side by side, they realized the true power of their friendship. Their differences had become their greatest asset, allowing them to overcome the storm's wrath through a blend of nature and technology, wisdom and innovation. When the storm finally subsided, the forest bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Leora and Zin sat together, their hearts filled with a newfound understanding. They had learned that friendship transcended the boundaries of species and worlds, that it was a bond forged through shared experiences and mutual respect. In the days that followed, Leora and Zin continued to explore the wonders of Viridia together, their friendship a beacon of warmth and light. They taught each other the songs of their worlds, shared the stories of their people, and discovered the beauty in their differences. And so, in the heart of the Andromeda Galaxy, beneath the sheltering canopy of Viridia's ancient trees, Leora and Zin found not only a friendship that defied the stars, but a home in each other's hearts. They learned that true friendship was like a garden, a place where differences could bloom into understanding, where challenges could be overcome through unity, and where the seeds of kindness and compassion could grow into something beautiful and enduring. As the nights grew longer and the stars shone brighter, their laughter echoed through the forest, a melody of joy and companionship that would forever be remembered as a testament to the power of unlikely companions discovering the true meaning of friendship. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young girl named Leela. Her eyes were the color of the morning sky, and her heart was as vast as the ocean. Lila spent her days exploring the meadows and woods around her home, but her dreams were filled with places she had yet to discover. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her grandmother's attic. The map was unlike any she had seen, with swirling lines and shimmering ink that seemed to change color in the light. At its center was a place called the Enchanted Hollow, a realm rumored to be filled with wonder and magic. With a spark of excitement in her heart, Lila decided she would find this mysterious place. She packed a small satchel with her favorite blanket, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea. As she stepped outside, the morning sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, and she could feel the promise of adventure in the crisp air. Lila followed the map's winding path through towering trees and across babbling brooks. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the songs of birds, creating a symphony that carried her forward. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like emeralds. The fox greeted her with a nod and, sensing her quest, offered to guide her through the forest. Together, they traversed paths cloaked in mist and fields carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the earth. The fox led Lila to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honey, and a gentle stream sparkled under the sun's golden rays. Here, the fox pointed to a small, hidden trail that seemed to disappear into the earth itself. With a grateful heart, Lila thanked her new friend and ventured down the trail. The path led into a tunnel of vines and twinkling lights, and as she walked, the air shimmered with a gentle hum, like the whisper of a lullaby. The tunnel opened into the Enchanted Hollow, a place that seemed to exist just between a dream and reality. The hollow was a world of wonders. Trees with trunks of silver leaves stretched up to the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Flowers with petals of iridescent colors glowed softly, and the ground was covered in moss that felt like the plushest carpet beneath Lila's feet. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. As she explored, Leela met creatures she had only ever dreamed of. There were butterflies with wings like stained glass windows, glowing softly in the dim light. She watched as a family of gentle deer with antlers adorned in soft ferns grazed nearby, their presence serene and calming. But the most wondrous creature she encountered was a small, luminescent being called a starling. It hovered in the air, its wings twinkling like the night sky, and spoke in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. The starling told Lila of the heart of the hollow, a place where wishes were whispered and dreams were born. With the starling as her guide, Lila traveled to the heart of the Enchanted Hollow. There she found a pool of water so clear and still that it reflected the world above like a perfect mirror. The starling encouraged her to look into the pool and whisper her heart's deepest wish. Lila closed her eyes, and with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, whispered her wish for courage and the strength to explore the unknown. As her words floated into the air, the pool shimmered, and a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and confidence. With her journey nearly complete, Lila realized it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her new friends, each one leaving her with a token of their world, a silver leaf, a tiny fern, and a single glowing petal. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the fox rejoined her, leading her back to the edge of her village. Under the light of the setting sun, Lila returned home, her heart brimming with stories and newfound courage. She tucked the tokens from the hollow into her satchel, reminders of her journey and the friends she had made. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the wind carried the scent of the forest through her window, and the stars outside twinkled with a familiar glow. Lila knew that whenever she needed courage, she only had to close her eyes and remember her journey to the Enchanted Hollow, where magic and dreams lived in harmony. And so, with a heart full of wonder and the whisper of the hollow in her dreams, Lila slept peacefully, ready for whatever adventures awaited her in the days to come. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where stardust wove through the void like strands of glistening silk, lay the planet of Luminara. It was a world bathed in perpetual twilight, where the skies shimmered with hues of lavender and gold, and gentle breezes carried the sweet scent of blooming starflowers. The Luminarans, delicate beings with skin that glowed softly like the moon, lived in harmony with their serene surroundings, tending to the gardens of light that covered their planet. On one particularly tranquil evening, as the twin moons rose to cast their gentle glow over the land, a small spacecraft streaked through the heavens, its hull glinting like a shard of silver against the deepening sky. This ship, a modest transport vessel, was piloted by a solitary traveler from the distant world of Terran. Her name was Lyra, and she was an explorer by trade, one who roamed the stars in search of knowledge and understanding. Lyra's journey had brought her to Luminara, drawn by tales of its beauty and the wisdom of its people. Her heart, though courageous, harbored a loneliness that whispered to her in the solitude of space. As she descended through the atmosphere, her ship's systems suddenly faltered, a cascade of sparks and alarms filling the cabin. With a steady hand and a calm mind, Lyra managed to guide her vessel to a gentle landing in a meadow aglow with the soft luminescence of starflowers. Emerging from her ship, Lyra was greeted not by fearsome warriors or suspicious eyes, but by a single Luminaran who approached with a serene smile. This Luminaran, named Solus, moved with the grace of a breeze and the kindness of a gentle rain. His eyes, deep pools of starlight, held curiosity and a warmth that transcended words. "Welcome, traveler," Solus said, his voice like a soothing melody. "You have come at a time of rest and reflection. How may we assist you?" Lyra, though relieved by the warm welcome, found herself struggling to understand the Luminaran's gentle ways. She had prepared for hostility, for the mistrust of an outsider, and the kindness offered so freely was both comforting and perplexing. "My ship," she began, her voice tinged with the hesitance of uncertainty, "it needs repairs. I did not mean to intrude." Solus merely nodded, his understanding as deep as the night sky. "Here on Luminara, we believe in offering aid to those in need. Your presence is no intrusion, but a chance to share in the exchange of stories and wisdom." As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself enveloped in the rhythms of Luminaran life. Guided by Solus, she learned the ways of the starflower gardens, their petals soft and fragrant, their glow a gentle caress against the skin. The Luminarans, in turn, listened with rapt attention to Lyra's tales of distant worlds and the marvels she had witnessed among the stars. Yet, not all was smooth in this newfound companionship. Misunderstandings arose, as they often do between those of different worlds. Lyra, eager to help, had attempted to rearrange a section of the garden, believing she was improving it. The Luminarans, who cultivated their gardens with deep reverence and tradition, were taken aback by the changes, though they remained kind in their expressions. Solus, sensing the discomfort that lingered like a shadow, approached Lyra with gentle understanding. "We cherish your enthusiasm, Lyra," he said, his voice a balm to her troubled heart. "But our ways are woven with the fabric of our being. Perhaps, together, we can learn from one another." Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lyra nodded, her voice a whisper of contrition. "I meant no disrespect. I wished only to contribute, to belong." In this moment of vulnerability, a bond began to form, a bridge of understanding between two souls who had once been strangers. Solus, with patience and wisdom, showed Lyra the intricate dance of their traditions, explaining the balance of light and dark, of growth and rest. As they worked side by side, a challenge arose that would test their burgeoning friendship. A rare celestial event, the eclipse of shadows, was approaching, a time when the twin moons would align and cast the land into temporary darkness. During this period, the gardens required careful tending, as the absence of light could harm the delicate starflowers. Together, Lyra and Solus faced the eclipse, their efforts a seamless blend of Terran ingenuity and Luminaran tradition. Lyra's knowledge of technology complemented Solus's deep understanding of the gardens, and their collaboration ensured the starflowers continued to thrive even in the absence of light. In the quiet hours of the eclipse, as they rested beneath the canopy of stars, Lyra spoke, her voice a gentle murmur in the darkness. "I have traveled far, seeking knowledge and adventure, yet it is here, in your gardens, that I have found something truly precious, a friend." Solus, his glow a gentle beacon in the night, nodded in agreement. Our paths are like rivers, Lyra, flowing from different sources but meeting in the same ocean. Through understanding and friendship, we have enriched our journeys. The eclipse passed, and with it came the dawn, a warm embrace of light that painted the world in hues of gold and lavender once more. Lyra's ship, now repaired with the help of her new friends, stood ready for departure. Yet, as she prepared to leave, her heart was filled not with the ache of parting, but with the warmth of connection. Solus and the Luminarans gathered to bid her farewell, their luminescent presence a reminder of the gentle strength found in unity. "Wherever your travels take you, Lyra," Solus said, his voice carrying the promise of their friendship across the distance, "know that you are always welcome here, a part of our story." With a heart lighter than it had been in many years, Lyra embarked on her journey once more, the stars her companions, and the lessons of Luminara her guiding light. As her ship ascended into the embrace of the cosmos, she carried with her the understanding that true friendship, like the gardens of starflowers, blossomed through patience, kindness, and the shared light of two souls, meeting amidst the vastness of the universe. Once, in a small village cradled between emerald hills and a golden sea of daisies, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her eyes, sparkling like the morning dew on a spider's web, often wandered far beyond the horizon, where she imagined lands of untold wonders. Her favorite place was the edge of the whispering woods, where trees stood so tall and thick that their tops seemed to tickle the heavens. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of ripe apples and the sky was painted in hues of orange and pink, Lila felt a gentle tug at her heart. It was as if the woods themselves were calling out to her, whispering secrets through the rustling leaves. With a deep breath of courage and a heart full of wonder, she decided to venture into the unknown. As she stepped past the familiar boundary of the village, the forest enveloped her in a cool embrace. The path was lined with moss that felt like the softest velvet beneath her feet. Sunlight streamed through the branches in playful patterns, and Lila felt as though she was walking through a living cathedral of nature. The air was alive with the symphony of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook nearby. A little way into her journey, Lila stumbled upon a clearing where the ground was carpeted with mushrooms of all shapes and colors. Sitting atop one of the largest mushrooms was a peculiar creature with fur the color of twilight and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. It was a wisp fox, a creature as rare as it was wise, known for guiding lost travelers. "Welcome, dear Lila," the wisp fox greeted, its voice as soft as a lullaby. "I see you have a heart full of questions. Would you like some answers?" Lila, though surprised that the creature knew her name, nodded eagerly. "Yes, please. I wish to learn about the wonders of these woods." The wisp fox flicked its bushy tail and smiled. "Then follow me, for this forest holds more magic than you can imagine." As they ventured deeper, the forest unfolded like a storybook. They passed trees with bark that shimmered like silver and leaves that sang gentle tunes when the wind caressed them. They walked alongside streams that flowed with water as clear as crystal, reflecting the sky's ever-changing moods. At one point, they came across a glen where luminous butterflies danced in the air, their wings casting rainbows with every flutter. Lila reached out, and one alighted on her finger, its tiny heart beating in rhythm with her own. It was in that moment she realized the importance of gentle curiosity and respect for the wonders of the world around her. Suddenly, the path divided into three. Lila hesitated, unsure which way to go. The wisp fox looked at her kindly. "Sometimes, the right path is the one that calls to your heart, not your mind." Remembering the gentle tug she felt that morning, Lila chose the path to the right, which was lined with glowing fungi that lit up under her steps like warm, welcoming lights. The path led them to a serene pond, its surface like a mirror reflecting the sky. By the water's edge sat an elderly turtle, wise with the weight of centuries. The turtle looked up and spoke slowly. "Every journey brings new lessons, young one. It's the courage to take the first step that shapes who we become." Lila pondered the turtle's words, feeling a warmth spread through her. She realized that it was her curiosity and bravery that had brought her here, and that sometimes simply daring to explore could be the most rewarding adventure of all. As the sun began to dip behind the trees, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and gold, Leela knew it was time to return home. The wisp fox led her back to the edge of the forest, where the village lay in the gentle embrace of twilight. "Thank you for guiding me," Lila said, her heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom. The wisp fox nodded, its eyes twinkling. "Remember, Lila, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered. Keep your heart open and your spirit curious." With one last look at the enchanting forest, Lila stepped back into the familiar world of her village. The evening air was cool and comforting, and the first stars began to appear in the sky. She felt a peaceful contentment, knowing that the magic of the whispering woods would always be with her, in her heart and in her dreams. And so, with a smile and a heart full of dreams, Lila returned home, ready to share tales of her wondrous journey, to inspire others to listen to the whispers of the world and explore the magic waiting just beyond the horizon. In the vast expanse of the universe, where stars glimmered like scattered jewels across an endless velvet sky, there existed a small, unassuming planet known as Varela. This planet, with its lush emerald forests and amber rivers, was home to a gentle species called the Varellans. Their skin shimmered softly like the surface of a tranquil lake at twilight, and their eyes were the color of amethysts, reflecting the wisdom of their peaceful ways. Far away, across light years of twinkling stardust, lay another world, Telara, a planet of crystalline mountains and azure seas. Here dwelt the Tellarites, a species as brilliant and multifaceted as their crystalline surroundings. Their skin sparkled with iridescent hues, and their minds worked with a precision akin to the intricate gears of an ancient clock. One day, a curious Varellan named Leora, with her heart full of wonder, decided to venture beyond her leafy world. She climbed aboard a small, star-bound vessel, setting her sights on the mysteries of the cosmos. Meanwhile, on Telara, a Tellarite named Keon, driven by his insatiable curiosity and thirst for knowledge, set forth on a similar journey, eager to explore the wonders beyond his crystalline home. As fate would have it, a cosmic storm swept through the galaxy, tangling the paths of these two adventurers. Their vessels, caught in the storm's swirling embrace, were drawn toward each other, eventually colliding gently in the midst of a vast serene nebula that shimmered with hues of lavender and gold. Startled but unharmed, Leora and Keon found themselves face to face, their vessels now intertwined like threads in a cosmic tapestry. At first, they regarded each other with cautious curiosity, their differences stark and unfamiliar. Leora's soft, flowing form seemed a world apart from Keon's angular, crystalline structure. "Greetings," Leora began, her voice as gentle as a summer breeze. "I am Leora of Varela. It seems our journeys have crossed paths." Keon's voice was steady and resonant, like the harmonious chime of crystal bells. "I am Keon of Telara. It appears we are both at the mercy of this storm." Though they spoke the same language, their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstanding. Leora's gentle metaphors and poetic musings were met with Keon's logical and precise interpretations, creating a dance of confusion and misinterpretation. Yet despite these initial hurdles, a spark of curiosity and kindness lingered between them, urging them to bridge the gap. As they worked together to untangle their vessels, they began to share their stories, their hopes, and their dreams. Leora spoke of the whispering leaves of Varela's forests and the comforting embrace of its amber rivers. Keon, in turn, described the crystalline peaks of Telara, how they caught the first light of dawn and scattered it across the land like 1,000 rainbows. As the days passed, the cosmic storm continued to swirl around them, leaving them stranded in the heart of the nebula. Yet, within this celestial cocoon, something beautiful began to blossom. Leora and Keon found themselves facing shared challenges that tested their resolve and ingenuity. When a sudden solar flare threatened their vessels with a shower of fiery embers, Keon's analytical mind devised a plan to shield them using the reflective surfaces of his crystalline shards. Leora, with her deep understanding of harmony and balance, crafted melodies that soothed the turbulent energies, allowing them to stabilize their ships. In the quiet moments between challenges, they discovered the joy of laughter and the comfort of silence shared with a friend. Keon marveled at Leora's ability to see beauty in the simplest of things, while Leora admired Keon's unwavering dedication to understanding the universe's mysteries. One evening, as they gazed out at the nebula's swirling beauty, Leora turned to Keon, her eyes reflecting the starlight. "I've learned so much from you, my friend. Our differences, once so daunting, have become the threads that weave our friendship." Keon nodded, his crystalline form catching the nebula's glow. "Indeed, Leora. Through our misunderstandings, I've discovered new ways to see the world. You've taught me the value of emotion and intuition." As the cosmic storm finally subsided, their vessels gently drifted apart, free once more to continue their journeys. Yet something had changed within their hearts, a bond of friendship forged through shared trials and understanding. Before they parted ways, Leora placed a small, luminous stone in Keon's hand, a token from Varella's heart. "May this remind you of our time together," she said softly. Keon, in turn, gifted Leora a radiant shard of Talara's crystal, its colors shifting with the light. "And may this keep the memory of our friendship alive in your heart." With a final embrace, Leora and Keon bid each other farewell, their vessels now carrying the warmth of their newfound friendship. As they ventured forth into the stars, they knew that their paths would forever be intertwined, their hearts connected by the lessons of understanding and the true meaning of friendship. And so, as the nebula's light gently faded into the distance, the universe continued to turn, embracing the warmth and wisdom of those who dared to reach across the stars and find companionship in the unlikeliest of places. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of pine and earth, and sunlight filtered gently through a canopy of ancient oaks, there existed a world untouched by time. This was a land where the whispers of the wind carried secrets from one generation to the next, and every creature, from the smallest ant to the mightiest stag, played a role in the grand tapestry of life. The forest was alive with colors and sounds that danced through the senses, leaves rustling in a gentle breeze, streams murmuring over smooth stones, and the distant calls of birds that painted the sky with their graceful arcs. Here, nature was both the stage and the storyteller, weaving tales of harmony and balance that had been passed down through countless seasons. At the heart of this forest stood a great oak, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the sky. It was known as the elder tree, the guardian of the forest, and beneath its boughs, creatures of all kinds gathered to share their stories and learn from its ancient wisdom. The elder tree had seen the birth of stars and the passing of ages, and its deep, resonant voice was a soothing balm to all who listened. One cool autumn morning, as the sun began its lazy ascent, painting the sky with strokes of amber and gold, a gentle squirrel named Fern scurried through the fallen leaves. Her fur was the color of warm chestnuts, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Fern had long been enchanted by the stories told by the elder tree, and she often found herself drawn to the gatherings beneath its expansive branches. That morning, as the forest awoke in a symphony of sound and color, Fern noticed something unusual. The leaves, usually vibrant in their autumnal hues, seemed to be shimmering with a soft, golden light. It was as if the forest itself was glowing, breathing with a life more vivid than ever before. Intrigued, Fern quickened her pace, eager to reach the elder tree and uncover the mystery of this magical dawn. As she arrived, she found a small assembly of forest creatures already gathered. Wise old badgers, graceful deer, and a family of rabbits huddled close together. They all gazed up at the elder tree with a mix of awe and anticipation. The air was filled with a gentle hum, a melody that seemed to emanate from the tree itself, resonating with the heartbeat of the forest. The elder tree, sensing the presence of its attentive audience, began to speak in its deep, melodious voice, rich with the wisdom of ages. "Dear friends," it intoned, "today you witness a rare and wondrous phenomenon, the dance of the seasons. It is a time when the essence of the forest shifts, a sign of balance and renewal, as one season makes way for another." The creatures listened with rapt attention, their hearts swelling with a sense of unity and purpose. Fern, perched on a low branch, felt a warmth spread through her, as if she were part of something far greater than herself. The elder tree continued, "Each season brings its own gifts and challenges, teaching us lessons of patience, resilience, and harmony. We must cherish these gifts and learn from them, for they are the threads that weave the fabric of our world." As the elder tree spoke, the shimmering light intensified, enveloping the forest in a gentle glow. It was as if the very soul of the forest was singing, a melody of life and light that filled every corner of the ancient woods. Fern closed her eyes, letting the music wash over her, feeling a deep connection to the earth and sky, to every leaf and creature that called this place home. In that moment, Fern understood the true meaning of balance, the delicate dance between the changing seasons, each one a vital part of the greater whole. She realized that just as the forest embraced the cycle of life, so too must she embrace the changes in her own journey, trusting in the wisdom of the ages and the power of friendship and community. As the light began to fade, returning the forest to its familiar hues, the creatures slowly dispersed, their hearts full of wonder and gratitude. Fern lingered a moment longer, her eyes turned skyward, silently thanking the elder tree for sharing its wisdom and the beauty of the dance of the seasons. With a newfound sense of purpose, Fern bounded back through the forest, her heart light and her spirit renewed. She knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, she would meet them with courage and grace, drawing strength from the lessons of the forest and the enduring bonds of friendship. As the day turned to dusk and the moon rose high above the treetops, casting a silver glow over the sleeping forest, the ancient woods remained a sanctuary of peace and harmony. And beneath the watchful gaze of the elder tree, the creatures of the forest dreamt of the endless cycle of seasons, each one a testament to the beauty and balance of nature. In the quiet of the night, the wind carried the promise of a new dawn, whispering tales of hope and renewal to all who listened. And so the forest lived on, a timeless realm where magic and reality danced hand in hand, a gentle reminder of the enduring power of nature and the wisdom found in every leaf and stone. In the vast tapestry of the cosmos, where stardust whispered the secrets of the universe, two unlikely companions found themselves on a journey that would span the very fabric of time and space. The first was a gentle creature named Leora, from the planet Ethereum, where the skies shimmered with hues of lavender and the air was perfumed with the scent of blooming starflowers. Leora's kind was known for their ethereal wings that glowed softly in the moonlight, and their ability to communicate through melodious harmonies that filled the air like a gentle lullaby. The second was a mechanical being named Kor, hailing from the metallic world of Farovia, where towering spires of gleaming steel pierced the skies, and the rhythmic clanking of gears was the heartbeat of the land. Kor was built from the finest alloys, his form a masterwork of engineering, with eyes that glowed a warm amber, reminiscent of a hearth on a chilly night. Though crafted from metal, Kor possessed a soul as vibrant as any sentient being, his heart programmed with an unyielding curiosity about the universe beyond his own world. Their paths crossed on a small, unassuming moon, known to its sparse inhabitants as Solara, where the golden sands stretched endlessly under the watchful gaze of twin suns. Leora had come in search of a rare, luminescent crystal said to possess healing properties, hoping to aid her people who had fallen ill from a mysterious ailment. Kor, on the other hand, was on a mission to collect data on the unique mineral formations found only on Solara, a task that promised to enhance the technological prowess of Farovia. Their initial meeting was one of cautious misunderstanding. Leora, with her gentle nature and melodic voice, found Kor's mechanical presence intimidating, the whirring of his servos and the clicking of his gears, a stark contrast to the serene symphony of her world. Kor, in turn, was bewildered by Leora's ethereal form and her ability to converse through song, a language so foreign to his logical circuits that he struggled to comprehend her intentions. Yet, beneath the surface of their differences lay a shared purpose and a budding curiosity about one another. As they journeyed through the moon's golden dunes, their misunderstanding slowly gave way to a mutual respect. Leora discovered that Kor's logical mind complemented her intuitive nature, while Kor found beauty in the artistry of Leora's songs, their melodies unlocking emotions he had never before experienced. Their journey was not without its trials. One evening, as the twin suns dipped below the horizon, casting a warm amber glow over the sands, a fierce sandstorm swept across the landscape, its howling winds threatening to separate them. Leora's wings, though beautiful, were delicate. and the storm's fury battered her fragile form. Kor, realizing the danger, extended his metal frame to shield her from the storm's wrath, his sturdy construction providing a safe haven amidst the chaos. In the quiet aftermath, as the sands settled and the stars emerged to dance across the night sky, Leora and Kor found themselves huddled together, their differences forgotten in the face of shared adversity. It was in that moment, under the vast expanse of the cosmos, that they began to understand the true essence of friendship. Leora, her voice soft and filled with gratitude, sang a song of healing, her melody weaving around Kor, soothing the weariness of his circuits. In response, Kor shared tales of his world, his voice steady and warm, painting vivid pictures of Farovia's gleaming towers and the rhythmic dance of its machinery. As the days turned into weeks, their bond deepened, each learning from the other in ways they had never anticipated. Leora taught Kor the beauty of the universe's natural symphonies, while Kor revealed to Leora the wonders of technology and the endless possibilities it held. Together, they faced the challenges of Solara, from navigating treacherous terrain to deciphering the mysteries of the luminescent crystals they sought. Their adventures culminated in a discovery that transcended their individual quests. Deep within a hidden cavern, they found a pool of crystalline water, its surface shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. It was here that the healing crystals grew, their luminescence a beacon of hope. As they harvested the crystals, Leora and Kor realized that their journey had not only brought healing to her people, but had also forged a bond that would endure beyond the sands of Solara. As they prepared to part ways, their missions complete, Leora and Kor stood together beneath the starlit sky, their hearts heavy with the bittersweet knowledge of their impending separation. Yet, in that moment, they understood that distance could never diminish the friendship they had cultivated. They had discovered that true friendship transcends the boundaries of worlds and species, a connection woven from the threads of shared experiences and mutual understanding. With a final embrace, Leora's wings enveloping Kor in a soft glow, and Kor's mechanical arms gently holding her close, they bid each other farewell. Leora returned to Ethereum with the healing crystals that would save her people, her heart forever touched by the warmth of Kor's friendship. Kor journeyed back to Farovia, his circuits enriched with the memories of their adventures, his understanding of the universe forever broadened by the melodies of Leora's world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the cosmos, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship, their bond a testament to the power of kindness, understanding, and the wondrous tapestry of life that connects all beings, no matter how different they may seem. As they looked to the stars, they knew that their paths would cross again, for true friendship, like the stardust that binds the universe, is eternal. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and dense forests, there existed a place where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of blooming jasmine, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered age-old secrets. Here, in a cozy cottage with ivy-clad walls and a chimney that puffed lazy curls of smoke, lived a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of chestnuts, her eyes as bright as the morning sky, and her heart as warm as the sun-drenched meadows that surrounded her home. Lila shared her home with her grandmother, a wise woman whose stories were as captivating as the twinkling stars on a clear night. The village often said that grandmother's tales were laced with magic, and perhaps they were right. For every story she told seemed to come alive, painting pictures so vivid that they lingered in the minds of those who heard them long after the fire had died down to embers. One chilly evening, as the wind murmured through the trees and the fireplace crackled warmly, Lila sat beside her grandmother, her head resting against the old woman's shoulder. "Tell me a story, grandmother," she whispered, her voice soft and sleepy. Grandmother smiled gently, her eyes twinkling with mischief and a touch of something older, something ancient. "Very well, my dear," she said, her voice wrapping around Lila like a soft woolen blanket. "Tonight, I shall tell you the tale of the enchanted compass." Lila settled deeper into her grandmother's embrace, the world outside fading to a mere shadow as the story began to unfold. "Long ago," grandmother began, "in a time when the world was young and brimming with undiscovered wonders, there was a humble toymaker named Finn. He lived at the edge of a bustling town, in a workshop filled with the scent of wood shavings and the sound of clockwork ticking. Finn was a gentle soul, his hands skilled in the art of creation, his heart rich with kindness. Among his many creations was a peculiar object, a compass that did not point north, nor in any direction known to man. Instead, it was said to guide the bearer to their heart's true desire. But it was no ordinary compass, for it could only be seen by those pure of heart and intent. As grandmother spoke, Lila imagined the toymaker's workshop, the flickering light of candles casting playful shadows on the walls, the air filled with the rich aroma of pine and cedar. She could almost hear the soft ticking of the clockwork, a gentle heartbeat in the silence. One day, continued grandmother, a traveler named Kai arrived at Finn's doorstep. He was a young man, weary from his journeys, but his eyes held a spark of determination, a yearning for something he could not name. Sensing the traveler's longing, Finn offered him the compass, its needle spinning in a dance known only to it. "This," Finn said, placing the compass in Kai's hands, "will lead you to what you truly seek. But be warned, the path may not be what you expect." With gratitude, Kai accepted the gift, and thus began his journey, a journey not just across lands unknown, but into the depths of his own heart. Lila could feel the pull of the compass, the weight of its promise, heavy with mystery and hope. She imagined Kai setting out at dawn, the world bathed in the soft hues of sunrise, each step carrying him further into the unknown. As Kai traveled, grandmother continued, he encountered many wonders, a forest where the trees sang with voices like wind chimes, a lake whose waters reflected not the sky, but the dreams of those who gazed into its depths. Yet the compass led him onward, its needle unwavering in its dance. Along the way, Kai met a curious creature, a small, mischievous fox with fur as white as snow and eyes as clever as a winter's night. The fox, sensing Kai's good heart, decided to accompany him, prancing by his side, offering companionship and laughter. Lila smiled at the thought of the fox, its playful antics bringing lightness to Kai's journey. She could almost hear its soft paws on the forest floor, a comforting presence amidst the vastness of the world. As the days turned to weeks, grandmother continued, her voice soft and steady, Kai began to understand that the compass was leading him not just across the land, but through the landscape of his own soul. He faced challenges that tested his courage and his kindness, teaching him the value of patience and the strength found in friendship. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson, Kai found himself at the edge of a great forest, an ancient place where time seemed to stand still. The compass, for the first time, ceased its spinning, the needle pointing steadily into the heart of the woods. Lila held her breath, her imagination weaving the scene with threads of anticipation and wonder. She could feel the forest's presence, its ancient wisdom whispering through the rustling leaves, its shadows deep and inviting. Kai entered the forest, grandmother said, her voice a gentle breeze in the quiet room, his heart steady, his mind open. The fox trotted beside him, its eyes reflecting the fading light, its spirit as bright as a star. As they ventured deeper, the forest began to change. The trees, tall and majestic, stood like silent sentinels, their bark etched with runes of a language long forgotten. The air shimmered with a gentle magic, a presence that wrapped around Kai like a familiar embrace. Lila imagined the forest alive with unseen wonders, its secrets woven into the very fabric of the earth. She could hear the soft rustle of leaves, the distant call of a nightingale, the world holding its breath in anticipation. At the heart of the forest, grandmother whispered, her voice a lullaby in the night, Kai found what he had truly been seeking, a hidden grove where a spring bubbled with water clear as crystal, its surface reflecting the stars above. Here in this sacred place, Kai realized that his journey had not been about reaching a destination, but about discovering the strength and wisdom within himself. Leela felt a warmth spread through her chest, a gentle glow of understanding and peace. She imagined Kai standing by the spring, the fox at his side, the compass now still, its purpose fulfilled. With the fox's companionship and the forest's quiet grace, grandmother concluded, Kai found his heart's desire, not a place or a treasure, but a deeper connection to the world around him and a profound understanding of his own spirit. And so, with a heart full of gratitude, Kai returned to Finn, the compass in his hand, his journey complete. The toy maker welcomed him with a smile, his eyes twinkling with the knowledge that the greatest journey is often within. As grandmother's voice faded into the soft crackling of the fire, Lila sighed contentedly, her eyes drifting closed, the story weaving its magic into her dreams. She imagined the forest, eternal and wise, the compass a silent sentinel in her hand, guiding her to her own heart's desires. And as the night deepened, the cottage nestled in its blanket of stars, Lila slept, her dreams filled with the wonders of the world, the gentle laughter of a fox, and the quiet wisdom of a journey well taken. Once upon a time, nestled in the quiet village of Willowbrook, there was a little cottage with a thatched roof and ivy-covered walls. The cottage belonged to an elderly woman named Granny Willow, who was known for her kindness and the twinkle in her eye that suggested she knew more than the average person. But the real secret of Granny Willow's cottage was not the woman herself, but a simple, unassuming object that lay amidst her collection of trinkets, a silver spoon. This spoon was unlike any other. It had been passed down through generations, and its handle was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer when touched by the light of the moon. Many who visited Granny Willow would admire the spoon for its beauty, but only a few knew of its true magic. When held with a heart full of wonder, the spoon revealed a hidden world, a place where dreams could be tasted and where the impossible seemed possible. One brisk autumn evening, a young girl named Clara visited Granny Willow. Clara was a curious child, with eyes the color of the clearest morning sky and a heart eager for adventure. As she warmed her hands by Granny's crackling fireplace, the elderly woman offered Clara a cup of hot cocoa, stirring it gently with the silver spoon. Clara watched, mesmerized by the way the spoon caught the firelight, and she could not help but reach out to touch it. As her fingers brushed the cool metal, Clara felt a gentle tingling sensation spread through her hand and up her arm. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to blur, and she found herself standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. Towering trees with leaves of gold and silver swayed gently in a breeze that carried the scent of wildflowers and honey. It was a place both foreign and familiar, a place where magic felt as real as the earth beneath her feet. "Welcome, dear Clara," a melodious voice greeted her. Turning, Clara saw a small creature perched on a branch, a tiny bird with feathers of the deepest blue and eyes that sparkled with intelligence. "I am Leora, your guide in this enchanted place." Clara marveled at the bird, her heart swelling with excitement and curiosity. "Where am I?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "You are in the land of whimsy, where the imagination knows no bounds," Leora replied, fluttering down to Clara's shoulder. "Here, you will find answers to questions you haven't yet asked, and perhaps discover things you didn't know you were seeking." Intrigued and a little daunted, Clara set off through the forest with Leora by her side. Along the way, they encountered a variety of creatures. A wise old tortoise named Humphrey, who spoke in riddles and had a shell that shimmered like the night sky. A playful fox named Finn, whose laughter was as infectious as a summer breeze, and a gentle deer named Seraphina, who moved with such grace that she seemed to float above the ground. Each new friend shared with Clara a piece of wisdom wrapped in a tale, teaching her about the importance of patience, the value of laughter, and the beauty of gentle strength. Clara listened intently, her mind and heart open to the lessons of this magical realm. Their journey through the land of whimsy was not without its challenges. At the heart of the forest lay a glade where time stood still, guarded by an ancient riddle that had puzzled even the wisest of creatures. It was said that the answer to the riddle would unlock the path to one's deepest desires and truths, but only those pure of heart could solve it. Clara approached the glade, her mind swirling with thoughts. The riddle echoed in her ears, a melody of words that seemed to dance just out of reach. What is that which, without being seen, guides us through the darkest of nights and the brightest of days? She pondered the question, her thoughts drifting to the friends she had made, the lessons she had learned, and the feeling of wonder that had filled her since she first touched the magical spoon. Then, with a dawning realization, she whispered, "Hope." As the word left her lips, the glade transformed, the trees shimmered with a golden light, and a pathway opened before her, leading to a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In that moment, Clara understood that hope was the thread that wove through every story, every lesson, and every heart. With a sense of peace and fulfillment, Clara bid farewell to her new friends, promising to carry their wisdom back to her world. As she stepped onto the path, the forest began to dissolve, and she found herself once again in Granny Willow's cozy cottage, the silver spoon warm in her hand. Granny Willow, her eyes twinkling with understanding, smiled gently at Clara. "Did you find what you were looking for, my dear?" she asked. Clara nodded, her heart full of gratitude and newfound perspective. "I found more than I ever imagined," she replied, her voice filled with wonder. And so, Clara's journey through the land of whimsy came to an end, but the lessons she learned stayed with her, guiding her through the days and nights to come. She cherished the silver spoon and the magic it held, knowing that its true power lay not in the enchantment of a distant land, but in the hope and friendship it had awakened within her own heart. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with golden forests and the laughter of newfound friends. And somewhere in the quiet village of Willowbrook, a wise old tortoise, a playful fox, and a graceful deer watched over her, their spirits forever part of her story. And thus, the magic of ordinary things continued to weave its gentle spell, reminding all who listened that true wonder lies within the simplest of moments, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to dream. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willowbrook, nestled between gentle rolling hills and whispering woods, lived a young boy named Finn. His days were filled with the sweet simplicity of village life, gathering wildflowers with his friends, listening to the soothing lull of the babbling brook, and exploring the endless wonders of the forest that bordered his home. Willowbrook was a place where the grass was always a lush emerald, and the air carried the fragrance of honeysuckle and freshly baked bread. Each evening, the sun would cast a golden glow across the thatched rooftops, promising the village another peaceful night. One serene afternoon, as Finn wandered through the forest, his gaze fell upon something peculiar. It was a small, ornately carved box, half hidden beneath a blanket of fallen leaves. The box was crafted from a rich, dark wood and adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Finn carefully lifted the box into his hands. As he did, a gentle warmth spread through his fingers, as though the box were alive with a quiet, comforting pulse. With a soft click, the box opened to reveal a single, delicate feather inside, iridescent and gleaming with colors that danced like the northern lights. This was no ordinary feather. It whispered secrets to Finn's heart, unlocking a sense of magic he had never known. The feather granted Finn an extraordinary ability to understand the language of the forest creatures, and so began his wondrous journey of discovery and wonder. Finn's first encounter was with a wise old owl named Sage, who perched regally on a gnarled branch. Sage's eyes, deep and knowing, regarded Finn with a hint of amusement. "Ah, young one," he hooted softly, "the forest speaks to those who listen. What brings you to our sacred woods?" Finn explained his newfound gift, and Sage nodded sagely, his feathers rustling like pages of an ancient book. "There is much to learn in these woods, but remember, wisdom is the key to understanding." With Sage as his guide, Finn journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, where sunlight wove through the canopy in threads of gold. Along the way, he met a myriad of creatures, each with a story to tell and a lesson to share. There was Willow, the gentle deer, who taught Finn the importance of patience and observation. Her eyes, soft and brown like the earth, held a serenity that calmed Finn's restless spirit. Then there was Bristle, the mischievous squirrel with a knack for finding the hidden treasures of the forest floor. Bristle's chatter was a constant reminder that joy could be found in the smallest of things, and his laughter echoed through the trees like a playful melody. As Finn's journey continued, he found himself in a secluded glade where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the ground was carpeted with soft moss. Here, he encountered a challenge, a riddle posed by the enigmatic Mist, an ethereal fox with eyes like liquid moonlight. Mist spoke in a voice that was both melody and mystery. "To unlock the secret of the forest's heart, you must answer this. What is it that speaks without words, guides without force, and is felt but never seen. Finn pondered the riddle, feeling the cool breeze brush against his cheek, hearing the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. He closed his eyes, letting the symphony of the forest fill his senses. And then, with a smile, he answered, "It is love." Mist nodded, her eyes twinkling with approval. "Indeed, young Finn, love is the language that binds us all, the unseen force that guides our hearts." With the riddle solved, the forest unveiled its deepest secret, a hidden grove where the ancient wisdom of nature was inscribed on the stones, like whispers of time. Here, Finn learned that true magic lay not in power or grand gestures, but in the kindness shared between friends, the quiet moments of understanding, and the gentle touch of love that connected all living things. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft twilight glow, Finn returned to Willowbrook, his heart forever changed. The village welcomed him home with open arms, unaware of the magical journey he had undertaken. Yet Finn carried with him the lessons of the forest, whispering them to those who would listen, weaving them into the fabric of village life. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Willowbrook continued to thrive, a place where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, and where the gentle power of love and wisdom prevailed. With a heart full of warmth and a spirit enriched by the wonders of the forest, Finn drifted into peaceful slumber, knowing that the magic of the feather and the lessons it had taught would remain with him always. And in the quiet of the night, the forest whispered its eternal lullaby, cradling Willowbrook in its timeless embrace. Once upon a time, in a land where the sun painted the skies with hues of pink and gold, there lay the enchanting village of Whimsy Hollow. The village was nestled between rolling hills of lavender and fields of fluttering daisies, where the air was always filled with the gentle hum of laughter and the sweet scent of honeysuckle. In Whimsy Hollow, every creature was unique, and each had a special charm of their own. There was Pipkin, the pint-sized fox with a tail that sparkled like 1,000 fireflies, and Mary, the mouse who wore a tiny top hat and played delightful tunes on his miniature violin. Then there was Lark, a wise old tortoise with a shell that changed colors with the seasons, and who always had a kind word or two to share. Life in Whimsy Hollow was always filled with wonder and joy, but one sunny morning, a peculiar event occurred that sent ripples of excitement through the village. The great bubble tree, a magical tree that stood at the heart of the village square, began to produce bubbles that were far too large and bouncy. Normally, the tree's bubbles were just the right size to float gently around, spreading giggles to anyone they touched. But now, they were so immense that they bounced off rooftops and sent chickens clucking in surprise. The villagers gathered around the great bubble tree, scratching their heads in bewilderment. "I do declare," said Pipkin, his eyes wide with amazement, "these bubbles are as big as pumpkins and as bouncy as a bed of marshmallows." Mary twirled his hat and played a cheerful note. "Perhaps there's a bit of magic gone awry," he mused. "Or maybe the tree is simply in a jolly mood." Lark nodded thoughtfully, his shell glistening in the sunlight. "It seems to me," he said in his deep, soothing voice, "that we must discover the cause and find a way to help our dear tree return to its usual self." The villagers agreed, and so began their whimsical adventure. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark decided to seek the advice of the village's resident enchantress, a whimsical old woman named Flora, who lived at the edge of the village in a cottage made entirely of gingerbread. As they made their way through the fields, the air was filled with the fragrance of freshly baked cookies, and the sound of Flora's laughter danced on the breeze. Her garden was a riot of colors, with flowers that sang when tickled by the wind and trees that swayed in rhythm to the songs. Flora greeted them with a warm smile and a twinkle in her eye. "Ah, my dear friends," she chuckled, "I hear the great bubble tree has been getting a bit carried away with its bubbles." Pipkin nodded, his tail twinkling with excitement. "Yes, indeed. We were hoping you might have a potion or a spell to help." Flora clapped her hands with delight. "Oh, I do love a good magical mystery. Let us see what we can brew together." In Flora's cozy kitchen, the scent of cinnamon and vanilla filled the air as they mixed ingredients from her collection of jars and bottles. There were giggleberries, which always brought a smile, and whispering petals, known to share secrets with those who listened closely. They added a sprinkle of moonbeam dust, just for a touch of sparkle. As they stirred the concoction, Mary played a joyful tune, and Lark shared an old tale of a turtle who once danced with the stars. The potion bubbled and glowed, casting a warm light around the room. With the potion ready, the friends hurried back to the great bubble tree. The villagers watched with anticipation as Flora sprinkled the potion over the roots of the tree. For a moment, nothing happened, and then the tree shivered with delight, and the bubbles began to shrink to their usual delightful size. The villagers cheered, and the air was filled with laughter and hugs. The great bubble tree twinkled in the sunlight, grateful to be back to its bubbly self. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark beamed with pride, knowing they had helped their village with creativity and friendship. Flora smiled, her heart warmed by the joy she saw around her. "Remember, my dear friends," she said, "that the magic of Whimsy Hollow lies not just in spells and potions, but in the kindness and laughter we share." And so life in Whimsy Hollow returned to its happy rhythm, with bubbles that danced gently on the breeze and hearts that sang with joy. The village continued to be a place of wonder and whimsy, where every day was a new adventure, and where friendship was the most magical gift of all. As the sun set, painting the sky with colors as vibrant as the village itself, the villagers gathered around the great bubble tree once more. This time, they weren't there to solve a mystery, but to celebrate the joy of their community. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark stood proudly, knowing that their teamwork had brought the village back to its delightful self. Flora joined them, bringing a basket filled with her homemade ginger snap cookies, each one shaped like a star. As they nibbled on the sweet treats, the bubbles floated gently overhead, casting rainbows in the fading light. The air was filled with the soft sounds of Mary's violin, his tunes weaving a melody of peace and happiness. "Do you suppose the tree will ever get carried away again?" Pipkin asked, a playful glint in his eyes. "Perhaps," Flora replied with a wink. "But that's the beauty of magic, isn't it? It's full of surprises and wonder, much like life itself." Lark nodded in agreement, his wise old eyes sparkling with wisdom. "And when it does, we'll be ready with our wits and laughter," he said, his shell reflecting the gentle glow of the bubbles. The villagers continued to celebrate, sharing stories and dreams as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky. They knew that whatever challenges they might face, they would always have each other, and that was the greatest magic of all. As the night deepened, the villagers slowly made their way to their cozy homes, their hearts warm with the comfort of friendship and community. The great bubble tree stood tall and proud, a symbol of the joy and unity that defined Whimsy Hollow. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Whimsy Hollow drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of the adventures yet to come and the laughter that would always fill their days. In the quiet hush of the night, the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of bubbles filled the air, a lullaby of magic and love. And as the first light of dawn began to peek over the hills, Whimsy Hollow awoke once more, ready to embrace the new day with open hearts and cheerful spirits. For in Whimsy Hollow, every day was a celebration of life, a testament to the power of friendship, and a reminder that with kindness and creativity, any problem could be solved. And that, dear listener, is the true magic of Whimsy Hollow, a place where dreams come to life and every heart finds its song. In the heart of an ancient forest where the towering trees whispered secrets to the winds and the ground was carpeted with soft moss, lived a community of creatures who knew the forest as both home and teacher. This forest, dense and boundless, was a place where the realms of reality and magic gracefully intertwined, making each day a new tapestry of wonders waiting to be discovered. Among the inhabitants of this lush haven was a wise old turtle named Bramble, whose shell bore the lines of countless seasons and stories. Bramble was the keeper of the forest's lore, a role he cherished with gentle pride. His days were spent beneath the sprawling canopy of a great oak, where he would share tales of old with the younger creatures who gathered around him, their eyes wide with curiosity. One cool morning, as the first whispers of autumn began to paint the leaves with strokes of gold and crimson, a young squirrel named Nibbles approached Bramble with a question that had been nibbling at his mind like an acorn on a breezy day. Why do the leaves change color, Bramble? Nibbles asked, his voice a mixture of wonder and innocence. Bramble chuckled softly, the sound a gentle rumble like distant thunder. Ah, young one, he began, his eyes twinkling with the wisdom of ages. The changing of leaves is one of nature's most beautiful dances. It is a sign of balance and renewal, orchestrated by the magic of the seasons. As Bramble spoke, the air around them seemed to shimmer with an unseen energy. The creatures of the forest paused in their daily activities, drawn into the story like moths to a gentle flame. Long ago, Bramble continued, the spirit of the forest, a wise and ancient being, wove a spell into the very fabric of our world. This spell ensured that each season would pass its gifts on to the next, maintaining harmony and balance. Spring brings renewal, summer warmth, autumn change, and winter rest. The changing colors of the leaves are autumn's gift, a reminder that change can be beautiful and necessary. Nibbles listened intently, his little heart swelling with understanding and appreciation. Around them, the forest seemed to nod in agreement, the leaves rustling softly in the breeze. But Bramble, piped up a timid voice from the back of the gathering, belonging to a young rabbit named Thistle. What happens if the balance is disturbed? Bramble's expression grew thoughtful, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. Balance is delicate, dear Thistle, he explained, but it is also resilient. When the balance is disturbed, nature finds ways to restore it. Sometimes it takes the wisdom of the creatures who dwell within the forest to help guide it back. As if on cue, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a tiny crystal of clarity and reflection. The creatures huddled closer, a sense of unity and purpose weaving through them like the tendrils of mist that danced among the trees. In the days that followed, the forest's inhabitants took Bramble's words to heart. They worked together, ensuring that each part of their home was cared for. The beavers reinforced their dams, allowing streams to flow freely. The birds spread seeds, encouraging new growth. Even the smallest insects played their part, aerating the soil with their tiny, industrious legs. Through their collective efforts, the forest thrived, its harmony restored. As the last leaves of autumn fluttered to the ground, a sense of peace settled over the land, as tangible as the fragrant earth beneath their feet. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the forest was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Nibbles, Thistle, and the other creatures gathered around Bramble once more. The old turtle, with a smile as warm as the summer sun, spoke words that would echo in their hearts for generations to come. Remember, dear friends, that we are all keepers of this forest. Through wisdom, friendship, and respect for the balance of nature, we ensure the magic of our world endures. With these words, the forest sighed contentedly, as if wrapping itself in a cozy blanket of serenity. And so, beneath a sky filled with twinkling stars and the gentle hum of the night, the creatures settled into the comforting rhythm of their lives, knowing that they were part of something wondrous and timeless. And there, in the embrace of the ancient forest, they found not just a home, but a sanctuary of harmony and magic, where the boundaries between reality and wonder were as seamless as the breeze that whispered through the trees. Title: The Whisper of the Willow. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and the edge of a vast, whispering forest, lived a gentle young girl named Leora. Her days were filled with the hum of bees in the meadow, the scent of wildflowers on the breeze, and the comforting embrace of her grandmother's stories by nightfall. Leora's world was one of serene beauty, yet she harbored a yearning for something more, a spark of magic to ignite her heart's deepest dreams. The village was surrounded by legends of the enchanted forest, a place where the old trees told tales to those who would listen, and the streams sang lullabies to the moon. But the heart of these stories was the ancient Willow of Whispers, a tree said to hold the power to reveal one's true path in life. Many sought its wisdom, but few returned unchanged, for the forest had a way of showing each visitor not only who they were, but who they could become. Leora often wandered to the forest's edge, her fingers brushing the soft moss that clung to the trunks of the trees. Her grandmother's stories painted images in her mind, of brave explorers and wise creatures, but the Willow of Whispers remained an enigma, a mystery she longed to unravel. It was on one such day, with the sun dappling through the leaves and a gentle breeze rustling the branches, that Lyora felt the forest calling to her more strongly than ever before. With a heart full of anticipation and a small satchel packed with essentials, bread, cheese, and her grandmother's knitted shawl, Lyora stepped into the forest. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of pine and damp earth. As she ventured deeper, the trees seemed to lean closer, their boughs whispering secrets that only the forest knew. Lyora felt a tingling at the back of her neck, a sensation both thrilling and comforting, as if the forest was welcoming her into its embrace. As the path wound deeper into the forest, Lyora met a curious friend, a small, bright-eyed squirrel named Pip. His fur was a tawny gold, and he chittered merrily as he bounded from branch to branch beside her. "Where are you headed, young traveler?" Pip asked, his voice a soft, musical note in the forest symphony. Lyora smiled, her heart lightened by the squirrel's friendly demeanor. "I'm seeking the Willow of Whispers," she replied, her eyes alight with determination. Pip twitched his whiskers thoughtfully. "Ah, the Willow," he said, nodding. "Many have sought its wisdom, but it is not easily found. The forest has a way of testing those who desire its secrets." "I am ready," Lyora declared, her voice steady with resolve. "I believe the Willow will guide me." With Pip scampering alongside her, Lyora continued her journey. The forest was a tapestry of colors and sounds, each step revealing new wonders. Birds sang sweetly in the canopy above, their songs weaving through the leaves like a gentle lullaby. The sunlight danced across the forest floor, painting patterns of light and shadow that seemed to shift with every breath of wind. As they walked, Pip told Lyora tales of the forest's inhabitants. A wise old owl who knew the stars by heart, a family of foxes who danced under the moon, and a mischievous sprite who played tricks on unwary travelers. Lyora listened with delight, her imagination painting vivid pictures of these magical creatures. Yet, as the day wore on, the path grew more tangled and overgrown. Vines draped like curtains across their way, and the underbrush thickened, whispering against Lyora's legs as she pushed forward. The air grew cooler, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. "Do not be discouraged," Pip chirped, sensing her unease. "Every journey worth taking has its trials." Lyora nodded, brushing aside a strand of ivy. Her determination was unwavering, her heart guided by the stories her grandmother had woven, a tapestry of courage, kindness, and the endless potential within. At last, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of gold and amber, they arrived at a clearing. In its center stood the Willow of Whispers, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, its branches sweeping gracefully to the ground like a curtain of leaves. The air around the tree shimmered softly, as if infused with magic. Lyora approached the willow with reverence, her steps slow and deliberate. She felt the weight of the forest's silence, a sacred hush that enveloped the clearing. Pip perched on a nearby rock, watching with bright, curious eyes. With a deep breath, Lyora reached out to touch the willow's bark, her fingers brushing against its rough, ancient surface. As her hand made contact, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she closed her eyes, allowing the magic to wash over her. In the stillness, Lyora heard the whisper of the willow, a soft, melodic voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the tree. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, a tapestry of memories and dreams. She saw herself as she was, a young girl filled with wonder and longing. But she also saw glimpses of what could be, a future shaped by choices and courage, by kindness and discovery. The willow showed her paths that twisted and turned, each leading to a different version of herself. As the visions faded, Lyora opened her eyes, her heart brimming with understanding. The willow had not given her clear answers, but it had shown her the possibilities, the power of choice, and the strength within her to forge her own path. Pip hopped to her side, his eyes gleaming with approval. "You have the heart of a true adventurer," he said, his voice full of warmth. Lyora smiled, her heart light with newfound clarity. "I see now," she said softly. "The journey is as important as the destination. It's not just about finding answers, but about discovering who you are along the way." With the willow's wisdom nestled in her heart, Lyora and Pip began their journey back through the forest. The path seemed brighter now, the forest's secrets a little less mysterious. As they walked, Lyora felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she was not alone, that the forest, with its whispers and wonders, would always be there to guide her. As they emerged from the trees, the village lay before them, bathed in the soft glow of dusk. The familiar sense of home wrapped around Leora like a comforting embrace, and she knew that she was forever changed by her journey. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of 1,000 stories. Leora embraced her, feeling the warmth of love and belonging. That night, as she lay beneath the stars, Leora closed her eyes and listened to the forest's lullaby, her heart full of gratitude and dreams yet to be realized. The Willow of Whispers had shown her the way, but it was her journey to walk, her story to write. And so, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the night, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the forest and the endless possibilities of tomorrow. In a corner of the galaxy where stardust painted the skies with hues of lavender and gold, there existed a quaint little planet named Luminara. This planet was home to the lumens, gentle beings who glowed softly in the dark, their light a beacon of warmth and kindness. They thrived in harmony, living amidst forests of shimmering crystal trees and lakes that reflected the swirling galaxies above. One evening, as the lumens prepared for their nightly glow gathering, a time when they would sing and share stories, a peculiar event disrupted the gentle rhythm of their lives. A streak of fiery light tore through the velvet sky, crashing into the heart of their tranquil forest. The lumens, curious and concerned, gathered around the smoking crater that had formed amidst the crystal trees. From the crater emerged a creature unlike any they had ever seen. It was a mechanical being, a construct of metal and wires, with eyes that flickered like tiny screens. It was a Arzan, a species known across the cosmos for their technological prowess and analytical minds. Its name was Quarren, and it had crash-landed on Luminara due to a navigation error in its spaceship. The lumens, despite their initial apprehension, approached Quarren with gentle curiosity. Their leader, a wise elder named Solara, extended a glowing hand in greeting. "Welcome, traveler," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You are among friends here." Quarren, though grateful for the hospitality, felt out of place. The Arzan were a solitary species, and the concept of friendship was as foreign to it as the lush, vibrant world it now found itself in. It communicated through a series of beeps and mechanical whirs, which the lumens found both fascinating and perplexing. Despite their differences, Solara invited Quarren to stay and recover. The lumens, in their gentle way, offered their help in repairing its ship. Quarren, though hesitant, accepted, knowing it had little choice but to rely on these strange, glowing beings. Days turned into weeks, and as the lumens worked to help Quarren rebuild its spaceship, they also shared their world with it. They showed Quarren the beauty of Luminara, the way the crystal leaves sang in the wind, the way the moonlight danced upon the lakes. In return, Quarren shared its knowledge of the stars and the stories of its travels through the cosmos. Yet misunderstandings were inevitable. The lumens, who thrived on emotion and intuition, often found Quarren's logical nature perplexing. One day, as they gathered by the lakeside, a young lumen named Lyra expressed her sadness over a wilting crystal tree. Quarren, in its analytical way, suggested cutting it down to make room for new growth. Lyra was taken aback, interpreting Quarren's suggestion as cold and unfeeling. Solara, sensing the tension, gently intervened. "Quarren did not mean to hurt you, Lyra," she soothed. "To the Arzan, logic is their language, just as light is ours. Let us listen with understanding, and we might learn something new." Quarren, realizing its mistake, attempted to explain. "In my world, we seek efficiency and order. I did not understand the emotional bond you share with the trees. I am sorry if I caused you distress." Lyra, with Solara's guidance, began to see beyond Quarren's mechanical exterior. "Perhaps," she said softly, "we can learn from each other. You teach us about the stars, and we will teach you about the heart." As time passed, Quarren began to understand the lumens in ways it never expected. It learned to appreciate the beauty of emotion, the strength and vulnerability. In turn, the lumens adopted some of Quarren's logical insights, finding ways to strengthen their homes and improve their community. Their bond deepened when a sudden storm threatened Luminara. Dark clouds loomed, and fierce winds howled through the crystal trees. The lumens, unaccustomed to such violent weather, were frightened. Quarren, with its knowledge of technology, suggested constructing a temporary shelter using materials from its spaceship. Together, Lumens and Arzon worked side by side, their efforts a testament to their growing friendship. Quarren's careful calculations ensured the shelter was strong, while the Lumens infused it with their light, creating a space of warmth and safety. As the storm raged outside, they huddled together, sharing stories and laughter, their fears dissipating in the glow of their companionship. Quarren, feeling a strange warmth in its circuits, realized it had found something it never knew it was missing, a sense of belonging. When the storm finally passed, leaving the air crisp and clean, Quarren's ship was finally ready. The Lumens gathered to bid farewell, their hearts heavy yet full of gratitude for the lessons learned and the bonds forged. Before departing, Quarren addressed the Lumens, its voice filled with newfound emotion. "I came to your planet as a stranger, and I leave as a friend. You have taught me the beauty of connection, the power of understanding. For that, I am eternally grateful." Solara smiled, her light brighter than ever. "And you have shown us the stars, Quarren. May your journey be safe, and may you carry our light with you wherever you go." With that, Quarren's ship ascended into the azure skies, its path marked by the shimmering luminescence of its newfound friends. The Lumens watched until the ship was but a speck against the vast tapestry of the universe, their hearts aglow with the knowledge that true friendship transcends all boundaries, be they of stars, species, or worlds. And so, in the gentle embrace of Luminara's nights, the Lumens continued their glow gatherings with stories of a mechanical being who taught them to see the stars and themselves anew. Title: The Whispering Woods. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a vast, shimmering forest, there lived a girl named Leora. Her heart was as warm as the summer sun, and her curiosity was as boundless as the starry night sky. Leora was known throughout the village for her gentle spirit and her love for the forest, which stood like a guardian beyond the village's edge, its leaves whispering secrets that only Leora seemed to hear. Leora's days were filled with wonder as she wandered through the village with her best friend, a clever fox named Finnegan. Finnegan had soft, russet fur that gleamed in the sunlight and eyes that sparkled with intelligence and mischief. Together, they explored the hidden nooks and crannies of their world, always seeking the mysteries that lay just beyond their fingertips. One crisp autumn morning, as the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke filled the air, Leora and Finnegan set off on one of their many adventures. The forest, with its canopy of amber and gold, beckoned them with its enchanting allure. As they wandered deeper into the woods, the familiar path gave way to a trail neither had seen before, overgrown and winding like a forgotten dream. Curiosity tugged at Leora's heart. "Shall we see where it leads, Finnegan?" she asked, her voice a soft melody in the quiet of the forest. Finnegan twitched his bushy tail in agreement, his eyes alight with excitement. Together they stepped onto the path, feeling the crunch of leaves beneath their feet and paws, the cool breeze whispering through the trees like a gentle lullaby. As they delved deeper, the forest seemed to change around them. The light grew softer, filtered through a veil of delicate branches. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the distant, melodic calls of unseen birds. And then, quite suddenly, they found themselves standing before a grand ancient tree. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark etched with the passage of time. From within its depths came a soft, glowing light, warm and inviting. Leora approached the tree with reverence, her heart pounding with a sense of discovery. As she reached out to touch the bark, the light pulsed gently, and a soft, musical voice filled the air. "Welcome, seekers of truth," it said, resonating like a choir of distant stars. Startled, Leora drew back, but Finnegan stood firm, his gaze fixed on the tree. "We've come to explore," Leora said, finding her voice, "to understand the secrets of the forest." The tree's light shimmered in response, casting a gentle glow that seemed to wrap around them like a warm embrace. "You have found the heart of the Whispering Woods," the voice explained. "A place where the stories of the forest come to life, where the past and the future entwine." As the words washed over them, the world around Leora and Finnegan began to change. The forest shimmered and shifted, revealing a hidden world teeming with magic and wonder. Creatures of all shapes and sizes appeared, their eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom and playful curiosity. There were tiny fairies flitting about on gossamer wings, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. Majestic stags with antlers that glowed like moonlight stood among the trees, watching with gentle eyes. Leora felt a thrill of joy and awe. This hidden realm was a tapestry of life and magic, woven together by threads of light and shadow. She and Finnegan wandered through this enchanted world, marveling at its beauty, until they came upon a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a small ornate box. Its surface was intricately carved with patterns that seemed to shift and change, catching the light and drawing the eye with their mesmerizing dance. Leora approached the box, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings. "What is this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The tree's voice answered, its tone gentle and wise. "This is the Box of Echoes, a vessel of memories and dreams. It holds the stories of those who have come before and those yet to come. To open it is to embark on a journey of discovery and transformation." Leora felt a flutter of excitement in her chest. She glanced at Finnegan, who nodded encouragingly, his eyes bright with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Leora lifted the lid of the box. A soft, golden light spilled forth, and the air was filled with the sound of distant music, like the echoes of a long-forgotten melody. Leora and Finnegan leaned closer, drawn into the light, and found themselves swept away on a journey through time and space. They drifted through scenes of wonder and mystery, witnessing the lives of those who had walked the forest paths before them. They saw a young girl, much like Leora, who had befriended a mischievous raccoon and discovered the secret of the singing stones. They watched as an elderly man, with hair as white as snow, found solace and wisdom among the trees, guided by the gentle touch of a wise owl. With each story, Leora felt a connection, a thread binding her to the tapestry of life that stretched across time. She realized that every creature, every soul that had passed through the forest, had left an imprint, a story that was woven into the very fabric of the whispering woods. As the final echoes of the music faded, Leora and Finnegan found themselves back in the clearing, the Box of Echoes glowing softly on its pedestal. The tree's voice spoke once more, filled with warmth and kindness. "You have seen the stories of the past, and now it is time for you to shape the future. The whispering woods are yours to protect, to cherish, and to share with those who seek their magic." Leora felt a deep sense of purpose, a newfound understanding of her place in the world. She knew that the forest held secrets beyond imagination, but it was also a living, breathing entity that needed love and care. With Finnegan by her side, she vowed to honor the stories of the past and to create new tales for the future. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Leora and Finnegan made their way back to the village. The forest, once a place of mystery, now felt like a friend, a sanctuary filled with whispers of hope and dreams. From that day on, Leora and Finnegan became the guardians of the Whispering Woods, sharing its magic with all who sought it. Their adventures became legends, stories shared around warm fires on cold winter nights. And as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, the forest stood watch, its heart beating with the stories of those who had come before and those who would come after. For in the Whispering Woods, every soul was a part of the grand tapestry of life, woven together by love, friendship, and the timeless magic of the world. The tale of Leora and Finnegan is a reminder that the world is filled with wonder and wisdom, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. As you drift into slumber, may your dreams be filled with the magic of the Whispering Woods, where stories live and secrets dance in the light of the moon. In the little village of Willowbrook, nestled among rolling hills and whispering streams, there was a quaint, old bookstore known as Whimsy and Wonder. Its shelves stretched from floor to ceiling, filled with books of every kind imaginable. The air inside was always warm, filled with the comforting scent of aged paper and polished wood. It was here that a young girl named Clara found herself spending most of her afternoons, losing herself in the pages of adventure and mystery. One particularly drizzly afternoon, as raindrops stitched a delicate pattern on the windows, Clara stumbled upon a dusty, leather-bound book tucked away in a shadowed corner. Its cover was embossed with faded gold letters that read, "The Book of Whispers." Intrigued, Clara carefully opened it, and to her surprise, the pages were blank. Disappointed but curious, she decided to take the book home, thinking it might make a perfect sketch pad for her drawings. As night fell and the village was enveloped in a cozy hush, Clara sat by her bedroom window, the gentle patter of rain a soothing lullaby. She opened the book again, and as she did, she noticed a soft glow emanating from the pages. Words began to appear in elegant script, forming a story as if written by an invisible hand. It was a tale about a hidden world where everyday objects held magical secrets, waiting to be discovered by those with kind hearts and open minds. The book spoke of a magical quill, crafted from the feather of a mystical bird, said to bring stories to life. It lay hidden in the heart of the Whispering Woods, a place known for its enchanting beauty and gentle spirits. Clara's heart leapt with excitement and an adventurous spirit. She decided she must find this quill and learn its secrets. The next morning, with the sun peeking through the clouds and painting the village in soft hues of gold, Clara set out on her journey to the Whispering Woods. Along the way, she met a peculiar old man named Mr. Tibbles, who wore spectacles so large they seemed to magnify his twinkling eyes. Mr. Tibbles was the village storyteller, known for his vast knowledge of the woods and its wonders. "Ah, the Whispering Woods," he mused, adjusting his spectacles. "A place of great beauty and mystery. But remember, dear Clara, it is not strength or speed that will guide you to the quill, but wisdom and kindness." With Mr. Tibble's words in her heart, Clara ventured into the woods. The air was crisp, filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. Sunlight danced through the leaves, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. As she walked deeper, she felt a gentle sense of calm, as if the woods themselves were whispering secrets of ancient times. It wasn't long before Clara encountered a small, timid squirrel named Oliver, who was frantically searching for his lost acorns. With a kind smile, Clara offered to help, and together they found the acorns nestled beneath a pile of autumn leaves. Grateful, Oliver decided to accompany Clara on her quest, chattering cheerfully and offering bits of wisdom about the forest. Further along, they came across a wise old turtle named Gertrude. Her shell was etched with patterns that told stories of the forest's past. "To find the quill," Gertrude said in a slow, gentle voice, "you must first listen to the whispers of the forest. They will guide you." Clara closed her eyes, allowing the forest sounds to envelop her. The rustle of leaves, the chirping of birds, and the soft murmurs of the wind seemed to form a melody, leading her deeper into the woods. After what felt like hours, Clara and her newfound friends reached a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its branches stretching towards the sky. Nestled within the roots was the quill, glowing softly with a magical light. As Clara reached out to take the quill, a gentle voice filled the air. "The quill chooses those who write with their hearts," it said. Clara understood that the quill's true magic lay not in the stories it could write, but in the intentions of the storyteller. With the quill in hand, Clara returned to the village, her heart filled with gratitude and wonder. She realized that the true journey had been one of self-discovery, learning the value of kindness, friendship, and wisdom. Back at Whimsy and Wonder, Clara began writing stories with the magical quill, sharing tales of her adventures and the lessons she had learned. The bookstore became a haven of warmth and imagination, drawing people from near and far who came to listen to Clara's enchanting stories. And so, in the gentle glow of the bookstore's lanterns, with the rain softly tapping on the windows, Clara's stories lived on, whispering secrets of magic and wonder to all who would listen. And in the heart of Willowbrook, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, the spirit of adventure and kindness thrived, gently guiding all who ventured into the realms of imagination. Once upon a timeless eve, nestled deep within the ancient Elderwood forest, a wondrous tale unfolded, a story as eternal as the towering pines and whispering streams that graced this enchanted realm. In a cozy burrow beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, a family of rabbits stirred to welcome the first rays of dawn. Willow, the matriarch, nuzzled her kits awake with a gentle nudge, her soft fur glistening with dewdrops like diamonds in the morning light. "Wake up, My little ones, she cooed, her voice as soothing as the babbling brook nearby. The forest awakens, and with it, a world of magic awaits. Blinking away the remnants of sleep, the kits scampered out of their burrow, their tiny noses twitching with curiosity. The forest floor was a tapestry of emerald moss and wildflowers, each petal glistening with crystalline beads of dew. As the family ventured deeper into the woodland, the air seemed to hum with an ancient melody, the harmonious symphony of nature itself. Willow's ears twitched, and she paused, her eyes alight with wonder. "Listen closely, my kits," she whispered. "Can you hear the heartbeat of the forest?" The kits stilled, their eyes wide with awe as the gentle thrum of life pulsed around them. The rustling of leaves, the gurgle of the stream, the song of birds, all woven together in a tapestry of sound that echoed the very essence of the elderwood. Willow led her family through a maze of ferns and mushroom rings, her paws leaving no trace upon the mossy ground. As they ventured deeper, the forest seemed to come alive with magic. Glimmering sprites danced among the branches, their gossamer wings scattering stardust in their wake. A family of deer materialized from the mist, their graceful forms ethereal and otherworldly. The kits gasped in delight, their eyes sparkling with childlike wonder. "Behold the guardians of the forest," Willow murmured, her voice reverent. "They walk between the realms, ensuring the delicate balance of nature remains undisturbed." As the sun crept higher in the sky, the forest hummed with the rhythms of life. Squirrels chattered from their lofty perches, and butterflies flitted from blossom to blossom, their wings a kaleidoscope of color. In a secluded glade, a crystal-clear pool shimmered like liquid moonlight, its waters infused with the magic of the ancient wood. Willow gestured for her kits to approach, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Watch closely, my little ones," she whispered. With a flick of her paw, she conjured a ripple upon the surface of the pool. Instantly, the water transformed into a shimmering mirror, reflecting not their physical forms, but the very essence of their spirits, glowing orbs of pure energy, pulsing with the vibrant hues of life itself. The kits gasped in wonder, their eyes wide with amazement. "How is this possible, Mother?" one kit asked, his voice tinged with awe. Willow smiled, her whiskers twitching with delight. "The magic of the Elderwood is as ancient as the forest itself," she explained. "It flows through every living thing, connecting us all in a tapestry of life." As the day wore on, the family basked in the warmth of the sun's golden rays, their bellies full from a hearty feast of berries and succulent greens. Willow regaled her kits with tales of the forest's ancient wisdom, passed down through countless generations of rabbits before them. She spoke of the changing seasons, each one a symphony of transformation and renewal. The vibrant greens of spring, the fiery hues of autumn, the crystalline blanket of winter, each held its own unique magic, woven into the very fabric of the Elderwood. As dusk approached, the family retreated to their burrow, their hearts full of wonder and reverence for the magic that surrounded them. Willow tucked her kits in, her eyes shining with love and pride. "Remember, my little ones," she whispered, nuzzling them tenderly. "The magic of the Elderwood flows through us all. It is our sacred duty to protect and cherish this wondrous realm, for it is the very heartbeat of life itself." And as the moon rose high above the ancient canopy, the forest seemed to hum with a contented sigh, its secrets guarded by those who walked in harmony with nature's eternal dance. Once upon a time, nestled between the rolling hills and whispering woods, lay the quaint village of Bramblebrook. It was a place where the morning sun kissed the rooftops with gentle warmth, and the evening breeze carried the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. The villagers were a close-knit bunch, their lives intertwined like the ivy that clung to the stone cottages. In this serene corner of the world, magic was spoken of in hushed tones, a relic of old tales and distant memories. In a small cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Leora. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as bright as the summer sky, Leora was known for her curious spirit and kind heart. Her days were spent exploring the fields and forests that surrounded Bramblebrook, her laughter echoing through the trees like a melody carried on the wind. Leora's closest companion was a wise old owl named Horace. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes held the depth of ancient knowledge. Horace had been Leora's friend for as long as she could remember, guiding her with gentle wisdom and watching over her adventures with a protective gaze. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in shades of gold and crimson, Leora set out on a new adventure. She had heard whispers from the villagers about a hidden world within the heart of the forest, a place where the ordinary and extraordinary intertwined. The stories spoke of a magical glade, a sanctuary for creatures unseen and wonders untold. With Horace perched on her shoulder, Leora followed the winding path into the woods. The forest was alive with the symphony of chirping crickets and rustling leaves, a lullaby that soothed the soul. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor as they ventured deeper into the woodland realm. As they journeyed, Leora noticed something peculiar. A faint glow seemed to emanate from beneath the moss-covered roots of an ancient oak tree. Intrigued, she knelt down, brushing aside the leaves and twigs to reveal a small, ornate box. It was crafted from polished wood, inlaid with delicate silver filigree that shimmered in the dappled light. "What do you suppose this is, Horace?" Leora wondered aloud, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns on the box. Horace tilted his head thoughtfully. "It appears to be a relic of the old magic, Leora. Handle it with care, for such objects often carry both wonder and responsibility." With a gentle touch, Leora opened the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft velvet, lay an exquisite amulet. It was a pendant of silver and sapphire, glowing with a soft, ethereal light. As she held it in her hand, a warmth spread through her as if the amulet recognized her touch. "It's beautiful," Leora marveled, slipping the chain around her neck. The moment the amulet settled against her heart, the forest around her seemed to shift. The colors grew more vibrant, the sounds clearer, as if the world had come alive in a way she had never experienced before. With Horace by her side, Leora continued her journey, drawn by an unseen force that guided her deeper into the forest. The path led them to a secluded glade, where the air was thick with enchantment. Here the trees stood tall and proud, their branches adorned with blossoms that glowed like stars. A gentle stream babbled nearby, its waters sparkling with 1,000 tiny rainbows. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree unlike any other. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark a tapestry of twisting vines and emerald moss. From its branches hung clusters of luminescent fruits, each one pulsating with a soft, inviting light. As Leora approached the tree, a soft voice echoed through the glade, warm and welcoming. "Welcome, Leora, guardian of the amulet. You are in the realm of the Whispering Woods, a sanctuary for all that is magical and true." Startled, Leora looked around, searching for the source of the voice. "Who's there?" she called, her curiosity tinged with awe. "I am the spirit of the woods," the voice replied, gentle as a summer breeze. "I have watched over this land for centuries, preserving the balance between the seen and unseen." Leora felt a sense of peace wash over her, the presence of the spirit comforting and reassuring. "Why have I been brought here?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "The amulet chose you, dear child," the spirit explained. "It seeks a heart pure of intent, one who can see beyond the veil of the ordinary. You possess the ability to bring harmony between our worlds." As the spirit spoke, Leora felt the weight of responsibility settle upon her shoulders. Yet it was not a burden, but a promise of purpose and belonging. "What must I do?" she asked, determination in her voice. "There is a storm brewing, one that threatens to disrupt the balance of our worlds," the spirit warned. "An ancient feud between the creatures of the forest has awakened, and only through understanding and unity can peace be restored." Leora nodded, her resolve unwavering. "I will do whatever it takes to help," she vowed, her hand clutching the amulet. Horace hooted softly in agreement, his wings ruffling with anticipation. With the guidance of the spirit, Leora set out to mend the rift that threatened the Whispering Woods. Her first task was to speak with the dryads, the tree spirits who guarded the forest. Their home was in a grove of silver birch trees, where the air was thick with the scent of earth and rain. The dryads emerged from their arboreal homes, their forms shifting between wood and flesh. They regarded Leora with curiosity, their eyes reflecting the wisdom of the ages. "Why have you come, child of the outside?" one of them asked, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "I seek to understand the discord that has taken root in the forest. Leora replied, her tone respectful and earnest. I wish to help restore harmony. The dryads exchanged glances, a silent conversation passing between them. Finally, another spoke, her voice tinged with sorrow. Our kin, the sylphs, have grown distant. They dwell in the upper reaches of the forest, where the wind sings a different song. We once danced together in harmony, but now distrust has taken root. Leora listened intently, her heart aching for the fractured bonds between the forest dwellers. What caused this rift? She asked gently. It began with the loss of the Heartstone, the first dryad explained. A gem of great power, it was a symbol of our unity. Without it, our connection has withered, leaving space for fear and misunderstanding. Leora thanked the dryads for their honesty and promised to seek out the sylphs. As she and Horus continued their journey, she pondered the wisdom in the dryads' words. She understood that the Heartstone was more than a mere object. It was a representation of the unity and trust that bound the forest together. The path to the sylphs' domain was steep and winding, leading them to the treetops where the air was crisp and the sky stretched wide. The sylphs, ethereal and graceful, greeted Leora with wary curiosity. Their translucent wings shimmered in the sunlight, casting iridescent shadows on the leaves. What brings you to our realm, earthbound one of the sylphs inquired, her voice melodic and airy. I come seeking understanding and reconciliation, Leora answered, her gaze steady and sincere. The dryad spoke of the lost Heartstone and the rift it has caused. I wish to help bridge the divide. The sylphs exchanged looks, their expressions a mixture of hope and skepticism. Finally, a sylph with wings the color of twilight spoke. The Heartstone was entrusted to the care of both our kin. It vanished one stormy night, leaving only whispers of betrayal in its wake. Leora listened carefully, her mind piecing together the fragmented story. I believe the Heartstone still exists, hidden away, waiting for the right moment to be found, she mused aloud. Perhaps it lies in a place where both worlds touch, yet remain separate. The sylphs considered her words, their gazes softening. If you can find the Heartstone, perhaps the wounds can begin to heal, the twilight-winged sylph agreed, hope flickering in her eyes. With a promise to return, Leora left the sylphs' domain, her mind racing with possibilities. The amulet around her neck pulsed with a gentle warmth, guiding her thoughts like a beacon in the night. She realized that the Heartstone's hiding place must be at the confluence of the two realms, where the magic of the forest and the world beyond intertwined. Determined to find the Heartstone, Leora retraced her steps to the enchanted glade. As she approached the magnificent tree at its center, she felt the amulet's warmth intensify, the sapphire glow resonating with the energy of the glade. Leora knelt before the ancient tree, her fingers brushing the soft earth. Spirit of the woods, she called softly, her voice a gentle plea. Guide me to the Heartstone, so that I may help restore the harmony that has been lost. The spirit's voice answered, a soothing presence that enveloped her like a warm embrace. The Heartstone lies within, child. It is a part of the forest, yet hidden from sight. Trust in your heart and the amulet's guidance. Closing her eyes, Leora let the amulet's warmth flow through her, connecting her to the pulse of the forest. Images danced in her mind's eye, visions of roots intertwining, branches reaching skyward, and the gentle rhythm of life that flowed through the whispering woods. With newfound clarity, Leora rose and approached the tree once more. Her hands moved with a purpose not entirely her own, guided by the amulet's magic. She reached into a hollow within the tree's trunk, her fingers brushing against something cool and smooth. When she withdrew her hand, she held the Heartstone. It was a gem of unparalleled beauty, its surface swirling with colors that mirrored the forest's vibrant hues. As she held it aloft, the glade seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, the air shimmering with renewed energy. With the Heartstone in her possession, Leora returned to the dryads and sylphs, her heart filled with hope and determination. She gathered them in the glade, where the spirit of the woods watched over them with a gentle presence. Holding the Heartstone high, Leora addressed the gathered spirits, her voice carrying the weight of the forest's ancient wisdom. This is a new beginning, a chance to mend what was broken and rebuild the bonds of trust and friendship. The dryads and sylphs regarded the Heartstone with reverence, its light reflecting in their eyes. Slowly, tentatively, they began to approach one another, their hands reaching out in gestures of reconciliation. As they joined hands, the heartstone blazed with a brilliant light, its magic weaving through the forest like a gentle breeze. Leora watched as the bonds of friendship and unity were reformed, a tapestry of harmony that enveloped the whispering woods. In that moment, Leora understood the true power of the amulet and the heartstone. It was not the objects themselves, but the connections they represented, the trust, understanding, and love that bound the creatures of the forest together. With the rift healed and harmony restored, Leora bid farewell to the dryads and sylphs, her heart light with the knowledge that she had played a part in preserving the magic of the whispering woods. Horus flapped his wings in approval, his eyes twinkling with pride. As they made their way back to Bramblebrook, Leora felt a deep sense of peace. The village was bathed in the warm glow of twilight, the stars beginning to twinkle in the vast sky above. She knew that the magic of the forest would always be a part of her, a reminder of the power of friendship and understanding. That night, as Leora lay in her cozy bed, the amulet resting on her bedside table, she drifted into a peaceful sleep. Her dreams were filled with visions of the whispering woods, the gentle rustle of leaves, and the soft, comforting presence of the spirit. And so, the story of Leora and the whispering woods became a cherished tale in the village of Bramblebrook, a reminder that even in the simplest of places, magic could be found in the hearts of those who believed in the power of friendship and the beauty of the world around them. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of time brushed through the leaves and the sunlight danced in dappled patterns on the forest floor, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven together like the roots of the towering trees. This forest, known only to those who listened to the secrets of the earth, was a sanctuary where magic and reality intertwined as naturally as the rivers flow. The creatures of this forest were gentle beings, each unique yet connected by the threads of their environment. There was Silva, the wise old owl, whose feathers shimmered like silver under the moonlight, and whose eyes held the knowledge of countless seasons. Her perch was an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching high above the canopy, offering a vantage point from which she could observe the world below. Beneath her, nestled in the soft moss that blanketed the forest floor, was a family of rabbits. The youngest among them, a curious little one named Thistle, was known for his playful spirit and boundless curiosity. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and he moved with a nimbleness that spoke of his youth and his wonder for the world. Every year, as spring whispered its promise of renewal, the forest came alive with a symphony of sights and sounds. The babbling brook that wound through the trees became a ribbon of laughter, its banks adorned with clusters of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming honeysuckle, and the sunlight, warm and golden, filtered through the canopy in soft beams that kissed the earth. This particular spring, however, brought with it a peculiar phenomenon. As the first rains of the season fell, their droplets seemed to glisten with an ethereal glow, casting a rainbow of colors across the forest. It was said among the creatures that these were not ordinary rains, but the tears of joy from the spirit of the forest, celebrating the harmony and balance that had been preserved through the ages. Silva, with her keen wisdom, gathered the creatures for a meeting beneath her oak. The air was filled with anticipation as they assembled, each eager to hear the owl's insights. Her voice, when she spoke, was soft yet resonant, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle wind. "Dear friends," she began, "these magical rains are a gift, a reminder of our bond with this forest, but they are also a call to action. We must ensure that our home remains in balance, that we nurture and protect the delicate harmony that sustains us all." The creatures nodded in understanding, their hearts swelling with a shared sense of purpose. Thistle, ever curious, tilted his head and asked, "But how do we do that, Silva?" With a kind smile, Silva replied, "By listening to the wisdom of our ancestors and the whispers of the forest. We must remember that every action has an echo. The way we care for our home today will shape the world for the generations to come." As the days passed, the creatures set about their tasks, each contributing in their own way to the health of their shared home. The squirrels, with their swift movements and keen eyes, gathered seeds and nuts, ensuring that new life would sprout in the coming seasons. The deer, graceful and watchful, pruned the underbrush, allowing sunlight to reach the seedlings, struggling towards the sky. Even the brook, with its ceaseless flow, played its part, carrying nutrients across the land and quenching the thirst of all who dwelled nearby. The forest thrived under the care of its inhabitants, the magic of the rain seeping into every root and branch, every feather and paw. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Thistle sat beneath Silva's oak, his eyes wide with wonder at the day's events. The forest was a symphony of chirping crickets and croaking frogs, their melodies a lullaby that wrapped around him like a warm blanket. "Silva," he said, his voice soft yet filled with awe, "I've learned so much. The forest is full of stories, isn't it?" "Indeed it is, little one," Silva replied, her eyes twinkling like stars. "And you are a part of this story. Remember, wisdom is not just knowing the past, but nurturing the future." Thistle nodded, his heart filled with a sense of belonging. As he nestled against the soft moss, his eyes grew heavy with sleep. The forest, with its ancient magic and timeless wisdom, cradled him in its embrace, whispering promises of dreams yet to come. And so the ancient forest continued to thrive, its creatures living in harmony with the land and each other. Through their gentle care and shared wisdom, the balance was preserved, and the magical rains of spring became a cherished legend, passed down through the generations. As the moon rose high above, casting its silver glow across the land, the forest sighed in contentment. For in this hidden world where magic and reality danced together, the heart of nature beat strong and true, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring beauty of life. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, the air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs and the gentle hum of nature's lullaby. It was a place where time seemed to slow, and the days drifted by like lazy clouds across a summer sky. The villagers were a tight-knit community of kind-hearted souls, each with tales of old passed down through generations, tales that spoke of magic and wonder, hidden secrets, and the mysteries of the woods that framed their idyllic world. In the heart of this village lived a young girl named Lila, with eyes the color of a moonlit lake and hair spun from the golden rays of the sun. Lila had a curious mind and a heart that beat in time with the rhythm of the world around her. She spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the wind carried the scent of adventure. Her closest companion on these sojourns was a small, fluffy squirrel named Pip, whose mischievous eyes sparkled with the promise of mischief and joy. One warm spring morning, as the first hints of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila and Pip set off on one of their usual adventures. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds chirping, leaves rustling, and the distant babble of a hidden brook. As they delved deeper into the woods, Lila noticed a path she hadn't seen before, a narrow trail veiled by an archway of intertwining branches adorned with delicate white flowers. "Where do you suppose this path leads, Pip?" Lila mused aloud, her voice a gentle whisper in the quiet of the morning. Pip twitched his nose and flicked his tail, as if urging her to follow the mysterious trail. Together, they ventured through the floral archway, leaving the familiar forest behind. The path wound through clusters of ancient trees, their trunks gnarled and roots twisted like the fingers of time. The canopy above was dense, allowing only slivers of sunlight to dance upon the forest floor. After what felt like hours, they emerged into a hidden grove, a place that seemed untouched by time. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft glow of morning light filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that swayed with the gentle breeze. In the center of the grove stood an ancient oak, its massive branches reaching out like welcoming arms. As Lila approached the grand tree, she noticed something unusual nestled among its roots, a small, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer with a faint, otherworldly light. Her heart skipped with excitement and a touch of apprehension. "Look, Pip, a treasure!" she exclaimed, her voice filled with wonder. Carefully, Lila picked up the box, feeling a tingling sensation as her fingers traced the delicate carvings. The box was surprisingly light, and as she opened it, a soft glow emanated from within, revealing a small, iridescent stone that pulsed with a gentle rhythmic light, like a heartbeat. It was a stone of unimaginable beauty, capturing the colors of the forest and the sky, holding them within its crystalline depths. "What do you think it is, Pip?" Lila asked, her voice hushed with awe. Pip chattered excitedly, his tiny paws reaching out to touch the stone, and as he did, a warm, comforting sensation washed over them both, like a gentle hug from the sun. Lila closed the box and tucked it safely into her satchel, a sense of purpose settling over her like a warm blanket. With the stone cradled against her side, Lila and Pip made their way back to the village, the grove's magic lingering in the air around them. The journey back seemed quicker, as if the forest itself was guiding them home. Along the way, Layla's mind buzzed with thoughts of the stone and its origins, the possibilities it held, and the mystery it presented. As they reached the edge of the village, the sun hung high in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched across the cobblestone streets. Lila's heart felt lighter, buoyed by the enchanting discovery and the promise of adventure that lay ahead. She knew the stone was special, a gift from the forest, and she was determined to uncover its secrets. That evening, as the village settled into the tranquil embrace of twilight, Lila sat by the hearth, the comforting warmth of the fire wrapping around her like a soft woolen shawl. She carefully placed the box on the table, its carvings glowing softly in the flickering light. "I wonder if anyone in the village knows about this stone, Pip," Lila mused, her voice thoughtful. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with curiosity, and together they devised a plan to seek the counsel of the village elder, a wise and gentle soul named Eldrick, who was known for his vast knowledge and stories of the world beyond the village. The next morning, the village was alive with the vibrant energy of a new day. The sun's rays kissed the rooftops, and the air was filled with the cheerful sounds of villagers going about their daily routines. Lila and Pip made their way to Eldrick's cottage, nestled at the edge of the village, where the forest began to reclaim the land. Eldrick's home was a quaint, ivy-covered abode, with a garden overflowing with herbs and wildflowers. The scent of lavender and rosemary greeted them as they approached the door, and a sense of calm washed over Lila, as if the very air was steeped in wisdom. Eldrick welcomed them with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with a kindness that seemed to transcend time. "Ah, Lila, my dear, and Pip, what brings you to my humble home on this fine morning?" he asked, his voice as smooth and rich as honey. With a sense of reverence, Lila presented the box to Eldrick, her hands trembling with excitement. "We found this in the forest, near the old oak," she explained, her voice a mixture of awe and anticipation. "Do you know what it is?" Eldrick's eyes widened with surprise and delight as he examined the stone, his fingers gently tracing the carved patterns. "This, my dear child, is a heartstone," he said softly, his voice filled with wonder, "a rare and precious gift from the forest, imbued with the magic of the earth and the sky." Lila's heart soared with the revelation, her imagination dancing with the possibilities. "What does it do?" she asked, her voice a whisper. Eldrick chuckled, a warm, hearty sound that filled the room. "The Heartstone is said to hold great power, but its true magic lies in its ability to connect the hearts of those who possess it," he explained. "It can reveal hidden truths, mend broken bonds, and guide those who seek its wisdom." Lila listened, her heart swelling with hope and excitement. She knew the Heartstone was meant for her, a beacon of light guiding her on a path of discovery and transformation. With Eldrick's blessing, Lila and Pip set off on a journey that would take them beyond the boundaries of their village, into a world teeming with wonder and mystery. The Heartstone pulsed with a gentle light, its magic resonating with the rhythm of their hearts. As they ventured deeper into the unknown, Lila and Pip encountered new friends and faced unexpected challenges, each step bringing them closer to understanding the true essence of the Heartstone. Through their journey, they learned the value of friendship, the strength found in unity, and the power of love to heal and transform. In the heart of the enchanted forest, they discovered a hidden realm, a place where the boundaries between the natural and magical worlds blurred, and the air shimmered with possibility. Here, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the gentle song of the wind, Lila and Pip uncovered the secret of the Heartstone, a truth that transcended time and space, a connection that bound all living things in a tapestry of light and love. With newfound wisdom and a heart full of gratitude, Lila returned to Willowbrook, her spirit forever changed by the journey. The village welcomed her with open arms, their hearts touched by the magic of the Heartstone and the lessons it imparted. As the sun set over the village, casting a golden glow over the rooftops, Lila sat by the hearth, the Heartstone cradled in her hands, its light a comforting presence in the quiet of the evening. She knew her journey was only just beginning, and with Pip by her side, she was ready to embrace the adventures that lay ahead. In the gentle embrace of night, as the village drifted into slumber, the Heartstone's light flickered softly, a beacon of hope and love in the darkness. And in that moment, Lila understood the true magic of the Heartstone, the power to illuminate the path of those who dared to dream and to guide them home. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, the magic of the Heartstone lived on, a testament to the enduring power of friendship, love, and the mysteries of the world that lay just beyond the edge of the forest. As the village slept, wrapped in the warmth of the night, the Heartstone's light continued to shine, a promise of new beginnings and the endless possibilities of the heart.